Chapter 48. Inquisitor Chain is dead, my lord. His base reduced to rubble. Avaryss smiled up at the hologram of Darth Fear. Our plans are secure. Once again she was in her quarters aboard her Fury. They were hyperspace currently on their way back to Ordana. She was not surprised that Fear had contacted her. Rink had sent a transmission to Dromund Kaas before they had made the jump away from Tatooine. Her master smiled, his white teeth and golden Sith eyes the only thing visible beneath his crimson-colored cowl. New robes, Avaryss recognized, robes fit for a Dark Lord. Or perhaps an Emperor. I'm most pleased, my child, he said proudly. Again you have restored security and order to our empire. He laughed coldly. Is there nothing that you cannot accomplish? She bowed her head, respectfully, but inside, she was anything but. She was seething and hungry for blood. Once she would have basked in her master's praise, felt a sense of contentment and an eagerness to serve. Now, she felt only hatred and the desire to coat her hands in wet crimson gloves. All he has ever done is lie to us, use us. We put him on the Dark Council with our actions, our blood and our flesh, and how does he reward our service? He lies to us, hides the truth from us. Avi could see Kira in her mind's eye, her purple eyes blazing with hate and homicidal desire. He never intended to share the throne with you, Avi. He knows what is happening to you. He knew that we would not survive, and didn't even try to help you, help us. I know, Kira. I believe you are right, but now is not the time to seek vengeance. For now, we must wait and prepare for the next stage of the game. A week ago she might have flown into a rage and told Fear that she knew everything. She would not have been able to control it. Now, though, thanks to Dr. Vran's serum, she felt more in control than she had had in months. She once again had tighter reins over her emotions. She had been hesitant, at first, to let the alien inject her with anything, but the Force revealed no malice in the chiss, only curiosity, a scientist's interest to see how her serum worked on one who had been exposed years ago to the very virus she was studying. The serum would help, but as the chiss reminded her, it was not a cure. Eventually the violent mood swings would return. Her self-control would falter. She would continue to get worse and worse as time went on. One day, her mind would no longer be able to take it. She would either have a complete mental breakdown or a fatal seizure, and that would be the end. She looked up at Fear, her hate barely restrained, like a fusion reactor on the verge of melting down. But you already knew that, didn't you, my master? Father. If what she had learned on Tatooine was true, Fear had known everything. She had gone through the files that Chain had stolen. The bulk of them had been her medical records. They included records that had gone back years, going back to when she had first been discovered on Ordana, mental and physical tests that had been conducted by the Imperial mission. Most of the files had been redacted, sealed under an edict from a Dark Council member, Lord Fear's eyes only. He knew, she thought angrily. He knew everything. He lied to me, and has been trying to distract me from the truth. Was that his design since he found out? Was he simply buying time? Was he waiting for me to sicken so much that he would not have to worry about me challenging him? It was a painful realization, to be sure. I thought that he thought of me as his own, his daughter. How could he do this to someone he claims to respect? Because he is Sith, the darkness seemed to whisper within her. Why else would he do what he has done? She continued to smile, hiding her hatred behind her grin. Oh, how she hated this man. Oh, how she craved his end. It is my will and privilege to serve you, my master, she lied to the hologram. Together we shall redraw the map, and make the Empire into the one true dominant power in this galaxy. Well said, daughter, he said, nodding, pleasure radiating off him like the heat from a star. I'm so glad you approve, father. Everything is proceeding exactly as I have foreseen, my dear. Revan continues to occupy Mar, and the rest of the Dark Council, giving me more and more room to maneuver. Every day more and more of my key people find their ways into places that we will need them in when the final battle begins. And what of Revan himself, my lord? She asked. I'm surprised he has not made any attempt to seize the Sith throne for himself. Has he simply been distracted, or are his goals more intricate than we realized? Fear sneered at her comment. Revan seems more interested in revenge than seeking to rule. Much of his anger remains directed at our late Emperor and his more loyal followers. Not all of them perished with their master, and now they seem intent on causing trouble and disrupting our war effort. Her master shook his head. It is most annoying. And what of Chain? She asked. Was he one of Revan's followers? It seems insane that he would risk your anger when your power has grown so strong. Chain's motivations do not concern me, he responded. I suspect you now know more about his operations than I do. Tell me, what was he up to on that lifeless rock? Why bother to steal files from the Citadel? Why didn't he think it necessary to try and steal from me? She considered how best to proceed. She could not afford to tell him everything, nor could she just blurt out that the files he had stolen had been almost entirely related to her. She decided to stall and try a bit of misdirection. Chain had discovered a piece Rakuten technology. She informed her master it was some form of cellular regeneration device. It appears that he was using it to regain the daughter he lost at our hands. He was quite literally trying to create a new version of his daughter, Naz. Fear's expression turned hungry. Did he succeed? The things that he created were monsters, my lord, misshapen creatures with great strength but virtually no intelligence. She smiled wickedly. I enjoyed killing them. It had been far too long since I had gotten to relive my victory over his fool daughter. And what of the device? Were you able to recover it? Sadly, no. Chain scientists burned it out trying to perfect his new daughter. I recovered some technical schematics, but as with most other Rakata tech, we simply do not have knowledge to recreate what they built. Damn, Fear growled. Rakuten technology is always valuable. We could have used such a device. I'm sure of it. Yes, Master, Avaryss said, nodding. We could have. Both Avaryss and Kira had been angry when Vran showed them the destroyed regeneration cradle. Both of them knew what the device could have offered. Such a waste, she had thought. We could have done so much with this. Yes, Avaryss had agreed, they could have. They might even have been able to create a new body with it, something superior to what Sith alchemy would have yielded alone. Oh well, the easy path is not always the best. Speaking of alchemy, Avaryss knew that she would need to contact her followers, the ones that had once served her late lover Fel. Before his return and betrayal, she had had them working on gathering components for the essence transfer spell she had been planning, the one that should have given her Fel back. Now, it would serve a new purpose. It would be used to ensure her survival should Dr. Vran fail in coming up with the cure for Tarek's disease. Again, the Force shows that nothing happens on accident, Avaryss thought. Her obsession and work on creating a stable means of resurrection had not been a waste of time. She would now have the ability to save herself if it came to that. Of course, it would not be as easy as all that. Even when she found a candidate to serve as her new body, the spell itself was quite complex. It required a sacrifice of a great many lives, and a willing ally to carry out the final rites. The former was problematic, the latter even harder to come by. Who could she trust to carry out the spell to the letter? Who would not see her weakened state as an opportunity to usurp her throne? One of her apprentices would have been ideal, but she knew their ambitions. The risk of betrayal was just too great. Necris, with her understanding of necromancy, likely could handle the rite, but she also harbored a hatred for her master, blamed her for forcing her down the dark path. Dime was overly ambitious, and not as skilled in Sith sorcery. She had no guarantee that he would not mess up the spell, either on accident or on purpose. No, the moon was out. Zen or Taya might serve. Both felt they owed Avaryss their futures. They might be loyal enough to be trusted, but the lure of power was hard to resist. During the final rite, Avaryss would be simply energy, a force spirit bound to this world only by Sith magic. It would tempt him not to destroy someone in such a state, knowing that you would inherit all that they possessed. Not to mention the fact that when it came to body candidates, both Zen and Taya would be perfect. Beautiful and strong in the Force, Avaryss was not above the idea of taking either of their forms for their own. Zen would serve, but at the same She did not like the idea of taking a body that her brother had soiled. It cheapened Zen's value. The thought of taking a body that her brother had, Taya would have been nice. Plus, she would inherit her goddaughter Aya. Avaryss loved the little girl. How would she react when she realized that her mom and her Aunt Avi was now the same woman? It was something to consider. She still had time, provided that Vran's serum worked the way it was supposed to. She should have time. The spell should work. She had trust in its creator. She had first discovered it in the writings of the ancient Sith Lord Nagasato. He had sought a means of self-resurrection during his exile on Yavin 4. The work had never been completed, however. Perhaps Sato had grown too wizened to finish it. His writings ended with him putting himself into a stasis crystal, a means of preserving his essence until another Dark Lord could be found to finish the spell and bring him back, which of course had never happened. Sato had trusted the wrong Sith, the dark side acolyte Frida Nad. Nad had taken Sato's work and left him to rot, never to know the wonder of resurrection. She did not intend to make the same mistake. She needed to find a way to ensure her survival, either by hook or by crook. She needed to find a way to leverage whatever Sith she chose to carry out the ritual. I cannot die, she thought. I must survive. Kira took over as Avaryss obsessed over the future. She was unsure what a new body meant for her, but knew it was necessary to have one. But for now, they needed to put Fear at ease. He could not know what they were planning. So, Darth Fear said, none of Chain's followers escaped. None, my lord. Kira assured him, we were quite thorough in our cleansing of the facility, and any we might have missed were killed when Holly triggered the base's self-destruct. Good, he said. And what of the bounty hunter, Kalo Nord? Did he prove to be worth his reputation? I was most impressed with Kalo, Kira admitted, not mentioning the physical attraction she had felt for the fierce young warrior. We should definitely consider hiring him again in the future. So you saw no reason to silence him? None. Profit is his only motivation, and he was paid well for both the violence and his discretion. He knows better than to speak out of turn. Then all is as it should be, Fear said. Chain has been silenced, and none in the Empire are aware of what has happened. Kira winced. Speaking of that, I fear that is not entirely accurate, my lord. What? Fear said, his eyes turning cold. What do you mean? Kira fidgeted. We were not the only ones hunting Chain. The Emperor's wrath showed up. The base destroyed by then, but... What happened? Her master demanded. Tell me everything. As you say, master, Kira said. As you say. They had just been on their way out of the facility when a second Fury-class interceptor had roared by overhead. Rink had just touched down with their vessel, and Kalo had summoned his ship using the droid's slave beckon call. Avaryss had watched as the other ship whirled around expertly and touched down before the ruined facility. Rink emerged from their ship, brandishing a blaster, even as Avaryss' hand went to her lightsaber. She had feared that this was some type of reinforcement for Chain, one that had arrived far too late, but could still be dangerous if the Sith aboard remained loyal to their master. As it turned out, that was not the case at all. The ones aboard this Fury served the Empire, first and foremost. That made them allies, of a sort. The boarding ramp of the second ship lowered, and 3 females emerged from within. They were led by a Sith pureblood, her skin the deep crimson of one deep in the power of the Force, her golden eyes bright and alert. Avaryss recognized her immediately, from holos she had seen. This one had served Darth Barris once, and had killed him for his betrayal. She had had another name once, but now, she was simply the Emperor's wrath, the Empire's arm of vengeance. In the name of the Dark Council, the pureblood had called out, I have come for the head of Inquisitor Chain. Oppose me, and you shall die. Avaryss approached her with a friendly chuckle. You are too late, my friend, she replied. Chain is dead, as are his followers. The young Dark Lord shrugged. I'm afraid you have come all this way for nothing. The pureblood glared at her, but did not attack. She looked at one of her companions, a hooded human female in a most revealing leather top. Well, the wrath asked her companion. The other Sith smiled. She is telling the truth, my lord. The girl's voice was a lethal purr, and surprisingly familiar. Avaryss reached out with the force. The other woman reached back. She smiled. Well, what do you know? Jisa. Yes. She said, I believe we met a few years ago, when I had some business on Alderaan. The girl, Jisa, smiled back. I remember you, Lord Avaryss. You offered House Organa weapons in exchange for their aid. Jisa's eyes turned hungry. Some people might call such an act treasonous to the Empire. I did what was necessary to ensure the success of my mission, and the flaws built into those weapons will serve the Empire when the time comes. If Jisa was convinced, she did not show it. Her hand continued to drift to the double-bladed lightsaber at her belt. The pure blood stopped her with a raised hand. Not now, Jisa. Lord Avaryss is known to me, as is her commitment to the Empire. As you say, the girl said, her voice more pouty now. Clearly she was not happy to be denied the chance to fulfill her homicidal tendencies. Avaryss did not blame her, she could relate. At least now, she did not have to fight the Emperor's wrath. She had no desire to challenge the chosen blade of the master of them all. The pure blood moved in closer. Avaryss cocked her head to listen. Darth Mar sends his regards, Lord Avaryss. The Cabal remains committed to the security of our empire. As do I, Avi replied. I'm pleased to see that you chose not to follow our emperor into death, wrath. We have need of your skill and loyalty in these troubled times. I live to serve our people, the pure blood said. The empire must continue. Agreed, Avaryss said. Her people kept their distance while the wrath and Jisa entered the ruined base. Not that they would find anything, the self-destruct had dealt with anything that might have been useful. Only the pod containing the winged Nas thing had survived, its systems now plugged into her Fury's power supply. Dr. Vran seemed to believe that this creature might prove very useful to Avaryss and her plans, its cognitive processes far above the other beasts created by Chain's experiments. The Dark Lord was curious how the creature would react when it was finally awakened. The others seemed to have recognized her on some level, and sought her destruction. She wondered how much of Nas would be in this creature, and if she could turn it to her advantage. You will need Taya, the darkness whispered in her ear. She knew Nas far better than you do. The idea appealed to her, and made her smile. Yes, it was a delicious idea. Nas had always had a keen analytical mind. She had been the planner of their little group, and had been behind their successes during their brief stay at Butcher's Clearing. Had the girl not betrayed Avaryss, she might now hold a position of importance in Avaryss' house. Well, now she had the chance to have Nas back, in one form or another, and with Taya at their side, their little group would be whole once again. The trio of Butcher's Clearing would be together once more, loose upon the Empire. Such a thought amused Avaryss. It appealed to her darker sensibilities. Calo Nord did not wait for the wrath to return, choosing to board his small assault ship and return Mos Ela. He gave Avaryss the means to contact him if she desired to use his service again in the future. She accepted his offer and let the bounty hunter be on his way. We will meet again, she realized, and perhaps next time, there would be no need to be so professional. As they waited for the wrath, she spotted Rink chatting with another of the wrath's party, a blue-skinned Twi'lek girl, dressed in an old flight suit and leather vest. Rink seemed enchanted by the girl, so much so that Avaryss could feel it radiating out through the Force. She did not interfere. Rink had suffered greatly over the loss of his first love, also a Twi'lek. Perhaps the girl could help him forget his pain, and it might be nice to have an in with the Wrath's crew, just in case. The pure blood and Jisa returned a few moments later. The Wrath was satisfied that Chain's treason had been dealt with, and was willing to accept Avaryss' involvement in that destruction for the good of the Cabal. She looked up, noticing Rink and her Twi'lek talking, laughing. The pure blood's eyes narrowed. Vet, she called out, we are going. You all done, here, boss, she called back. You don't think you should take a bit more time, make sure that nothing got missed. The Wrath's eyes narrowed. Do not make me put the slave collar back on, Vet. I have no desire to harm you, but... Okay, fine, no need to get snippy. Geez, The girl vet moved away, shouting over her shoulder that it had been nice meeting him, referring to Rink of course. He waved goodbye to her, a sappy smile on his face. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Still, who was she to comment on another's relationship? She had enough issues in her own relationships to be sure. Until next time, Lord Avaryss, the Wrath said with curt bow. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empire, Avaryss said, returning the bow, and may the Force serve you well. The two had parted without violence, and the Dark Lord was once again free to return to her mission on Ardana and the destruction of the rebellion that had taken root there. Of course, this brief stopover on Tatooine had changed her view on that mission, namely her realization of how much time she truly had left. I no longer have time for games, Avaryss realized. I need to move my plans forward now, while there is still time. So the Wrath found nothing, Fear asked. I saw her leave. It did not appear that either she or her apprentice had found anything among the wreckage. Good, Fear said. Then you must return to Ardana, my child, find the source of this rebellion and kill it. That is my one true desire, Master. Tal Maritza will be found and destroyed. See to it quickly, my child. Time is not on our side. As soon as Mar finishes with Revan, we will need to be ready to move, and swiftly. Acknowledged, Avaryss said, though she doubted that Mar would be so easily done with Revan. The man was a master strategist and had cheated death at least twice. His power was to be admired, if nothing else. Ardana will be firmly in my grip soon, my lord. We shall see, apprentice, he said as his hologram faded. We shall see. When Fear was gone, it was all that Avaryss could do to restrain Kira, to keep her from tearing up their quarters like some enraged animal. He must die, Kira snarled loudly. I want him spitting up blood. He will die. Be patient, Avaryss said to her other self. He will. She stopped mid-sentence. She felt it, a disturbance in the Force. They were not alone. Her lightsaber was in hand and lit, its crimson blade turning the gray walls of her quarters the color of dried blood. I sense your presence, Avi shouted. Show yourself. Her room was quiet. She could hear only the sound of her lightsaber, that in her heart beating. She turned, her blade raised. One of the shadows near her bed moved. It did not seem to be connected to anything. It seemed to slither through the air, like oil floating on the top of clear water. It might have been mistaken for smoke, but there was no fire, and as it moved, it seemed to take shape, becoming more than just some abstract cloud in the air. It moved away from the wall, and stood before her, letting itself be seen. Avaryss gasped. No. It couldn't be. Two golden lights appeared in the shadow. They flowed into the face, becoming eyes. Eyes that now settled on the young Darth, and took her breath away. Kira, the shadow murmured, my dear sweet little girl. Kira emerged once again, drawn out by the shadow, Avaryss too shocked to stop her. It might have been a shadow, but it had taken a very familiar shape. It took the shape of Maya Lilas, the shape of Ender Lilas' wife. Mom, Kira said, tears in her eyes. Mommy. It was not the voice of a Sith, but that of a scared little girl, a girl that missed her mother. She could not help it. It had just come out. The shadow gave her a careworn smile. I'm here, Blossom, she said, using her father's old nickname. It took a great deal of strength to appear, but now, I'm here. Maya Lilas reached out for her daughter. Kira stepped back. No, she said, you're not real. Dr. Vran said I would see things until her serum took full effect. The spirit seemed to giggle. She was not insulted by her daughter's accusation. She seemed more amused than anything else. I am real, Kira. I've been watching you, waiting until the right moment to finally appear, to finally come and help you. It is time, dear. It is time. Maya Lilas' fingers found her daughter's shoulder. Her touch felt cold. It was dark side energy given form. It is your time, Kira. The wraith rippled. It might have been shuddering with amusement. Your victory is at hand. The spirit's touch galvanized her. She felt a surge of power. A well of darkness opened up inside her. It was delicious. Kira smiled. It is my time now, she said in a dreamy voice, the spirit's touch as good as a full shipment of spice. It was intoxicating. Yes, daughter, her mother said. Your time. Chapter 49. The spirit filled her private quarters and her senses, a sense of power and cold so strong that it almost took her breath away. Kira looked into those strange golden lights. She could feel the presence of the spirit, strong and undeniable. If it was a hallucination caused by her sickness, then she must have been in worse shape than Dr. Vran thought. The wraith-like being began to lose solidity. It became more mist than substance, its body bending and twisting. Only the head and the face remained constant. Her mother continued to watch her, continued to swirl around her like a shadow given life and purpose. Kira was still trying to accept what she was seeing. She had heard of force spirits before, of course. She had read about them during her training and been told how dangerous they could be. Trembles, the now deceased overseer of Corbin Academy, had warned her about spirits shortly after her first week of training had begun. Though it is rare, you may encounter spirits of fallen Sith within tombs, the overseer had said. I would not advise provoking them. Your powers and weapons will have little or no effect on the fallen, but they will most definitely be able to hurt you. She had never encountered a spirit herself, only felt the presence of one in the forgotten tomb where she had first earned her status as a Sith. Such spirits wield great power, Avaryss reminded her, which, of course, begs the question. Who is this really? Mother never showed any force potential. She never wielded the power of the dark side. In short, what is this thing floating before us? Kira didn't want to deny what she was seeing, but Avi did have a point. If Mother had been strong enough to find her way back as a force spirit, why had she not used that power the night that she had been murdered? Why did she only have such power now? Kira considered those questions, but feared the answer. If this was all an attempt at manipulation, the Shadow would be most displeased with the results. She would make sure that it answered for such an insult. Is it truly you, Mother? She asked. Please, tell me. It is me, the Shadow said in his disembodied voice, in the spirit if not in the flesh. Maya Lila smiled. It is good that you are finally strong enough to see me, dear. I've been whispering to you for months, trying to draw you here, to help you make the choice. The right choice? Kira thought back of all the times she had heard her mother's voice, how many times the old lullaby had found its way into her head. It had been an interesting way to reach out, to be sure, but once again, the question of why and how remained. How had Mother managed such a featuring? Who had she been, really? You tell me that my time has come, she said to the spirit. It is almost here, her mother repeated. The end of the rebellion on Ardana draws near, and with it the time of your revenge approaches. The spirit swirled around her. Kira shivered as she felt its icy touch. All that you desire will soon be yours, my child, and a destiny beyond your wildest dreams. Avaryss took control. She would not let Kira be misled by a shadow and a daydream of returning family. We looked into your past, Mother, she said coldly. We tried to, anyway. Avaryss smiled. It seems that you do not exist, or rather, someone went to a great deal of trouble to make everyone think that you did not exist. Your records are sealed, possibly by someone from the old Emperor's office. That is a lot of attention for a farmer's wife to hold in the places of power. She could feel the yellow orbs that were the spirit's eyes burning into her. Avaryss was not afraid. Who were you, Mother? What was the reason for all this secrecy? Who was Maya Maritza, and what is her connection to the rebellion that now rages back home? So many questions, the spirit hissed. Do you not trust me, child? I'm a Sith, she replied. Trust does not come easily from me. If the spirit was insulted, she did not show it. If anything, it radiated amusement, as if it knew it could not be harmed by her. It was probably right, but Avaryss was willing to play a bluff, see what she could learn. Maya Maritza was not so different than you. Once, the Shadow responded, she was a daughter of Dromund Kaas, and born with the Force singing in her blood. The spirit shifted, a sense of melancholy radiated out from it. Maya was not strong enough to embrace her destiny. The Force, it frightened her. She did not wish to be swept away by its power, changed into someone that she would not recognize. The spirit continued to swirl around the Sith, touching her ever so gently with her power. She fled, it continued. She fled to the outskirts of the Empire, from the center of power, far from those that would change her. Her gifts were still in their infancy, but they were strong enough to ensnare those mundanes that could help her build a new life for herself, a life that gave her a chance to avoid the questions of those that she had escaped. The spirit smiled again, proud of what it had accomplished in his life. It was so easy, daughter, to disappear. The war against the Republic was about to start, and all eyes were turned to our enemies. They were not watchful for one such as I, one that had escaped their clutches. Avaryss sneered at the ghost's reaction. If what the spirit said was true, then a young girl had made a terrible mistake. Maya Maritza was strong in the Force, and she squandered that ability. When she felt the dark side's call, she fled from it like a cowering animal. Avaryss shook her head. Pathetic. The spirit reared up, anger flashed in his golden eyes, tendrils of shadow began to reshape, becoming blades and scythes. Do not judge me, Avaryss of the Sith, she spat. If not for my choice, you would not be here. You would not have been born had I not come to Ordana. You would not even exist, so show some gratitude. Kira swam to the forefront, pushing Evie back. Forgive us, Mother, Evie meant no disrespect. Maya Lilith hissed. The traditions and the teaching of the Sith have twisted her view on the world. I knew that she would never help me. This is why I encouraged your rise, daughter. I tried to give Kira enough strength to manifest herself again. The spirit smiled. I did not foresee what would happen. I thought to remind you of who you were, but it seems all I did was contribute to your mind splitting apart. It is not what I would have preferred, but we must work with what we have, and besides, you have grown so strong, my dear Kira. You are a better Sith than Avaryss, that much is clear, stronger and more devious. The spirit radiated joy. I'm so proud of you, daughter. Soon you will be ready to take your rightful place. And what is my rightful place, Mother? What is it that you foresee in my future? The future of the Empire, of course, she replied. You will sit on the throne and lead the Empire into a renaissance of power. So it says, Avaryss whispered in the back of Kira's mind. Did you not hear what it said? Kira, she encouraged our mental break. The split that we now endure was partially because of her. Are you willing to accept all that she offers at face value? Kira was not quite sure. She wanted to believe that the spirit was telling the truth, but deception was a part of the dark side. Could any dark side spirit truly be trusted? Is Tal Maritza a member of your family? She asked. Is this whole rebellion motivated by revenge? Is someone plotting against Lord Fear because of what happened to you? Tal Maritza does not realize that he is a pawn in a much larger game. The spirit responded. The rebellion serves a purpose, to prepare the Empire to receive its next ruler. The Lilas family will rise if you continue to walk the path that I've said, daughter. You need not fear Tal Maritza. He is already dead. He just doesn't know it, yet. Kira nodded, but inside, she was not so accepting. It didn't answer your question, Avaryss reminded her. How many times has Darth Fear promised you the same things that this shade is offering? Be mindful. Wise advice, Kira thought, but perhaps. We can still use what she is offering. A pawn can become a king if one makes the right moves. She smiled. Betrayal was a dance that a Sith needed to learn. The steps were the path to power, and doorway to the vacant throne. I want what you are offering, Mother, she admitted, but I shall need more. You say that you are more than just a voice in my head. Show me, please, give me a sign that this is more than the result of my mind turning against me. The shadow slithered around her, drawing in closer. More? The shadow hissed with a hungry smile. I can give you more, daughter, proof that I'm an ally to not only you but to the Lilas family as a whole. In life, when I was young, I moved easily through the halls of the Citadel, a beautiful prize that powerful men desire to possess. My presence there is still strong. I've seen much, and now I shall share with you something you have been plotting for a while now. The shadow slid back, one of its tendrils ensnaring Kira's datapad. It turned on by itself and began accessing files. Kira watched as Wraith brought up information that she had never seen before. She leaned in and read the file as the shadow withdrew, A cruel smile came to the Dark Lord's lips. "Well," she purred, "what do we have here?" The shadow smirked. "A key to a door," it whispered. "You have desired to remove one of your enemies from the Moth's court, and now, you have what you need to do that. Bring this information to alien that serves you. He will verify what you are seeing." The shadow began to dissipate. "Rest," it murmured. "I need rest. It has been draining appearing here, and I must restore my strength." Kira picked up the datapad, eager to return to Ordana. She was ready to move her plan forward. "Will I see you again, Mother? Will you be able to answer more of my questions?" The spirit nodded. "All will become clear, daughter. Soon one will come with the answers you seek. Soon you shall have a new apprentice, one far more powerful than the sycophants you have gathered around yourself. Together, the two of you will be complete, and the throne will be yours." The shadow faded away. Kira felt it leave. The power that encircled her was gone. She sighed, feeling a sense of loss. She is gone again? My mother is gone. But that sense of loss was only temporary. She read the file again, and grinned. She needed to show this to Dime before they reached Ordana. The time had come to remove one of Darth Fear's pieces from the board. She shivered with anticipation. It is all coming together now, she thought hungrily. First Ordana, then Fear, then the Empire, and a new apprentice as well. But who? Kira wondered. Necris, Zen, and Dime would likely not be pleased to see a fourth added to their company. Of course, they would have to be alive to be displeased if this new Sith was as powerful as her mother promised, if he or she was raw potential just waiting for a master to mold. Things might get interesting quite soon, yes? Very interesting indeed. Kira was already at the landing ramp when the Fury finally touched down on the landing platform of the Capitol Tower. Dime and Holly were at her side with HK Sigma-3 bringing up the rear. Dr. Vran followed after them with her data pad and recording droids, making notes and observations as ever. Kira smiled. She was still not sure about the Chiss, but she sensed no treason in her, no intent to harm her new employer. That was good. If Project Death Knell was going to get off the ground again, she would need a smart and eager scientific mind to see it through. Her two previous scientists, Dr. Ewan Bolt and his wife Janessa, had been an extreme disappointment. Not only had they cost her time, credits, and efforts, but they had foolishly thought to turn Death Knell against her, revenge for their former employer Darth Tarrant. Both scientists had died for their treason. Ewan was killed by the Republic, and Janessa had been force-choked to death by Avaryss herself. She hoped that the Chiss would be made of sterner stuff, and be able to deliver results. She would see how the nasty thing that she had helped create behaved when it was awakened. From there, she would be able to better gauge the Blue Woman's skill and talent. The boarding ramp lowered, steam hissed as it came down, and Kira and her crew disembarked. They were met at the entrance by Barrick, Bleez, and Zen. Kira looked up and saw Necris as well, the Devish standing watch over Sinfear, the girl now clad in an Imperial military uniform. The Dark Lord smiled. She looked forward to what was coming next. This would be Lady Sin's coming-out party, and the end of one of Fear and Sadie's sycophants. She was most eager to get this party started. "My lord," Barrick said, bowing slightly, "welcome home." "My lord," the War Master said with a bow. "Master," Zen purred, dropping into a deep curtsy. "Hello, Captain, War Master." "Apprentice," she said with a curt nod. Barrick gave her a curious look. She wondered if he noticed anything different about her. She certainly felt different. Knowing the truth about her condition had changed everything. She saw the world with new eyes. She no longer had time for games. She needed to deal with certain matters now. In fact, new eyes were on the agenda, as well as a new brain, hands, feet, and everything else. The thought amused her. She would need to speak with Bleez privately. The acquisition of materials for the ritual to transfer her essence to a new form needed to begin, not to mention the acquisition of her new body. She had given it some thought on the way back. She thought she had picked out the perfect candidate, not just to continue her life, but to begin the next stage of her plans. The Republic still needed to answer for as many crimes. The traitors Kira Carson and Scourge needed to be hunted down and punished. She needed a body that would help the Empire in those endeavors, to hasten the fall of their ancient enemy, and the Republic that sheltered them. The mere thought of it made her feel all tingly. Any old body would simply not do. She needed someone close to the Jedi. Someone they would not see coming. Someone that their Republic allies would trust. It would also be good to take a little personal revenge. That was never a bad thing. The thought made her smile. Her enemies would not know what hit them. She looked around the landing pad, surprised not to see more people here to welcome her. Where are Moff Gallic and Magistrate Hissa? I requested that they be here. Barrick shifted uncomfortably in place. The magistrate sends his apologies. He informed her he is currently hosting a state dinner in the tower penthouse. He promises to send you a full report in the morning. Kira's eyes narrowed. He holds a dinner for the powerful here in Dana City, and promised me a mere report. Kira glared at her brother. Were you invited to this dinner, Captain? I was not, my lord. Kira frowned. What, you were my designated proxy while I was away? You should be there. It should be your report that I listened to, not Moff Gallic's. The Moff didn't leave it up for debate, my lord. Zen spoke up quickly, coming to her lover's rescue. Varric was told by Lord Sadi herself that he did not need to attend. Did she? Kira said in a cold, silky voice. Well, it seems that I need to have words with Lord Sadi, don't I? It was at that moment that Dr. Vran separated herself from the group, getting right up in Barrick's face and running a medical scanner over his head, its bright yellow lights making him wince. Interesting, the Chiss murmured. Most interesting. Kira's brother glared at the alien. What is this? He demanded. Who are you? Vran, the Chiss replied. You must be the brother. Yes. The one without force powers. The Chiss entered some readings on her data pad. You will make an excellent control for my research. Barrett blinked. Control. Sister, what is this? Who is this person? A scientist that has recently entered my employ, Kira responded. Vran is helping me with some confidential matters. She did not want to tell Barrick she was dying, not yet. Such a conversation was not one to be had surrounded by so many prying eyes and ears. Where do you want this, boss? Rink emerged pushing the tank containing the nest thing. Those that had not been on the Tatooine mission recoiled in horror. The silhouette of the creature was the stuff of nightmares. Zen gasped as she saw it. The massive wings curled around the powerful form. What is that? She demanded, her hand going for her lightsaber. The thing in the tank shuddered. Barrick started to draw his blaster. A scientific experiment, Kira replied, raising her hand, stopping any violence before it got out of hand. Something that Dr. Vran is working on for me. She turned to Rink. See that safely to one of the rooms near my quarters. Use the freight lift. Let us not spook anyone in the tower. Gotcha, boss, Rink said, saluting. Come on, Lu Jane, help me. Holly joined him, helping maneuver the large tank. Vran turned to her new master. I should go, as well, my lord. Make sure that the machine is functioning properly, and that the subject's live readings are stable. The Chiss moved in closer, whispering in her ear. You should also come see me about another injection. I've prepared a new batch of serum. The medical bay on your ship is quite adequate. I will, Doctor, she promised, once I've had a word with my fellow Sith. Kira's eyes narrowed. Some things need to be explained to them. The Chiss nodded, her recorder droid bobbing around her head and wake as she followed Holly and Rink. Kira took a deep breath. She looked over at Dime. The file I showed you, are you sure that its contents are accurate? They are either accurate or an amazing forgery, the Muin said. I'm not sure how you knew where to look to find it, but between that and what Sin and I found, you have more than enough evidence to take care of this problem. Kira smiled. I'm so pleased that you agree. She went to Sin. Her master's daughter looked around nervously. She had been kept hidden for so long, she likely wondered why all the secrecy had finally ended. Are you ready to do this? Kira asked. Are you ready to do your duty for the Empire? Ready as I will ever be, the girl said, adjusting her cap. She looked up at the lights from the distant penthouse. My mother is here, the girl said. I can sense her. You can? Kira replied. Surprising. Sin's eyes narrowed. I may be weak in the Force, but I still have it. I'm no mere mundane. I'm glad to hear it, the Dark Lord said dryly. Having a touch of power will make things easier in your new position. As you say, my lord, Lady Fear said, but what will my new position be? Dime would not tell me. You will see, Kira promised. I need to make a example first, but then the way will be clear for you to do much for the Empire here on Ardana. Far more than your father would have thought. Good, the girl said with a cold smile. I will show him that I'm someone that can be just cast aside. The girl's anger pleased her. She would need that fire in the coming days. Some people might question her. She would need to be strong as she settled into her new duties. I need to go pay my respects to the Moth, she informed her fellows. If you will all follow me. Her house fell in step beside her. Kira smiled as she made her way towards the turbolift. Moff Gallic was about to learn a valuable lesson, one she should have taught him long ago. She shivered with anticipation. This would be fun. Lord Avaryss. What a surprise. Kira smiled as she stood in the doorway of the dining hall, her house and apprentices at her back. You want me to take this? Avaryss offered. I'm more than willing. No, Kira thought to her other half. I will deal with this matter myself. She smiled. You may sit back, Avi, and relax. The penthouse dining hall of the government tower was called the Ragnus Room. It was called this because its main centerpiece was life-size portrait of the ancient Dark Lord Marka Ragnus, one of the most successful Sith of his time, the man who ruled for a century and elevated the Emperor himself to lordship. Copies of the Dark Lord's legendary scepter were spaced evenly around the room, heavy steel things chased with gold. They were a symbol of the wealth and power that the Empire wielded, both in the far-off Golden Age and today. The dining table sat 30, and at this moment, it was full. She recognized Darth Sadi at the head with Beale to her right and the Moff to her immediate left. Across from the Moff sat Lemore and his most recent concubine. Next to the trade minister sat his assistant, T.M. Nerla. She had never spoken to the man, but he had been at several meetings between herself and the trade minister. She gave him a respectful nod. He had an important part to play this evening. Colonel Glask was there too. She should not have been surprised that he was invited. He came from a wealthy family and had her master's ear. The rest of those at the table were various functionaries she was not familiar with. The only one she made mental note of was Gravit Satchoff. He was the Hutt Cardinal's main contact here on Ardana and helped provide the government farms with the necessary labor they needed to stay running. I will need to speak with him soon, she thought. I will have need of a great many slaves soon enough. It was Darth Sadi that had spoken up. She stood and offered welcome to her sister Sith. We did not expect you back until tomorrow, my lord, she said. Please join us. You are more than welcome at our table. I'm sure you didn't, Kira thought, but that was no excuse for offering me such insult. She smiled. There is no need for that, Lord Sadi, she answered. I'm a bit tired from my journey, but felt the need to check in before I retired for the evening. What I have to say will be brief. Of course, my friend, of course, Sadi said, gesturing. We welcome anything you have to say. We'll see about that, Avi said from her place in the back of Kira's mind. The young Dark Lord almost laughed. How little Sadi truly understood. She looked around the room again, surprised not to see Magistrate Hissa here, or Ro Wilkes, though she should not have been surprised. Hissa held little favor with Sadi, which meant he was likely barred from such affairs, and Ro, being Kira's aide and lover, would have been equally denied entrance, at least on his own. It's for the best, she thought. This way they would not see what was about to happen. Kira sighed. Oh, how she enjoyed flexing her powers. She smiled. My good men and women, she began, I get the feeling that none of you understand my true purpose here. Since my return home, some of you have labored under the idea that my presence here is only to advance my master's interests, which some of you assume to be your interests. After all, it was he that placed you in your positions, and has not issued any complaint or rebuke for your actions. She began to pace, walking behind the various guests. She kept her hands behind her back and her tone light. She giggled. As a Darth, it falls to me to maintain order in our beloved empire. While the full Jedi preach equality and peace, we Sith understand that the one constant in the galaxy is that people are not all equal, and peace is a lie. She paused briefly behind Fear. She rested her hands on his shoulders. He looked at his master, who nodded, no doubt, suggesting that he do nothing. Wise choice, she thought. She removed her hands and continued to pace, walking the full length of the table. Yes, people are not equal, she continued, moving past Beale and his master, moving past Moff Gallic and his wife, and continuing farther down, passing by guest after guest. She came to Sinestra Fear. She was surprised that her master's wife was here, but she should not have been. Sinestra would have been insulted had she not been invited. Yet, inequality does not mean that people are without use, Kira continued. Take young Sin here. She is quite talented and very useful in my work. She gestured for the group to part. Sin Fear stepped forward. Sinestra turned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sin, she gasped. Hello, Mother, the girl said coldly. Has been some time. Sinestra shot an angry look at Kira, her eyes flaring. What is the meaning of this? She demanded. What game are you playing, girl? Kira chuckled. It is about rage, Lady Sinestra. She informed the other Sith. On Korriban, we are taught to harness our rage and hatred, to let it lift us up and make us strong. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Kira reached out with the Force and pulled one of the heavy metal scepters into her hands. It was heavier than it looked, but her cybernetic hand was more than up to the task of wielding it. A bit weighty, she purred. I'm guessing the real one wasn't as heavy. She laughed lightly and continued her circuit, spinning the scepter lightly. Passion can overwhelm a Sith sometimes, she admitted. It is easy to lose yourself to your anger, and when that happens you become a tool of the dark side instead of it serving you. She glanced over at Beale. She was drawing closer to him again. She gently thumped the scepter in her organic palm. Slap! 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 True mastery of the dark side is knowing when not to give into your rage of containing it, and using its power to serve your needs. Is there a point to all this, Lord Avaryss? Moff Gallic asked. I'm getting there now, Governor, she answered. And be a dear, and do not interrupt me again. The Moff wisely shut his mouth. Where was I? Kira asked. Oh yes, mastery. I studied long and hard to master my abilities, to become more than my master's errant girl. But many people at this table still think so little of me, so much so that they are willing to speak out of turn, to even offer support to the rebels. She sensed the change in the party. They were starting to understand the point, but she was not there, yet. An example still needed to be made. She looked up at Dime. Apprentice, send the file that I sent you. As you wish, my lord, the Moon said, entering the command on his data pad. Several of the pads belonging to the people at the table beeped. What you are all receiving is the result of an investigation I undertook as High Inquisitor. Finance is really not my thing, but fortunately I have skilled people who serve me, people who do understand the ebb and flow of credits. She laughed dismissively. She passed by Sinestra again. A lot of credits pass through several holding companies here in the capital. Not all of them make it out again, but that is to be understandable. Graft is the cost of doing business. It was the amounts, however, that caught my eye. She paused briefly behind Moff Gallic. The interesting thing is that these holding companies that are being paid have nothing to do with the primary business of our world. It has nothing to do with food or medical production, and yet someone is still transferring credits into these accounts, and before those credits can move on, large amounts have been deducted. It has been messed up until this point because no one was watching too closely. Anyone who investigated might have thought that some bureaucrat was helping himself to a little petty cash. I have no real problem with that. As I said, a little corruption is to be expected, the cost of doing business. She paused behind Glask, touching his arm with her mechanical one. It would not be hard to slide her metal fingers up and tear out his throat. Tempting, but not why she was here. She let go and continued on. Business is business, she added. But recently I found an interesting piece of evidence. linking one of these holding companies with the recently deceased go-between on Nar Shadda, a man that I saw die myself, a man that was used to hire people to strike at our holdings on Fallis. She took a deep breath, her anger finally coming to the surface. Tell me, good people, when did you start thinking you were smarter than me? I'm a Darth, a Dark Lord of the Sith. Deception and cunning are as natural to me as breathing the air. She began to pound the scepter hard into her palm. The sound of metal slapping against flesh became louder and louder. Do you good people think that I'm an idiot? Do you not know the penalty for treason? Are you so used to getting away with whatever you want because you think Darth Fear understands? Do you? Her voice became more and more shrill. Her anger was starting to boil over. You think Fear will shield you, that you can get away with whatever you want. It is true that he wanted me to preserve what he had built here, but he also charged me with dealing with the rebels. I've been patient more than understanding, and if I had 5 or 6 years I might be able to bring you all over to my way of thinking, but I'm running out of time. The Empire is running out of time. The Republic and Jedi continue to resist us. I don't have the time to coddle and change your minds. I must act now. I understand your position, my friend, Darth Sadi said, but seriously, before you make any rash judgments you should consult your master. We can go speak with him now, together. I appreciate that, Lord Sadi, Kira said sweetly, but I fear that the time for talk is over. Someone here has been talking to our enemies, conspiring with the rebels to harm the Imperial war effort. They must answer for that. Yes, they must answer. Kira took a shuddering breath. She continued to bang the scepter into her palm. Slap, slap, slap. When someone betrays us, they must answer. Slap, slap, slap. When you speak with our enemies, consort with them. She stopped directly behind the trade minister. This is what happens. Croak. Kira swung the scepter with all her strength, using the force to make the strike that much harder. T.M. Nurla's face exploded. Blood and bones splattered the table, and the 2 people sitting next to him. Mor's concubine shrieked in horror. The bloody mess that had been T.M. Nurla tried to sit up, his jaw and nose pulverized. Sucking sounds came through the holes that had once been his nose and mouth. Kira struck him again, this time across the back of his skull. The man's head pulped as she struck him again and again. The other guests screamed, some wretched sickened by the violence. The Dark Lord did not stop. She gave into her anger, savoring the sweet release. Through the haze of fury, Kira caught Bill's cruel gaze, his eyes alight with excitement at the brutal way she was killing the traitor. Still a little pervert, she thought, no matter what Sadi did. Avaryss. Sadi was on her feet, shouting. Mor's girl was still screaming. Kira glared at her, her eyes ablaze with purple fire. Shut that whore up or I will have her tongue. The woman had enough wits about her to cover her mouth. She looked away sobbing. Lord Avaryss. Sadi was on her feet, her lightsaber in hand, its blade lit with an evil hiss. Enough. Kira heard her, not that it really mattered. The point had been made. The specter of treason had been dealt with thanks to the specter of Maya Lilas. Kira almost laughed. She was pleased. She looked down at the bloody twitching mess that had been T.M. Nurla. She grinned, her face spattered with blood and bone. She giggled. By order of the High Inquisitor of Ordana, she said, let it be known that the traitor T.M. Nurla was executed on this date, his execution carried out by the Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and High Inquisitor. She plucked a piece of bone out of her hair and turned to Lemore. Let it also be known that, by order of the Dark Council, Lemore is also charged with treason and will be interrogated immediately. She turned to 2 of the guards that had watched the affair with shocked eyes. Guards, seize him. They had just enough to smarts to obey, ignoring the twitching body at the table. Mor shrieked as he was dragged away, begging for mercy and declaring his innocence. Kira smiled. He would not be singing that tune much longer. She threw the scepter down with a loud clang. She no longer had need of it. The higher-ups looked at her with new eyes. She grinned at them. Order has returned to Ordana, she said. Let your friends and families know. She paused as she was walking away. She noticed a piece of sweetbread on one of the guest plates. It had been shielded from her rage by a drinking glass. "Do you mind?" she asked the horrified man. "It seems that I've worked up an appetite." The man nodded dumbly. "Thanks," she said, plucking up the morsel and popping it into her mouth. She shivered. Delicious. She looked at the moth and Darth Sadi. Neither looked pleased. She grinned. "Too bad." She turned to Colonel Glask. "You should come along, Colonel. We have an interrogation to conduct." The man swallowed hard. He looked at Sinestra, who nodded. She had said nothing about the violence. She only had eyes for her daughter, the eyes of a concerned mother. Kira's own people did not seem that affected. Well, almost all. Varric looked like he was going to be sick. Poor boy, she thought. I thought he had a stronger stomach. "Enjoy the rest of your dinner, folks," she called as she left with her servants filing out behind her. She looked over her shoulder and smiled wickedly at them all. "I'm sure I'll be seeing you all again soon." She enjoyed the shiver that ran through the group. The dark side was alive with their fear and horror. Delicious. Yes, she thought, I will be seeing them all again soon. Very soon. Chapter 50. Sister, what were you thinking? Kira barely heard him. She was currently floating 3 feet above her bed, deep in Sith meditation. Why must he be here now? She wondered dreamily. Can he not see that I'm riding the waves of power? The thought made her giggle. She felt wonderful. She felt like she could take on the entire Jedi Order herself. She took a deep and cleansing breath. I am everything, she thought. Let all my enemies beware. They are nothing to me. They are nothing. She had just come from seeing Dr. Vran. The Chiss had given her another injection, a new version of the serum that she had developed to combat the symptoms of the virus that Tarek had unleashed upon his unwilling possible apprentice. You may feel a little different after this one. My lord, the Chiss warned, this version of my serum contains a 5% Ryle spice mix. The alien smiled. Spice has been known to boost telepathic abilities in the human brain, and should serve well in keeping the nerves being affected by the virus functioning. Plus, you will likely feel really good for a bit. I suggest returning to your quarters until the initial euphoria wears off. She had done just that, following her doctor's advice. She had gone from the interrogation suite straight to the Chiss, and now she was back in her quarters. She had taken a long hot shower, the spice burning in her brain, and the hot water feelings fantastic on her bare skin. She washed away the blood, bone, and violence of the dinner and the interrogation that had come afterward. Blood ran from her fingertips as she wiped away the leftovers of Ardana's former trade minister. Even now his screams echoed in her ears. He had not given up any names, not yet. But he would. Time and pain would reveal everything. It was all so delicious to get so dirty, and now to have the chance to be clean. It was an experience that she treasured. The only thing that could have made her shower better was if Ro or Finn had been there to share the experience. She had been left aroused by the destruction she had caused, and wished that either of the men in her life could be here, now, to help her slake the lust that now burned so brightly within her. She longed for release, to feel strong male hands moving over her body, helping her clean those hard-to-reach places. She had left the shower, slightly disappointed, missing the touch of a good man. She had slipped on a humble white shift, and tried to make the best of her frustration, to use it to cultivate greater strength. She began to meditate, basking in the power of the dark side, and the violence that she had caused. Varric had arrived shortly after. Her dear brother had stormed in before she had a chance to prepare. Her guards, so used to simply letting him into her quarters, had not tried to keep him out. It had not occurred to her to tell them that she was not to be disturbed. It had been an oversight on her part. Oops, she thought with a giggle. Oh well, nothing she could do about it now. She took another shuddering breath. She felt great. It was not simply the spice, though. That was only a minor pleasure, one that she did not indulge normally. No, what had her feeling so good at that moment was fear. She could feel it. It radiated through the tower like the light from a star. Beautiful, uncontrollable, and undeniable terror. And it was all because of her. All because of what she had unleashed. It was delicious. It was glorious. Panic ran through the inhabitants of the government tower. Word of Lemur's arrest, not to mention the example that Kira had made of his aide had spread. For too long, the people that lived and worked here assumed she was just a tool of her master, that she would do nothing to change up the system he had built. They had been wrong, and now the rodents were scrambling, contacting people, erasing records, and wondering what the High Inquisitor would do next if they would share the fate of Lemur's aide. They fear me, she thought, as they should have done from the start. She smiled. Good. She should have cultivated that particular emotion from the very beginning. Beric was still ranting at her. She heard him mostly, and tried to tune it out, but soon realized that it was impossible. She sighed. We will just have to speak with him, Avaryss said. It will be the only way to get him to leave. Not the only way, Kira thought back, but you are right. I've had my fun for the day. I should try to be civil about this. She lowered herself to the bed and opened her eyes. Fortunately, she had not had the chance to slip truly deep into the dark side. She had not been meditating long. Beric was rambling on and on about the trade minister. She didn't understand why. The man had been a traitor, and though he had not named names yet, he would. She didn't doubt her talent in that particular arena. More would talk, eventually. He would be spending the night in the interrogation room. She would resume his questioning in the morning. They would continue their conversation, and he would have names for her. She would make sure of that. They were only just getting started. He would talk. People always talked. Of course, she still had to be careful. She didn't want to lose her prize. Her master would still expect an explanation, beyond the evidence that she had found. It was wise to proceed cautiously. That was why she had brought Colonel Glask with her. She knew that the loyalty officer would want to sit in on the interrogation, for her master's sake if anything else. Though Abby was not overly fond of torture, Kira was starting to revel in it, to savor the little emotions of her subject. She had taken her time with Moore, tried to learn just what the man knew about the rebellion, and why he was funneling credits into holding companies that they had access to. The man had not wanted to talk. He resisted. He was clearly scared and protecting someone. Kira endeavored to find out who. She had taken extreme measures to get him to talk. Once again annoyed that she had been born with no talent for forced persuasion, it would have made things so much easier. But then again, it would not have been as much fun had she not been able to apply so many of the wonderful toys that the interrogation suite had to offer. She had indulged herself, not even bothering with the torture droid. Why should the machine have all the fun? When she had finally stopped for the night, Colonel Glask had looked at her with a newfound respect. She knew how he had seen her before all this, how he had looked down on her. This interrogation was as much about his education as it was about extracting information from the traitorous trade minister. Let him dare say that I'm weak. Let him suggest it. Tonight, he had seen otherwise, and left the room a little paler than when he came in. Perhaps he had doubted the limits of her cruelty. Tonight, he had seen that her limits were far more than he realized. She was eager to hear what the man's next transmission to her master would say. She hoped that he now realized that she was far more than a mere tool. Moore had not cracked, yet she was surprised, but not as much as she should have been. She once again wondered if Darth Sadi knew anything about what was happening. The man had had her ear after all. She wondered if Moore was protecting her. If so, it would not be forever. The man would tell her what she wanted to know. Sadi should have killed Moore before letting him be taken away. Her hesitation would be her undoing. That, or perhaps she underestimated Avaryss, still thought of her as mere extension of her master's will. If so, the Lord of the Iddy system was wrong. She was so much more. Sister, Kira, are you listening to me? She rolled her eyes. Yes, Rick, she replied with an exasperated sigh. I think they can hear you back on Dromund Kaas. She looked at her brother. He was pacing nervously, on the verge of panic. She had never seen him like this. It was surprising to say the least. What were you thinking? He repeated. Are you mad? I'm actually quite content right now, she said with a dreamy smile. He gave her a look of pure disbelief. Sister, are you high? I was when you entered, she replied, with a touch of annoyance. May I ask why you would seek to ruin my good mood? Your good mood? Her brother stammered. That is what you're concerned with. He shook his head. Kira, he said, sounding aghast, you beat a man's head in with the scepter. I needed to make an example, and the man did not deserve the decency of a firing squad, or to be strangled by the Force. The rebels are animals, brother, they prey on civilians. The man deserved an animal's death. She smirked. It was most gratifying. He turned, she could feel the fear radiating off of him as well, and it sickened her. You are my brother, and I love you, but I cannot understand this. When did you go so soft? Her brother should have been celebrating her success, not worrying about it, and it was a success. She was finally moving forward without fear. He should have been pleased. Lemore was protected by your master, he reminded her. What do you think the counselor will say when he finds out about this? A good question, Kira realized, and one she had considered before making her move. Moore was a traitor, she reminded him. The evidence I presented proves that, and besides, it is not like I had no plan to replace him. Effective immediately, Sinfir will serve as interim trade minister for Ordana. My apprentice Dime will aid her. She is actually quite sharp. She will serve well in her new position. She wondered how her master would respond when he learned that. His reaction would be most interesting. Fear would no doubt have some questions about Sin's presence here, how she survived the attack on Dromund Kaas, but he would understand the message she was sending by revealing that she had the girl. He would understand that his daughter was now hers, and what might happen if he tried to oppose her openly. Fear might try to strike back, while she didn't think he would, not yet, anyway. Sinestra was here, and she had seen her daughter. To be honest, Kira had expected a visit by her before anyone else, no doubt wanting an explanation and a chance to speak with her eldest child. Kira had already moved Sin out of the capital, just in case. The girl would return to resume her new duty shortly, but only after Kira and Sinestra Fear had had a chance to talk, and to reach a new understanding. This was a dangerous game they were playing, but for the first time, she was starting to feel like she was 2 moves ahead. She was eager to see what move her master might try next, and what countermove the rebels would attempt to try and pay her back for Minister Moore's removal. Whatever their plan, it would not save them. She was no longer interested in toying with the rebels and playing power games with the rulers of Ordana. She no longer had the time for that. She likely no longer had the time for anything. I don't understand this, Barrick said, once again pacing before her. Your plans were working. They were moving slowly, but they were working. That they were, she agreed, but they were moving too slow. I needed to heat things up and accelerate what we were trying to accomplish. But why? He demanded. It was working. You were winning the hearts and minds of the people. Kira frowned. She did not believe she needed to explain herself. She was a Sith Lord. Her brother was mere Imperial. He should remember his place. The war continues to drag on, she reminded him. The quicker that I resolve this matter, the quicker that the Empire can get back to dealing with its true enemies, the Republic and their Jedi lapdogs. The resources of Ordana must continue to flow, and they can only do that once the rebels have been neutralized. Kira grinned. And it will not be long now, Rick. I can feel it. Our victory is at hand. Barrick shook his head. He remained skeptical. His doubt in her was annoying. Why did he still underestimate her power? You know that there is going to be retaliation for this. There must have been a better way. Yes, you made a point tonight, but you also burned down the bridges that you were building with the leadership. Sadi will no doubt see you as an enemy now. I've been her enemy from the very beginning, she reminded him. Now we are both free to admit it. You could have handled this better. If the rebels are so close to disintegrating, why provoke the rest of the leadership? You could have moved more cautiously, ensured that the rebels were neutralized, unable to strike at the Empire's interests. You could have hobbled them and kept your good relations with Sadi and her allies. I could have, yes, she agreed, trying not to lose her temper. His questioning of her was starting to annoy her. But once again, as I said, We were moving too slow. I needed to accelerate my plans. But why? Demanded. We had the time. What did it matter if you took the next 5 years establishing a power base here? You could. Kira couldn't help it. She lost control, angry at her brother's insolence, and questioning of her rule. She lost control. I'm dying, you idiot. I don't have 5 Griffin years. I may not have 2. Her admission caught him off guard. The force radiated with shock and disbelief. Both Kira and Avaryss blinked. Shit, Avaryss thought. Kira, what have you done? She had no answer, of course. She had lost her temper, and now this. Beric looked at her. To say he was surprised was an understatement. Dying, he said, but I don't understand. He looked her up and down. You look fine, sister. You look better than any time since we met back on Terrace. She gave him a sad smile. The healthy glow in my cheeks is proof of my approaching end. She informed him Darth Tarek murdered me the day he attacked the Fear Estate. What we mistook for a vaccine to his Fidden virus was actually a cleverly designed bioweapon. It strengthens the body, but destroys the mind. My brain is even now mutating, degrading. She shook her head. As I said, with treatment, I might have 2 years, maybe 3. Beyond that, I'm doomed. My brain will continue to change. I will grow more and more unstable. If I don't die from a seizure, I will end up brain dead, or so insane that I will not be able to function. She laughed coldly. I thought that I was a Sith of destiny. I'm in the prime of my life, and now I discover that my dreams have turned to ash, and all because Darth Tarek wanted me to be his apprentice. She sneered. You have to admire the irony, if nothing else. Her brother shook his head. He was clearly in shock. He didn't want to accept what had happened. She did not blame him. She didn't want to accept it either. If this is true, sister, we need to get you to a doctor. There must be something that we can do. Dr. Vran is handling my treatment, she assured him. The serum she has designed will give me the extra time I need. I will cement my legacy while I still can. And with luck and the resources I've given the good doctor, she will hopefully find a cure, a means to halt the mutations in my brain. And if she can't? He asked. Kira smiled. You are worried about me, dear brother. I'm touched. She laughed. It was a cold and ugly sound. Fear not. I've already taken steps to ensure that my story does not end this way. I've not given up, not yet. He glared at her, angry that he was only hearing about this now. Why would Tarek do this to you? I thought you said he wanted you to serve him. Why would he give you a fatal illness? Because it wasn't meant to be fatal. She informed him Tarek was a scientist and a Sith Lord. The virus strengthens my body, even as it destroys my mind. He would have replaced the dying portions of my brain with cybernetics. In the end, I would have been like Fel. I would have been a puppet dancing on his strings. An angry hiss escaped her lips. The punishment I gave the fool was far too gentle. He may be damned for all eternity, but even that isn't good enough. He destroyed my destiny, and no amount of agony can make up for that. Her brother had fallen silent. He looked like he had been kicked by a rancor. It pleased her to know that he still loved her enough to be worried. Are you sure this actually happening? He asked. What do you mean? He gave her a hopeful expression. How do you know the alien isn't lying? Maybe this serum she is giving you is a poison. Maybe she is trying to kill you. You should seek out another doctor. They may be able to help you. I thought about that, which is why I had the medical droid aboard the Fury do a brain scan. It detected several anomalies, not to mention a chemical imbalance within my brain. She shrugged. The medical scan confirmed what the Chiss told me. The changes are subtle, but they will kill me eventually. What was the droid's prognosis? Pretty much what Vran said. I'm living on borrowed time. She sighed. So you see, I can no longer afford to waste time here. The rebellion must end, or Dana must be protected, and Darth Fear must die. She gave him an evil grin. It is the only way to ensure my legacy, and to make sure that I have the time I need to save myself. That got Beric's attention. Save yourself. So there's a cure. You do have a way to survive this. In a manner of speaking, she replied. She looked down at her hands. They were precious to her at that moment, The euphoria of the spice she had ingested gave way to sense of depression. Part of her wanted to go running to Vran for another injection, but she rejected that idea. That way of thinking led to addiction, and she would not go down that path. She would turn her negative emotions to anger and hate. They would fuel her powers. They would give her what she needed. She would survive. This poor body of mine is used up. It has been poisoned, maimed, and now diseased. It no longer serves its purpose, and so I shall move on and acquire a new body for myself. She grinned wickedly. Soon, dear brother, I shall be reborn. Darth Avaryss will live, and I shall enter a new state of unlimited power. He gave her a sick look. He looked like he didn't recognize her anymore. That is impossible, he said. Difficult, but not impossible, she assured him. The dark side offers many such black miracles, unnatural solutions that would boggle the mundane mind. She giggled. I've spent years researching the topic. Originally I intended to use what I learned to resurrect my lover, Fel. Now I shall use it to survive Tarek's pitiful attempt to destroy me. She smiled. This body will end, it will rest in the tombs of Korriban, but I shall not. This sickness will not be the end of my story, Rick, it will be the beginning. I will survive. Beric looked at her. He looked ill himself. Clearly he did not believe what she was telling him. All the limits of the mundane mind, she thought. She was eager to show him just how wrong he was. She could only imagine the look on his face when she stood before him, staring at him with new eyes and a new face. It would be delicious. Only the Emperor was able to achieve immortality. Kira, you will fail. She frowned. If he only knew. Mother had managed to slip the chains of death. She had returned. If she could do it with only her limited understanding of the dark side, her daughter, a fully trained Sith, should have no problem at all. Of course, what she was planning, it was not the same as what the Emperor had done. He had sought to become a god. She merely thought to ensure her own survival it would be no less miraculous, but it would be far simpler. She needed him to understand this. I do not seek immortality, brother. I seek only to survive long enough to cement my legacy. According to Dr. Vran, the virus does not affect the body, only the brain. The rest of me is healthy, more than healthy. I will endeavor to sire an heir before my time runs out. I will ensure that the Lilas bloodline does not die out. Her eyes sparkled with mischievous intent. This body will not survive long enough for me to see my child grow up, so I will take a new one. I will be both mother and master to the next Lord Avaryss. Boy or girl, it will not matter. I will ensure that my child inherits an empire unlike any that has existed. I will be invulnerable, brother. Your dear baby sister will live a long and happy life. He said nothing. He looked at her like he was looking at a mad woman. She frowned. You doubt me. You doubt the power of the dark side. I would rather you not waste your life chasing fantasies, he said. If you are sick, we can find another way. The galaxy is vast. A cure must exist out there somewhere. I have no time to hunt for it. My plan will succeed. The spell that I require is difficult, but not impossible to perform. Once I've gathered the appropriate components, all that I will require is a Sith strong enough to carry out the final rites. They will help me transition to my new body, and in return, I will reward them with knowledge and powers beyond their wildest dreams. And who is this lucky Sith, he asked, who can you trust with something this big? That is the question, isn't it? She said, I will find someone, trust me on that. As for my new body, I have several candidates in mind. I will set HK on the hunt. He is good at his job, and will bring me what I require. HK, he said, why not me, Kira? Do you not trust me? You have another purpose, Rick, one that is just as important. Her smile turned sad. If I fail, if I cannot ascend to true power, the future of our house belongs to you. You must convince Zen to give you a child. The two of you must ensure the continuance of the Avaryss bloodline. She enjoyed the blush that came to his cheeks. Surely the thought of impregnating Zen was not that daunting. I will have a gift for you soon. A failsafe should my plan prove to be just a fantasy story. She reached out with the force. A hidden panel built into the walls of her chamber opened. A small crystalline pyramid floated out and into the Dark Lord's hand. She smiled at it. Its surface was black, with gold fittings. Sith glyphs adorned its sides, chief among them the ancient symbol for greed, for Avaryss. She showed it to him. "What is it?" he asked. "A holocron," she replied. "My holocron. I started work on it after the Inferno Nebula. It contains many of my spells and tales of my adventures." She reached out to the device with the force. It glowed and a holographic representation of her appeared above its surface. "I am Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith," the image said. "State your desire, hopeful." Kira grinned as she dismissed the image. She looked at her brother, her expression hard and serious. "What is contained within this holocron is what I will leave for your children, should my plans fail. They will grow up knowing my teachings. They will ensure that my legacy endures, that the Lilith family and their progeny endure for the next 1,000 years. Beric nodded as he looked at the Sith device. He met his sister's gaze. "I will guard it with my life," he promised. "My children and their children will honor you and continue to follow your path." She laughed. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves, Rick," she said with an amused smirk. "I'm not dead, yet. As I told you, this is only a failsafe. I intend to be there and watch your children grow." He took the holocron from her hands and put it back in its hiding place. "If anyone can pull this off, dear sister, I think you can." She rose from her bed and walked up to him. She waited until the holocron was safely placed in its hiding place. When it was hidden once more, he turned, and she embraced her brother. He hugged her back, tightly. In that moment she felt only love for her sibling, the last living member of her family. She stepped back and smiled. "I'm glad you're here, Rick, standing with me during this most difficult of times." A single tear ran down her cheek. "If I can't return, swear that you will protect my heir, that you will teach him about his mother, your sister." "I swear it," he promised. "You will not be forgotten." "Good," she purred. "That is very good." She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "I love you, brother. And now you, little sister." He kissed her forehead. She beamed up at him, her dear brother, her family. He laughed, wiping at his own eyes a tear that threatened to fall. "So, what is next?" "We end the rebellion," she said. "Once that is done, I will finally have both the prestige and the power to challenge my master, and in that moment, I will keep my promise to you. You will get to watch Darth Fear die. He will finally answer for what he did to our family. Then we had best hurry," he said. "How do you intend to do it?" "The rebels will strike back at us for what I did to Moore. They can't afford not to. We shall use the fool to draw them out, to draw Tal Maritza out, and then I shall destroy him." "It may not be that easy, sister," her brother warned her. "What if the rebel has some trick up his sleeve?" She shook her head dismissively. "I have nothing left to lose, dear brother. The rebels have nothing to threaten me with, and nothing they possess can hurt me." She laughed. "I'm now invulnerable to them." That is how she thought at that moment. 2 days later she would learn that she had been mistaken. Tal Maritza had one last card to play, and Avaryss and Kira both would suffer for it. She was not the only one capable of pulling off a surprise. And this surprise shook the Dark Lord to her core. The time for skirmishes was done. The end game begun. Chapter 51. For both Avaryss and Kira Lilith, it was a day of days. What is a day of days? Some would ask. A day of days was one of those days in a person's life where everything they knew got turned upside down. Some event or person did something that changed you to your very core. You never know when a day of days is coming. You woke up, bathed, broke your fast, and started your day. You had it all planned out. It was just going to be another day. Things would happen as you expected, and when the day was done you would go to bed, with the knowledge you would wake up and start again. Nothing would be different, and nothing would change. You could never guess the truth, how could you? You could never guess that your world was about to shift and you would have no time to prepare yourself for it. And when it was over, there would be no turning back, no way to have that comfortable normal life that you had before. You were forever changed. On a day of days, it could be anything could cause that shift. The sudden loss of a friend or loved one, a natural disaster that no one could have predicted, or perhaps the discovery that you were about to become a parent for the first time. Good or bad, happy or sad, right or wrong, the day of days came, and without warning, you were left changed, either to rejoice or to try and pick up the pieces. Kira had faced one such day already. The realization that she was living on borrowed time had forced her to change her plans dramatically. No longer was she simply working towards bringing down her master and ascending to the height of the Empire. Those goals were still important, but now her own survival took precedence. She needed to find a way to continue on. She needed to prepare, to gather all her wisdom, and use it to finish the work on the grand spell that was supposed to have brought her late lover Fel back to her. Only now, it was she that would need it. It was she that would need a new body. Irony. Fel was gone now, lost in the madness beyond death, destroyed for his lack of vision, and his support of Darth Tarek, not to mention his role in Avaryss' sickness, the slow murderer that was even now working his way through her brain. It was ironic, she had labored so long and hard to find a way to bring him back, and in his return, he had killed her. Now that very same work she had counted on to bring him back would save her life, hopefully. Kira shook her head. Nothing was certain. All she could say for sure was that knowledge was power, and power was power. She would need both if she was live beyond the few years that her poor damaged body had left. She would need to become so much more than she was now. If she had any hope of survival, she needed to be more. It was a daunting task for sure. She had risen from her bed before dawn, and immediately set to work. It would have been better had her lover been here, if Ro had come to her last night, loved her and held her until it was time to rise. Sadly, Ro wasn't there. He was off dealing with the rebellion that they had sworn to crush. He is so dedicated, she thought, her body warming. She would reward that dedication when he returned. He would be allowed to do whatever he wanted to her in their bed. He would like that. He enjoyed dominating her. Even now, the thought made her shudder with desire. She missed not having him in her arms last night. She could have used his comforting embrace, but it would also have been a distraction. Yes. And she could no longer afford to be distracted. There was so much to do and so little time. She began by contacting Ludohish, the steward of House Avaryss. It had fallen to him since the war began to protect the treasure trove of information and artifacts she had been collecting since her earliest days as a Sith acolyte. At her command, the steward sent over all the files she had collected on essence transfer, and the various spells and methods for carrying out such a feat. She was not the first Sith to attempt it, and she would not be the last. The trick was carrying it out successfully. The histories of their people were full of stories of the less than successful attempts. She didn't intend for her tale to be one of those. She would succeed. She had to. Most of the records were quite old, taken from the works and words of the ancient Sith Lord Nagasato, the architect of the temples of Yavin IV, and of the conflict that the Jedi referred to as the Great Hyperspace War. Sato had had an interest in transferring himself to a new body, and had also known quite a bit about preserving a body. As well, the Dark Lord had learned much in the service of his mentor, Lord Simis, the Sith Lord that had failed in his challenge to Marka Ragnas, and had spent almost a century, after reduced to being a talking head, in the stasis jar. It was not the ending that she would have wanted, but you had to give Simis credit. The ancient Sith had endured, when others would have surrendered and gave up on ever living again. Simis had not done that. He had survived, and guided the Empire for decades after his failed attempt at a coup. There was something to learn in such an attempt, a lesson for how far a Sith should be prepared to go. Kira tried to adapt that lesson in coming up with her spell. How far was she prepared to go? As far as needed, and then 100 steps beyond. Whatever it took, that is what she would do. She would survive. As she worked, she found herself turning to the files she had translated long ago on Korriban, the files that Lord Zash had sent to Overseer Harkin, who had in turn passed them on to her. The more she read, the more she began to understand what exactly had happened the day that Zash had ended up trapped within her apprentice's bodyguard. The spell that the wizened sorceress had tried had not been the most stable of means to take a new body. Had the witch been desperate or merely arrogant and foolish? Either explanation could explain what had happened next. Kira shook her head as understanding dawned on her. Zash, you fool, she thought with a grim smile. You stupid fool. She leaned back in her chair, reading the text that she had borrowed during her days as a Sith acolyte. They painted a very interesting picture. Zash had been obsessed with the ancient Dark Lord Tulak Horde, even going so far as having her apprentice free Horde's pet monster from stasis. The 5 objects of power that Zash sought were described in detail in text that Avaryss had translated. Horde had used those artifacts to focus his powers during his invasion of the Dromund system. They were most impressive toys to be sure. Yet, in the end, they had not been enough, not for what Zash had needed. Kira frowned. Poor Zash, she had always been too arrogant for her own good. A ritual of essence transfer, like most Sith spells, required both power and will. Considering what Kira was seeing, and knowing what had become of Zash had become, she could make several conclusions. 1. The artifacts were not strong enough to accomplish what Zash had desired. At the moment of essence transfer, a Dark Lord was supposed to release a wave of dark side energy upon their new body. This was done for 2 reasons. The first, to prepare the new body to receive the Dark Lord spirit, to prime it, and to aid in the bonding of flesh and soul. The second reason was to obliterate the spirit of the body's original occupant. The energies unleashed would destroy the spirit and will of the host, leaving the flesh an empty vessel ready to receive its new owner. Zash had underestimated her apprentice. Nox had proven stronger. He had not been destroyed by the energy, but turned it to his advantage. When Zash's original body had perished, it had found no willing host. Nox was closed off to her, and she had taken the next best thing, his willing slave. It might have served her well had the Deshay not been bound to his master. Kira leaned back in her chair, thinking. Zash had been a fool. She could not afford to be one herself. She did not consider tracking down Tulak Horde's toys. She had no idea if they survived the ritual, and if they had, they were likely locked away somewhere safe, somewhere where only Darth Nox could get at them. No, she would not be able to use the spell that Zash had attempted, and would not have tried if she could. No, she would use elements of Zash's spell, but in the end she would turn to Naga Sadow's method. It was not only safer, but also more certain. All she had to do now was gather the components, and in her place as Inquisitor, she had easy access to the most essential one. She contacted Gravit Satchuf, the Hut Cardinal's man here on Ordana. His holo shimmered as the two conversed. He had been surprised by her call, and seemed a bit nervous to see her smiling face. Good, Avaryss thought. Let him squirm right from the start. Kira almost laughed. She couldn't agree more. I require a large number of EWR resources for a project that I'm working on, she informed the slave master. The strongest and healthiest you could manage would be best. Satchuf was a scarred human, ugly both in feature and in the force. He grinned at her, showing his yellow teeth. Resources are my stock and trade, my lord, he said. How many will you require for the completion of this project? 1,000, at least. The man whistled. A high number indeed, my lord, he said. It might take some time to acquire that many. There are always more workers, but to find those unattached, with few ties, might be. Kira smiled. By unattached, I assume you mean not having families. People that might ask what happened to them. The man shrugged. Labor projects favored by the Sith tend to be. I'll take them all, she said quickly. The man paused. My lord, attachments don't matter, not to me. Men, women, and children, as long as they are healthy and strong, it doesn't matter. Time is of the essence. The man's brow furrowed. Children, he said, for a labor project. His brow furrowed. What kind of project is this, exactly? She glared at him. The kind that is none of your concern, she growled. I need bodies, and I will need them soon. She gave him an evil smile. If you can't meet my needs, please tell me now. We will discuss the matter further over dinner. I will remember to bring my scepter. The man blanched. There is no need for that, my lord, he assured her. I merely bring up the fact that such a large purchase will be noticed. I assume that you wish to keep this matter confidential. Of course, she replied. I'll see what I can do, he promised. It will be expensive. Confidentiality can be very expensive. I can afford it, she said with a grin. Just get to work and see what you can find. Report back to me as soon as you can. It will be done, my lord, he promised. Will you require security to enforce your will during the project? Only for delivery, she answered. Once the resources are in their quarters, they won't be a problem at all. She smiled at his curious look again, imagining how it would feel to stand behind him with the scepter in hand. She wondered what it would soon like to strike him again and again, to feel the warmth of his life spray on her face and hands. She was extremely tempted to find out. The Hutt's man asked a lot of questions. Questions could be expensive too, or perhaps costly was a better word. Fatally costly. He promised to look further into the matter for her. His holo vanished with the promise of having a price for her soon. She agreed to hear it, provided that the merchandise was to her liking. It was all about power after all. She smirked. She was not Zash. She would not waste her time searching for Sith artifacts and places of power. Nagasano had found a cleaner way to power his spell, a simpler way. It was all in his writings. The souls of 1,000 would serve the one. Sato had recognized the value of sacrifice. To ensure his survival, he knew that he could not be timid. This was no mere spell. It was blood magic, and only death could pay for new life. The force energy released by 1,000 souls would be more than enough to scour her new body clean and allow her to settle, and without a problem. Yet, it would be expensive, Kira thought. People might ask questions about what I spent all the credits on. Who cares, Avaryss said. It is our wealth after all. We will spend it the way we please. Kira smiled. Maybe we don't have to. Her smile turned predatory. Why bother buying lives when we can simply take what we need? Yes? A shiver ran down her spine. She had the best idea. She would need to make some alteration to the bomb shelters here on Ardana. Pick out the settlements which had the heathiest populations. It wouldn't be hard. The Sith kept good records of their people. She would put Bleeze on it immediately. They would need to perform a bomb drill. They had not done one in a while. She would not be available, of course. Sith matters would keep her busy. A chill ran down Kira's spine. 1,000 innocent Ordanans would go into the shelters, eagerly awaiting their chance to aid in the war effort, eager to help their Inquisitor, a fellow Ordanan, protect the world. They would go, and willingly, that willingness would make things even better. The energy would be purer, stronger. 1,000 would go in, and a wave dark side energy would flow out, all for her. It would be perfect. It would be delicious. What, Avaryss thought? Kira could sense her horror. Kira, what are you thinking? I'm thinking of giving our people a chance to serve me. They should be grateful for the chance. Haven't you taken enough of our people's lives? That passenger transport was enough. We have done enough to our own people. Kira almost laughed. I'm surprised to find you squeamish. That was never your reputation. They are our people, Avi reminded her. They are mundanes, Kira spat back. They exist to serve the Sith. They exist to serve me. Kira rolled her eyes. And you always said that I was the weak one, she murmured. She looked into the reflection in her desk. She could see Avi glaring at her. They are our people, she repeated. Do you truly want to rule over an empire of corpses? Kira sighed. Didn't Avi understand? They were no longer simply servants of the empire. She had discovered that during this most enlightening of missions. A Darth is death incarnate, and death takes life indiscriminately. Should she not endeavor to do the same? Sacrifice 1,000 to save billions. She would bring order, justice, and security to the empire, to her empire. Was that not a fair trade? And as the slave master said, there were always more workers. The realization amused her. It seemed the more she drank from the well of the dark side, the less bound by the rules of the empire she became. Power washed away such drivel. She did not need scruples to protect her people. As Kira grew in power, Avi remained as she had been. She tried to be the good Imperial, unwilling to do what needed to be done when it came to their people. A foolish sentiment, Kira thought. I mean, just look at the mundanes. Their lives were so tiny. They were but specks of dirt beneath her feet. When she did successfully manage to take a new body, she would be something far more than what she was now. She would have transcended the weakness of flesh and morality. For that one brief sweet moment, she would be part of the dark side. She would be energy in its purest form, a form that would be poured into her new vessel. I will cease to be Kira after that. Kira Lila's body will be gone, used up, but I will remain. I will become something else. I will transcend and become a being of superior ability and power. I will be something that even my master could not oppose. To slip the bonds of flesh, I will no longer be a mere Sith. In that moment, I take my first step to becoming a god. The thought made her smile. Avaryss the divine, why shouldn't her people help her rise to such a level? In that moment, she would help them out of their boring existence, and they would be a tool for her greatness. It would also help her slip the chains of her own boredom, protecting these people, these mundanes, that was beneath her. They were so limited. So, you find your duties boring, and would kill to eliminate that boredom, Avi responded. Don't you hear yourself? Don't you know who you sound like? Kira frowned. Don't you dare go there. Why, it is true. You sound like Fierce Pawn. You sound like the enforcer that killed our family. Do you believe that the man was right now? Do you think that our family deserved to die? It is not the same. Why not? My parents gave birth to me. They were beyond the common rabble. They were. Her door chimed. She glared angrily as she dismissed her files, not wishing anyone to see what she was doing. Who dares, she thought. I'm busy. Working. Yes, she hissed into the communicator. Bill feared to see you, and my lord, the guard in the hallway informed her. The voice belonged to Mess. She hissed, angered by the interruption. She should have told the fool she did not wish to be disturbed. She had hoped that it would have been Sinestra to come to her first. She had figured that the woman would wish to speak with her daughter. Kira shook her head. She had no time to deal with the little fungus right now. He is Sadie's apprentice, Avi reminded her. We have to deal with him, for the moment at least. She could imagine her other self's cold judging gaze, those red eyes blazing with frigid intent. You are not a god yet, Kira. We still have to keep Sadie happy, at least for now. Kira took a deep breath and breathed it out. Much of the rage she felt went with it. She needed to maintain control. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. Her rage served her, not the other way around. She put on a smile and asked for her guards to admit her guest. The door opened and her master's son entered. He did not look happy. Lord Avaryss, he said professionally, trying to look down upon her with cold, imperious eyes. The show amused her. Bill was so far beneath her now, and he didn't even see it. She had outgrown what she had once been. It was a pity that he had not. My master orders you to release Trade Minister Moore, he said, trying to appear commanding. She wishes to speak with him herself. Kira sneered. Moore is a traitor, she reminded him. His suffering has only just begun. She shook her head. I cannot release him, not until he tells me all that I wish to know. Her master's son glared at him. You are here to assist Lord Sadi, he reminded her. You are sworn to obey the will of the Lord of the Yeti system. His eyes narrowed, as if he was trying to appear more dangerous. How laughable of him, she thought. Sadi has the ear of your master, my father. You will obey. The fact that he thought he could order her around was cute, but it was also annoying. She would love to go against him and see exactly what it was that he was made of. She was tempted, oh so very tempted. Yet, again, she recognized the need to keep up appearances. Sadi would fall, but she needed to be patient. She could wait, she had to. Kira smiled. I would think that you would be more interested in seeing what was left, she purred. I made a recording of the interrogation, for record purposes only, of course. She gave Bill a sly wink. Would you like to see it? The man has suffered most gloriously. She could see Bill consider her offer. Sadi may have bound him with her powers, but the sadistic little rodent he had been was still in there. She was not above playing to that side of him, not if it distracted him from what she was doing, what she was planning to do. Bill licked his lips. She could sense his desire, but also that he was resisting it. Pity, she would have loved to given him a tour of the former trade minister's suffering. My master is most disappointed in you, Avaryss, he said coldly. She thought you were her friend. Careful, Avaryss warned her. Kira's smile faltered. She let a look of concern creep across her features. She still needed to play the game, keep Sadi blind to her ambitions. I never do anything to jeopardize my friendship with her lordship, she said, looking frightened for the first time. You will tell her, won't you, Bill? You will let her know that I still desire her regard. Bill sneered. I will make sure to mention it, he said dismissively. In the meantime, you should really consider releasing Minister Moore. My master commands it. It will be done, she promised, thought. He is no longer fit or worthy to remain in his post. I fear the interrogation was a bit much for him, the poor dear. She managed a weak smile. Fortunately, your sister more than able to carry out his duties, and my role as Inquisitor. I've already named her as Moore's successor. She will serve us well. Bill frowned. I still don't understand how my sister got involved in all this. What is her connection to you? Why have you offered her such a post? I will explain everything when I speak with your mother and father, she promised. After all, her survival was always meant to be my gift to them. A show of fidelity, if you will. She grinned. She is currently gathering her things at one of my private estates. She will be back shortly if you wish to speak with her. Perhaps, Bill said, my master will most definitely wish to speak with her, to make sure that she is up to the task of what you propose. Of course, Kira replied, I will send her to meet with Sadi as soon as she arrives, but only after she has been properly prepared and warned about the Dark Lord's powers, she thought to herself. She had no desire to see Sin turned into yet another pawn of the Lord of the 80 system. I will send word for Moore to be released, she promised Bill, though he must still remain under house arrest until we can determine if he is a rebel sympathizer or not. She smirked. I'm sure that your master can accept my caution. It is all for the good of her rule, after all. I will inform her, he promised. Thank you, Avaryss, for being so agreeable. It is my pleasure, she said, bowing her head. Do make sure that Sadi know that I want no hard feelings between us. She will know, he promised her. She will make sure that you get everything that is coming to you, and more. Kira smiled. Was that a veiled threat? Oh dear. Bill really wasn't good at being subtle. Sadly, his chance to learn it was running out, and far faster than he realized. She looked forward to the day that she could teach him that lesson, his final lesson. He left without another word, back to see his master, back to reassure her that her plans continued without interruption. Kira reactivated her holopad, returning to the business of her preparing for her resurrection. She had so much to do, and there was so little time. She was so focused that she almost ignored the alert on her datapad. She had been engrossed in a treatise on the preparation of crystals to aid in the transfer of life when it came in. She frowned. Apparently, the rebels had managed to slice the Imperial holonet again. They were broadcasting a new message, more threats, she supposed. She sighed and brought up the transmission, eager to see what they thought was so important. As it turned out, she was glad she did. Her whole life changed in that moment. The image flickered, revealing a familiar masked face, his features all but hidden behind the helmet's mirrored faceplate. Tall Maritza. Innocent lives continue to be threatened, the rebel firebrand declared. Again the Empire seeks to destroy us, to break our spirits and bend our wills to their own. Maritza moved in closer, his faceplate filling the hollow field. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, you have harmed your own people for the last time. We, the soldiers and voices of liberation, oppose you with our blood and our very breaths. Your war on your own people ends now. Kira sneered at that. What did the fool think he was going to do? So far he had danced to the tune she had called. He had made himself as many enemies here on Erdan as he had allies. She did not fear him, or his manipulations. She had this war well in hand. You will answer for your crimes, Lilith, Maritza spat. Your cruelty will now be visited on someone who deserves it. What you should be suffering will be dealt upon one that shares your blood. Her suffering will be your suffering. Kira frowned. What was the masked fool talking about? Shared her blood. Had the fools kidnapped Barrick, she was about to try and contact him when the image changed. It showed a person strapped to a table, clad in ragged clothes, their hair long and matted. Kira froze. Wait, she thought. What in the Emperor's name? She blinked, unsure of what she was seeing. Tall Maritza appeared in the image. He pushed back the dirty brown hair, revealing a familiar face. A face that couldn't be. No, Kira thought. It was impossible. No. The face was so familiar. She was staring into the eyes of a ghost. It was a young girl, 14 maybe, perhaps 15 years old. The right side of her face was pocked with burn scars. One of her eyes were pale and dead, her mouth turned slightly down, pulled into a misshapen grimace by the burn scars. Despite the damage, Kira recognized her. She knew that face. It was impossible. It should not have been, but it was there. Kira, the girl on the holo, whimpered. Help me? Kira blinked. She was so shocked that Avi took over without a hint of resistance. The Dark Lord glared at the holo. Talitha. She whispered. Kira, that girl. She looks like Tali. She looks like our little sister. Can't be, Kira said from her place in the back of their mind. Talitha Lillis was dead. She felt her sister die. She died with Mother, Pamir, and Anj years ago. Yet, what she was seeing said otherwise. Avaryss swallowed hard. She had not thought that the rebels had anything to threaten her with. She was wrong. Talitha Lillis, her little sister, was alive. She was alive and a prisoner of the rebels. In that moment, the Dark Lord's world changed. The day of days had come. Avaryss froze the hologram, looking at her little sister's burnt face. She frowned. You wish to play with me, Maritza? She hissed, her voice dripping with venom. She imagined the rebel's head on a pike, his skin flayed from his body. The image excited her. He has Tali, Kira gasped. She is alive somehow. The rebel filth has her. He has our little sister. What are we going to do? Avi smiled. And now, she purred evilly. We play. Chapter 52. My name is Talitha Lillis. My parents were Ander and Maya Lillis. Kira watched the hologram closely, trying to sense any form of trickery or deceit. Sadly, there was none to be found. She felt nothing. Talitha, she thought to herself. Memories of her little sister rose up like a tidal wave, washing away her capacity for rational thought. Talitha, the engineer of the Lillis family, she had always been taking things apart and putting them back together again. Her room had been filled with droids and tools that she had been tinkering with. The memory haunted her older sister, but also gave her hope for the future. She is alive. My little sister still lives. It should have made her happy, but it didn't. Hope abandoned her quickly. Any joy that should have come with the realization that her sister still lived faded. She was not one to hide, even when faced with the most uncomfortable of truths. Yes, her little sister was alive, and she was now in the hands of the rebels. Talitha was a prisoner of Tal Maritza. That thought gave her pause, filling her with both rage and dread. She continued to watch the holo, her poor sister bound to the floor, like some kind of animal, her face scarred, the result of the blast that had taken the rest of their family, no doubt. But how, the Dark Lord wondered, how did she survive? Talitha died. I know she did. I felt it. Kira took a shuddering breath. She needed to remain calm. Calm was better at a time like this. There would be better time to unleash her rage. She would not let it loose until then. Her eyes returned to the holo, to her sister. The girl whimpered as she shied away from the camera, clearly pained by her chains. Kira, she said, if you can see this, they tell me that you are alive, that you're safe. Tears ran down her little sister's face. "Help me, Kira, please, help me." Her little sister vanished, her face replaced with the helmeted visage of tall Maritza. The rebel firebrand stood before the holocam, his, or her, features masked by the helmet that had become the rebel's trademark. "Listen well, apprentice of Darth Fear. The crimes you have committed against our people are many. You continue to try to grind Ardana beneath your heel, while hiding behind a mask of order and security." Maritza leaned in closer. You could almost make out the features hidden behind the blast shield. Almost, but not quite. "You have turned our peaceful resistance into a bloodbath. You and your foul master will answer for what you have done. Soon we, the brave soldiers of liberation, will emerge from the shadows, and you, Kira Lillis, will answer for your many transgressions. You will pay dearly for what you have done to our people." Kira's eyes narrowed. Maritza's accusations meant nothing to her. She knew what she had done, and she knew why everything that she had done had been necessary. She paused the holo again, staring at the helmeted face, the face of the resistance. The face she had to tear asunder. "You know nothing, fool," she thought. "If anyone is to blame for my actions, it is Tal Maritza and the rest of the rebellion. They made tearing down the old order necessary. Can they not see that what I'm doing is for their own good? The sacrifices that I've asked of my people have all been for my people, for the greater good." It had not been an easy decision, but she had made it. She had forced herself to live with those choices, to embrace any shame or guilt, and turn it into strength, to be strong for her people, for them, above all. As for the deaths she had caused, they had all been necessary, part of the plan, the death of a few to save the lives of the many. She glared into Maritza's visage, wishing that he was here. Kira sneered evilly. "I'm going to enjoy killing you, worm," she thought. "The dark side will crush that helmet around your features, the face place will crack and shatter, and I will shove the shards into your eyeballs. You will know the most painful of torments before the end, and in that moment you will kneel before me, and you will beg for mercy, and find that I have none." The thought made her smile. "You will die, squealing." She took a shuddering breath. The fantasy of Tal Maritza's death warmed her, but did little to make such a dream a reality. Now the real work would have to begin. Now they would have to find the man. She looked up at those she had assembled, her allies, trusted investigators all. War Master Bleeze had spent the weeks that they had been here building up a network of informers and agents. Soon those agents would be deployed against the rebels to try and find out where her little sister was being held. The Dark Lord hoped that those agents would be successful for their sakes. While Bleeze worked in the shadows, Magistrate Hissa would work the official channels. Kira could not say how her sister had survived the fire that claimed the rest of her family years ago. But if she had, if the images were truly her. She hoped that Hissa and his men would discover what had happened, how she survived, and how she remained hidden all these years. Finding that out might just give her a clue, an idea how the rebels had managed to get their hands on Tali, and what they could do to get her back. Hissa had pledged himself to her service. Now he had to prove himself worthy of her patronage. Hopefully, the man was not all talk. Next to Hissa stood Ro and Barrick, the two men in her life that she could say that she truly loved. Both her lover and her brother had a vested interest in finding out what had happened. They had both known Talitha and knew what her life meant to her older sister. Plus, Ro had investigated the deaths of her family. She hoped that he would be able to shed some light on what had happened. True, he had aided in the lie that had hidden her family's true fate from the rest of the Empire, but in this she did not blame him. He did what he could within reason. She hoped that he would do so again. Barrick was here because he was her brother and Tali's brother too. Family was family, you didn't turn your back on it. The two of them would find her if she still lived, and they would make those who took her pay for what they had done. Still, she thought with a frown. She didn't like what she was sensing from Barrick. She felt anger, accusation. Her frown deepened. They would need to talk about this. This was not her fault. She had not even realized that Talitha was alive. She would make this right. Kira leaned back in her chair. She wound back the message until Talitha's face appeared before her again, her eyes pleading for help, begging her big sister to do something. She would not disappoint her. The Dark Lord was bound and determined to make sure that her sister was found and returned safely to the capital. She would go to any lengths to ensure that that outcome came to pass. She would not hesitate. She would show no mercy. "I will find you," she promised the image, "and I will get you back, even if I have to destroy half the planet to do so." She turned to her servants. They had work to do. "Is there anything else?" she asked them. Was there anything else included with this holo? The package did contain a note on flimsy, Hissa informed her. The message said that instructions would follow. Hissa frowned, his anger radiating. "I would not be surprised if the scum tried to use this to force you to negotiate with them, my lord. Perhaps they believe that this gives them leverage over you." Perhaps it did, she thought. Family was family, after all, but she had thought she had everything under control. She had believed that the rebels had nothing that they could threaten her with. She thought that the end of the rebellion was near, and now this. "I will not negotiate," Kira thought. "I will find where these Hutt spawn are keeping my sister, and I will destroy everything and everyone they love for this outrage. They think they have me, that they can inflict pain." They didn't know what pain was. She turned to Ro, her expression cold. She would accept no lie or omission at this point. "You investigated the deaths of my family. Did you find anything to suggest that anyone survived? Did you find any clue that hinted at that?" "We found no bodies within the wreckage," he reminded her. "The fires had burned too hot, and the explosion was too large. We found traces of ash, organic residue, but that was it." Ro Wilkes sighed. "As I mentioned to you once before, my lord, the only reason I suspected that you survived was because yours was the only body we thought we found. Beyond that, the investigation closed up quickly. The Imperial mission had signed off on what they had seen, and that had been enough." Kira's brow furrowed. The Imperial mission. She had not thought about the mission. Yes, a missionary had been there that night. After all, that was how she had ended up on her way to Fury 9. She nodded thoughtfully. She would need to speak with someone from the mission. Hopefully the missionary that had traveled to the Lilas farm was still there. She would not accept a simple recorded interview or statement. She was not some local peacekeeper. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. The mission would tell her everything, and Emperor helped them if they left anything out. She gave Ro a grateful look. He nodded, understanding what that look meant. She did not blame him for Talitha. She sensed no deception from him. He had been caught off guard by this as well. He had missed nothing. She found herself thinking about her mother, her spirit. Why had she not warned her daughter? Why had she not simply come out and told her that Talitha was alive and needed help? Kira had no answers. It didn't make any sense. She was starting to believe that there was more going on than she could see. More and more she was starting to think that this rebellion was about more than the grievances of her people. Someone was moving pieces from the shadows, playing the Empire and the rebellion against each other. Who this person was, and what their agenda was, she could not say, not yet, but she would find out. She was determined to find out. "I want my sister found," she snarled coldly. "Speak with your contacts. Bring in every rebel sympathizer you can find. You will kick down every door, and do not accept no for an answer." "We will not fail, my lord," Hissa assured her. "We will find Maritza for you." "See that you do, magistrate," she said. "Act like your lives depend on it." She did not need to add the last part of that statement. Her servants understood. Their lives did depend on the success of the search. She would accept no failure. Ro, Hissa, and Bleeze left, off to carry out her orders. Barrick remained behind. She could sense his desire, his need for answers. She frowned. Sadly, she had none at that moment. She was in the dark as much as he was. He waited until the door to her quarters was closed. He was that smart at least. What was needed to be said was not for prying ears. His eyes were icy when he looked at her. She could feel his sense of anger and betrayal. She was caught off guard. Did he blame her for this? You told me she was dead, he said coldly. You told me that they were all dead. I felt them die, she murmured, her thoughts going back to that night, the pain and anger returning with the memory. This was not a topic she liked to think about. Even after all that had happened, it was still a sensitive subject. It was one part of the past that she didn't like to dwell on. He sneered and began to pace. She watched him closely, unsure what to make of all this. Did he think that she felt nothing about this? Did he think he was alone in his pain? Talitha was her sister too, after all. She was as angry about this as he was. Speak plainly, brother, she ordered. Let there be no secrets between us. He laughed at that. No secrets, he spat. Are you honestly going to tell me that you aren't still keeping things from me? I told you once before, any secrets that I keep are for the good of the Empire. I don't seek to hurt you. We are blood family. So is Tali, he hissed. You honestly think that I knew that she was still alive? You believe that I hid this from you? I wouldn't put it past you. I've seen what you can do, Kira. I've seen you do the impossible. She shrugged. She would not deny his statement. The dark side is strong in me. And yet, for all your power, you didn't have the clairvoyance to see what was happening to our sister, that she was still alive. Who knows what she has gone through in the last 5 years? Who knows what she had to endure? Kira said nothing. What could she say? She merely watched her brother, her features all but hidden by her raised hood. He does blame me, she realized, and in that moment her rage filled her up. How dare you, brother? How dare you? If you were as great and powerful as you claim to be, Talitha would never have been lost. We would have found her years ago, but no. You had to play your power games throughout the Empire, carry out your master's orders. Acting like the good little warhound that you are. You never even thought about this place, did you? If we had not been forced to come back here, you would never have even attempted it, would you? You were happy to leave our people to their fates. You never cared a bit for them. You never. He paused mid-rant. He found himself starting into her eyes. The room had taken on a strange purple glow. It took Kira a moment to realize what was causing it, what was going on. The glow was coming from her. Her eyes were ablaze with violet fire, glowing like a pair of binary stars. She looked upon her brother with the cold, empty, blank stare. It was at that moment he realized his mistake. Kira sensed his anger turn to fear. She smiled. Yes, she thought. That is the proper reaction. Sister, he said quickly. She had heard enough. She raised her right index finger. Yarg. Barrick collapsed, brought low by the power of the dark side. He was thrown down so hard that the items on Kira's desk shook. He hissed with pain as she dragged him across the floor, his face skidding on the tiles of her quarters, tearing skin and making him bleed. He ended up at her feet. He could have licked her boots if she desired it. She was almost tempted to make him do just that. She felt him struggling, but she didn't permit him to rise. She was almost too angry for words. Almost. She sighed. Rick, she said in a cold, silky voice, I love you. I truly do, but I must admit, this new attitude, I do not find it appealing. She stared down upon him. She sneered as he struggled against her power, a fly caught in a spider's web. His struggles amused her. Such is the fate of all mundanes, she thought. Most are beneath my notice. I had thought Barrick was different, but... She was starting to reevaluate that decision. When Kira had first freed herself from Avy's control, she had been ecstatic, eager to reclaim her life, and happily embraced her brother, free to show him affection for the first time. Now, she understood Avy's coldness towards him. Despite his blood, he was still a mundane, limited by the Force. Those limitations were starting to show through. She didn't like it, not one bit. She leaned over so that he could hear her. She wanted to make sure that he understood. I'm sorry about Talitha. Had I known she was alive, I would have returned sooner, brought her back into our lives, but I didn't know. I thought she was dead. I felt her die. I thought that I felt her die. She thought back to that night, feeling the pain again. It was like cutting into a wound that had only just begun to heal. Hatred gushed forward like black blood. Tali, she thought, She had almost escaped that night, if she had just been a little quicker. Kira remembered sensing Talitha getting the door to her room open. Their little sister was always so smart, always fixing machines and droids she had found. Their parents used to punish her by taking her tools away, so she could not tinker with whatever machine she had come across. That night, Tali had still had some tools in her room. She had managed to get the door open. Despite being sealed in by fierce Sith troopers, she had still made it into the hall when the bomb rigged to her door detonated, and then, nothing. She had felt Talitha wink out in the Force. She had been dead, at least. That is what it had felt like, but had she truly sensed her sister's death? Had she? I was so young, she realized, young and inexperienced. My powers were only just awakened. It is more than possible that I didn't understand what I was feeling that night. I could have made a mistake. She looked down at her brother, his struggling form. I made a mistake, she confessed. As strong as I am, I'm not all-powerful or all-knowing, not yet. Kira smiled. You need to trust me, Rick. She finally let go of him. He lay at her feet, panting. He looked up at her with angry eyes. You keep telling me that, but all you do is hide things from me. All you do is make your plans and not tell me about them. She shook her head. I really do not see where this hostility is coming from. When we first started working together, you were so much more in control. You were a lethal weapon at my command. You understood how and why I worked, but now. She sneered. What has changed, brother? Tell me. He rose unsteadily to his feet. He was glaring defiantly at her. What do you want me to say, Kira? You have made a lot of promises and not come through on any of them. You promised to save our world, but things continue to get worse. You promised me that you would avenge our family, and yet your lying filth of a master still lives. I asked you to be patient, she reminded him. Patience runs out, eventually, sister. It does indeed, brother, she said, glaring right back at him. They were both angry, both ready to lash out at each other. Surprisingly, it was Avi that spoke up in his defense. You need to take a step back, Kira, her other self said. Why? He doubts me. He questions my authority. And who do you think gave him the strength to do this? Where is this courage coming from? She considered that. She gave her brother an evil smile. This is about Zen, isn't it? She asked. What are you talking about? He hissed. Her smile didn't falter, though her eyes did turn colder. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Do you honestly think that Zen could oppose me? Do you honestly think your little whore is strong enough to oppose me? Be careful, sister, don't call Zen. I'll call my apprentice what I wish, she snarled. Do you think that the two of you are strong enough to oppose me? Do you think my sickness has left me vulnerable? She rose from her chair and got up in his face. I only told you about what was happening because I needed you to understand. I may be sick, but I'm still strong enough to put both you and Zen in your place. If the two of you think you can just knock me off and seize control of my house, you are gravely mistaken. Barrick blinked. Perhaps he realized that this was no longer a conversation between siblings. The Dark Lord was coming out, and she was not happy with her captain. We've never betrayed you, he said. Zen is loyal to you, just as I'm loyal to you. Loyal, she hissed. Is that what you call it? She is a former Jedi, brother. She killed one master already. Do you think she would not kill me if it suited her? Kira shook her head. Perhaps I've been too gentle with dear Zen. Perhaps she needs a lesson in respect. She should have known better than to start betting my dear brother. Her smile returned a predator smile, the grin of a shark. I will let you watch as I discipline her. Perhaps you need to learn this lesson too. If you are conspiring against me. We are not conspiring against you, he shot back. Kira, stop. You're being paranoid. Am I really? She was tempted to lash out at him again. She wanted to use the Force. She would pin him in place as she summons in. He would not be able to move or speak. He would have to lay there and watch as she punished her apprentice for her treason. It would be agreeable. It would be fun. It would be. She shook her head. What was she doing? She backed away, feeling like she had been hit in the head. What What am I doing? She looked at her brother. She felt fear, worry. He knew what she could do to his lover if she was so inclined. If he was willing to lash out at her now, it was because he wanted to protect his woman. She understood that. She could even accept his reason. She took a deep breath and tried to center herself. It was harder than it used to be. She looked at him. She could see his fear. He was not some random traitor. He was her brother. She loved him. He was family. You didn't betray family, Rick knew that. She knew that. Sister, he said, are you all right? Should I summon Dr. Vran? She shook her head no. She took another deep breath. She had to focus. She had to remember who her enemies were. Tal Maritza and Darth Fear, they were her enemies. She would deal with both soon enough. Rick, she murmured, what is happening? What is becoming of us? He blinked, finally seeing through his own anger, realizing how close they had come to tearing what they had apart. We are still a family. We need to remember that. I'm sorry, he said. I'm just worried about Talitha. I don't know what came over me. She walked up to him. He started to raise his hands defensively, but didn't need to. She embraced him, just as she had done when she had first freed herself from Avi. He put his arms around her. She felt his worry, his love for her. He is worried about me, she realized. He is angry that I cannot help Tali, and he cannot help me. She is a prisoner, and I'm dying. No wonder her brother was so tempted to lash out. Emperor knew she was looking to lash out at someone too, only she would not harm her own in doing so. She would save her rage for her enemies. Tal Maritza would pay for taking Tali. He would pay. She pulled away from her brother, feeling a little better. She took another shuddering breath. Are you sure you are okay? He asked. She nodded. I'm fine now, Rick, she promised him, but this place, coming back here. Coming home has changed things, it has changed me. She reached out and took his hands in hers. I'm changing. I can feel it. Into what? He asked. I don't know, she confessed, perhaps. I'm simply becoming what I was always meant to become, the final conversion from mere Sith to Sith Lord. My powers are growing, they have been growing since I left from Marshada. And what does that mean for us? He asked. She grinned. It means that your waiting is almost over. Darth Fear, he will soon answer for what he took from us. First I shall crush the rebellion and rescue Talitha, and then it will be my dear Sith Master's turn. Years of patience will finally pay off, and we will both be free. All that my master possessed will be mine, and your dear sister will sit on the Dark Council, and from there, the stars are the limit. Anything we desire will be ours. He smiled slightly. There is the sister I remember, he said. I'm sorry I doubted you. And I'm sorry that I hurt you, she said, touching his face. It was already starting to bruise from where she had thrown him down. She regretted that. She had lost her temper. She had not wanted to hurt him. So what is next? He asked. Hissa said the rebels would be sending instructions soon. We will need to wait until then. If Bleeze and Ro can find them in the meantime, even better. But for now we must be patient. It won't be easy, he said. No, it won't be, but we must. Kira gave him a sly smile. It does give me a bit of time to add a new weapon to my arsenal. Taya is coming. She will help awaken the creature that I claimed on Tatooine. It was born of an old friend of mine. I'm sure that two of us can yoke the creature to my will. And if you can't, he asked, then the creature will die. It will be fodder for Vran to experiment on, but you need not worry about that. I shall not fail. She squeezed her brother's hands. The expression on her face was warm. We approached the endgame, brother. Nothing will stop me now. She giggled. Nothing? I'm glad to hear that, sister, he said, but no, if you do need me. If I do, I will call. Know that I will. I know, sister, he said. Through the Force he radiated a deep satisfaction. I know. Chapter 53. Greed is eternal. Avaryss smiled as she addressed her servants, her apprentices and enforcers. She had gathered them all together in one of the sealed rooms of the government tower. the room that Vran had set up to observe the creature that the Dark Lord had taken from Tatooine. The time had finally come. It was time to awaken her newest servant. All the Sith in Dana City were here, with the exception of Beale, Sinestra, and Darth Sadi. The Lord of the Iddy system had been called away on business and taken her apprentice with her. Sinestra Fear was avoiding her husband's apprentice and had been since the revelation that she had taken her daughter off of Dromund Kaas. What that meant, neither Kira nor Avi could say just yet. It was something to ponder, the fact that she had not heard from her master yet on the matter, even more so. How would Fear react to the knowledge that not only was his firstborn child still alive, but in the service of his apprentice? Would he be angry or grateful? He would most definitely understand the threat that the situation could turn into if he provoked Kira in any way. Whatever his thoughts were, he remained silent for the moment. Maybe he didn't want to risk rocking the proverbial boat. Fear had his own schemes on Dromund Kaas. Perhaps he didn't seek to see any of those plans put in jeopardy by dealing with his wayward student. It was also possible that he, like the rest of the Dark Council, was tied up dealing with the Revan situation. It was amazing how quickly Darth Revan's reach had extended. It had even managed to reach here. Captain Kennedy had discovered a group of Regionists aboard the Emperor's Wisdom. He had caught them trying to ferment a mutiny, to seize her ship and bring it into the service of Revan and his allies. What Revan would have done had he gained control of the Wisdom, Kira could not say. Revan was said to be a master tactician. Perhaps he would have tried to seize Ordana for himself, or just use the Wisdom as part of his schemes to create chaos in both the Empire and the Republic. Those plans had been stopped, thanks to Captain Kennedy. The Regionists had been captured and secured. Kira and Colonel Glask had journeyed up to the ship for the traitor's interrogation, but they gave up nothing. So great was their loyalty to Revan, and whatever it was he was trying to accomplish. The Dark Lord could have sent the men back to Dromund Kaas to face a court-martial, but she did not see the point. She was more than able to pronounce sentence herself. The men had been marched down to one of the ship's airlocks, expecting to be loaded aboard a military shuttle. That is what she had told Glask and Kennedy. Just in case there were still Regionist agents on board, she had hoped to smoke out any others by giving them a chance to rescue their friends. None materialized, sadly. They were either not there, or smart enough to smell a trap. Regardless, she carried out the sentence she intended. The men stepped into the airlock to find no ship waiting. Before they could protest, she hit the door control, sealing it, and blew the outer hatch. It was a quicker death than the traitors deserved, but it served its purpose. Many on the Wisdom saw the frozen bodies float away. The point that the Dark Lord had wanted to make was clear. Revan had no hold here on Ordana. This planet, and everyone on it, belonged to her. She had expected another call from her master. Glask had been surprised by the ruthless she had been showing of late. It was only a matter of time until her master heard of it and made some sort of comment or opinion on the matter. Yet, she still heard nothing. It was surprising to say the least. Regardless, Kira continued on as she had planned, and the next step in the plan was gaining a new servant, a new enforcer. She had destroyed Reyes, but had now found his replacement. The Nas thing, provided that it was intelligent as Vran believed it was, would serve that role nicely. It would be another ally that had nothing to do with Sadi or Fear. Such a weapon could be most useful if wielded the right way. The young Dark Lord hoped that the chiss was right. She said the creature's brain scans showed signs of human-level intelligence. That would be good. Kira had no need for a monster that would not obey orders. She hoped that the Nas creature would serve her once she had been properly bound. Today, she would perform the ritual herself, with a little help from her fellows. Kira stood in the center of a summoning circle. She had just sketched it this morning, following the instructions she had found in her studies of Sith sorceries. The binding of a creature born of the dark side to a Sith as master was not difficult. The ancient Sith had practiced the art, and had wrote many texts on the practice, and like other Sith spells, it called for both power and will. As Inquisitor of the Iddy system, Kira had both in abundance. Her will was strong, and now, with her servants, she had the power she needed to see this through. Forget your earthly wants, she said as she paced before her flock of followers. Dime and Zen knelt before her, listening as their master explained what she wanted. Even Necris had come down from the Emperor's wisdom, offering her master the power she needed to fulfill her desires. The 3 remaining enforcers were there as well. Gul, Nar, and Chilled were surprised that they had been summoned. They no doubt knew how Kira had been keeping them at arm's lengths, which she had been. Sadi would no doubt hear about this ritual later. She had eyes and ears everywhere, but so what if she did? Once the deed was done, the thing in the tank would belong to Avaryss. It would serve in the tower beside those that now aided in his awakening. There was nothing that the enforcers could do to hinder the ritual. They were simply here to provide power. If they sought to resist and deny her what was needed to ruin the ritual, then they would be in for a surprise. Once she had begun, their own wants would not matter. They would simply be a power source. They would have no chance for betrayal here. The spell that was about to take place had little to do with the wills of others. The apprentices and enforcers would serve merely as conduits for the dark side. They would be little more than batteries, providing her with the power she needed to complete the spell and bind the nasty thing to her will. Sadi could know about what was about to happen, but that was it. She could do nothing to stop her rival now, nothing. As Sith, we are all bound to the dark side. Our individuality is our strength, the Dark Lord continued, but as creatures of the dark side, we are one. We are all part of each other. She turned to Taya. Her friend had arrived only yesterday, but played an important part in the spell. Close your eyes now, she said to the other Sith. Reach out and touch the dark side. Feel it. Give yourselves over to his power, and let it lift you up. Let it lift your master up. Kira smiled. She could not have said it better herself. It had taken Taya almost 2 weeks to finish up with what she had been doing on Zyast, and come here. 2 weeks had passed since the rebellion had announced that they had Talitha Lilith as their hostage. So far, the Dark Lord's investigators had turned up nothing on her sister, but at the same time, the rebels had not taken any steps to use the girl to their advantage. Kira was not sure what to think about that. She had spent much time in the last 2 weeks trying to deduce the rebels' next move. Was Tal Maritza simply lying low, or was the rebel playing a more subtle game than she could see? The young Dark Lord was not sure. The rebels had sent them no demands, not yet at least, and now, they had all but gone into hiding. Hissa, Bleez, and Rohad had no luck in finding Tal Maritza and his followers. The few dealings the Sith had with rebel forces had been minor skirmishes, and those had involved only Rose peacekeepers, the young men and women that had sworn to aid Avaryss in dealing with these traitors. It is funny, is it not, Kira? Avi had asked her other self. Though the rebels continue to fight against us, their every action seems to draw the common Ordanan closer and closer to being the loyal servant of the Empire they were before Fear's bungling. Interesting, is it not? It was interesting. Kira could not deny that. What was Tal Maritza playing at? She sighed and took a deep breath. There would be time to think about that later. For the moment, she needed to focus on the spell she was about to cast, and to evaluate how Taya performed in helping her carry it out. How Taya responded this day would be important. Kira would still need another Sith to carry out the final rites when she transferred her consciousness into a new body. Taya, who claimed to have been studying the ancient mysteries, was the most likely candidate to help with that. Their past relationship would serve, while in making sure that the other Sith didn't betray her friend in her moment of greatest vulnerability. Kira once again reached out to her friend through the Force. As always, Taya remained something of a gray Sith. Despite her cunning and ambition, she still maintained strong ties to the light, drawn even deeper on that path because of her love for her husband and daughter. Kira did not fault her friend for those connections. She understood the love between man and woman. She had similar connections herself, both to Finn and Ro. Eventually, she would need to make a choice between those two connections, which one she would need to nurture as she moved forward. She still believed that Finn's Shadowstone was her endgame, that it would be he that would father her children and help continue the line of her house, despite his Jedi leanings. She didn't wish to hurt Ro, but hurt would occur if, and when she finally drew Finn back into her life. He had served her well, and that did deserve to be rewarded. Before she was done, Kira would need to come up with the proper reward for her old friend. She hoped that when all was done, they could part as friends. A bit of pain now might be better than a lot of pain later. She would do what she could for Ro. She wanted to make sure that he profited from all that he had given her. We don't have time to think about this now, Kira, Avi reminded her. It is Taya that matters now. Is she the one we are looking for? The one that will preserve us and keep us alive? Yes, she realized Avi was right. They needed to focus on Taya, make sure that she was ready for what they needed. Her love for her husband might limit her value, but as long as she did what was needed, it wouldn't matter. Her alignment in the light would not matter if she carried out her orders. Of course, it wasn't just Taya's desire for her husband that bound her to the light. It was her love for her daughter as well. Aya was Taya's whole world. She loved the little girl more than anything. Both Avi and Kira could relate. Avi had agreed to be the child's godmother when she was born, and Kira remained committed to that choice. A mother's love was impossible to deny. In truth, Avi felt it too. She had come to love her godchild, and would have done anything to keep the girl safe, but that could be a problem with what she planned to accomplish. Love withered the power of the dark side. Compassion was a poison to his power. If Taya was to help her friend bridge the gap between life and death and take a new body, she would need to be committed to the dark side, strong and in its sway. If her friend faltered, even for a moment, all could fall apart. Kira's spirit could be lost in the ether of the Force, either destroyed utterly or banished to the madness beyond death. If Taya did not have the commitment and strength to complete the ritual, then Avaryss would have to find someone who did. It was not a search that she looked forward to, if it came to it. Her friend had thought to bring her daughter along when she came to Ordana, but thought better of it in the last moment. Ordana was still a world in rebellion. Neither she nor Fem wished to expose their child to that. So Fem had stayed behind to watch her. He had sent his wife off with the promise to look after their little one, happy to play the role of dad while his devoted wife helped her friend and patron. Both Taya and Avi were grateful for that. It meant that they would both be able to concentrate on what was about to happen. Taya would have no distractions, which was good. It would make Kira's job of evaluating her friend's skills even easier. It was better if she had fewer distractions. The two stood in a circle together. Behind them, in the very center of it, sat the birthing pod that Avaryss had recovered on Tatooine. Inside, the creature that she had brought back continued to slumber, awaiting the coming of both birth and true life. One by one, the Sith that served Avaryss began to drop into a meditative trance, guided by their master's words. Dark side energy began to flow into the circle, drawn from each of the Force users outside of it. Taya turned to her friend with a hungry smile. I think we are ready, Avi. The Dark Lord nodded. Taya was right. They could finally begin. The two Dark Lords went to the birthing chamber and began to speak in the tongue of the ancients. Both drew on the energy that was flowing from the apprentices and enforcers around them. The two directed that energy into the chamber, into the creature within. It is time, Kira thought. Now, you shall obey me. She had considered the possibility of trying to draw Nas's spirit back from the madness beyond death, to place her old friend turned enemy spirit within the beast, but after some consideration thought better of it. Nas had betrayed her once, hurt her. What had happened with Fel was a wound that had never fully healed, even with the death of the one involved. No, the girl did not deserve to return from the realm of the dead, but that didn't mean that she could not be useful. The spell that Kira was using today was not meant to restore Nas to the world of the living, but to fill the creature's mind with memories and experiences that the long-dead Sith had shared with Taya and Avaryss. It was not resurrection, not really. The creature would not be Nas, but it would possess some of the memories Nas would have had as a member of the trio of Butcher's Clearing, as well as some of the girl's experiences on Dromund Kaas and Corbin. According to Dr. Vran, the reckoning machine that Inquisitor Chain had used to give the creature life had already given us some of his daughter's experiences and memories. The device was strange in that way. It not only gave life, but offered a sense of genetic memory as well, perhaps by drawing on the dark side. The Chiss had no real way to describe it. What the device created was not a blank slate, but a prime shell ready to give a spirit a second chance at life. The fact that Chain had broken the machine in his attempts to bring his daughter back annoyed Avaryss. Had she had access to it, she might have been able to simply grow herself a new body, one already primed to receive her spirit. She would not have needed to find a worthy host. Alas, that was not meant to be. She could have used her powers, she supposed. Sith magic could have done the same. Without the aid of a machine, she could have created a new body with Sith alchemy and time, but she sadly did not have the right materials. All the blood and tissue samples she had access to had been taken after she had been infected with Tarek's plague. They were all tainted, and therefore useless. No, it was a shame, but there was no going back now. Whatever body she took in the next year or so, it would need to be someone new. Both Avi and Kira would need to let go of the past and stop being Kira Lilas. She needed someone untouched by Tarek, a strong and healthy body ready to receive her spirit. Dark side energies rippled around her as the spell began to build. Avaryss shook her head as she regained control of her body. She had always had more of a feel for Sith magic. Kira was a gifted warrior, but when it came to the ancient skills, Avaryss was without equal. We have been distracted, she realized. Everything going on around us is blocking our focus. Whether it was the virus in her brain, or simply all that was going on, she needed to put all other thoughts out of her head for the moment and focus entirely on the spell. It couldn't fail. She would not let it fail. She forgot about herself for the moment, drawing on the past. She thought of Nas and Taya. She thought of the two girls that had aided her in her training. She let those memories flow out into the dark side and into the creature in the tank. If it is to serve me, it needs to understand why it serves me. The dark side is all. A shiver ran down her spine as she continued to chant along with Taya. Violet-colored energies danced around them. The air turned colder as the dark side continued to fill the room. You could see their breath in the air. The powers at play continued to build, drawn to the circle by Avaryss and Taya's will, and the power offered to them by the other Sith that were aiding in the ritual. The power flowing through her made Kira giddy. She wished she has the strength to hold it in, to store it within her body, and use it to sustain herself. But it was impossible. The energy was too strong and too much. Her body would never be able to contain it, no matter how hard she tried. So she let it flow through her, passing into the waiting shell of the Nas thing. Power would bind it to her. Power was eternal. An excited gasp escaped the Dark Lord's lips. Greed was eternal, and what was she if not the Lord of Greed? The thought excited Avaryss. My will, she thought, is eternal. Her body began to rise off the floor. Taya's body began to rise. The dark side had them in its grip. Now was the time, she thought. She reached out and focused all of her will and strength into the tank. Now it would belong to her. She reached out to the beast inside, letting the dark side fill it up, experience, anger, memory, and power. She forged a chain from the dark side, a chain that would wrap about the thing's very life, its very spirit. The beast shuddered in its dreamless sleep. It is time, Kira thought. Awaken, beast. She cried out loudly as the energy reached its crescendo, the final command to be bound. She had been floating 2 feet above the ground when she said it, and fell as the energy finally took root. Avaryss fell to the ground, landing on her knees, the power that had flowed through her leaving the Dark Lord breathless and wanting. It is done, she thought with a gasp. It is done. Avaryss opened her eyes and looked around. Her followers were laying on the floor, disoriented by the power of the ritual and what they had given up to see it completed. She grinned. Well done, everyone, she called out. Well done. Zen regained her feet first. The former Jedi shook her head. Why, what was that? She asked her master. Avaryss grinned. You gave me what I needed, she informed them. You have my thanks for that. Gul coughed. The misshapen Sith spat on the floor and looked up with both a sense of new respect and fear. I could feel your hands at our throats, he said. My lord, had you held on any longer, you might have killed us. She sneered at that. So what? She wanted to say. What are all of you compared to me? I'm the Lord of Greed. You all exist to serve me. Our master knew what she was doing. Necros spoke up, stopping any fight before it could begin. Lord Avaryss is being a loyal lord of the Empire. She would not be wasting our lives in such a way. Avaryss smiled. Necros is right, ghoul, she said with an innocent look on her face. I would never sacrifice any of you. You are too valuable to the Empire. It was a lie, of course, but it was one that the other Sith wanted to hear. They wanted to believe it. They needed to believe it. It was a lie she could tell effortlessly now, because she finally got it. She finally understood. Avaryss smirked. The Empire did not matter. None of his people or his lords mattered. They existed for only one purpose, to serve the dark side and his one true master. The Emperor had worn that crown for almost 1,500 years. He had done that because he realized the truth. All life existed to fuel his power. Fear believed he could manipulate his way onto the throne, but that was not it. Schemes might put him on the throne, but he would never be able to hold it. Ordana was the breadbasket of the Empire, but even that did not matter to her anymore. She would leave this world a withered husk if it allowed her to ascend to the throne. She would find other worlds to feed her people, and she would reward those who served her so well that they would never question why she had made the choices that she had. That must have been how the Emperor first gained control, how he managed to trick his fellow lords to giving up their lives and power so that he could ascend to godhood. Kira's ambitions were not that high. She wanted the throne, yes, but recognized that she would not be able to take it with her when her time finally came. No, she didn't want immortality, only the time to begin a dynasty. She would be the mother of emperors and empress, and they would all have to acknowledge that she had been the first, the greatest of their line. It was not the immortality that the Emperor had won, but it would be enough for her. She would rest on Korriban one day, and be known as the mother of the greatest Sith of all time. The galaxy would bow, and they would worship her. The Empire would be hers for all time. She said none of this to her followers, of course. They would have sought her insane. Instead, she played the role of loyal Imperial. She dismissed her servants, telling them to rest, but to be ready when the time came for them to act again. Avaryss turned to Taya. Her friend was positively glowing. The power that she had felt in being part of the ritual had made her hungry for more. The Dark Lord smiled. She would be more than happy to offer her friend more. It would make her stronger for when the time came to aid her friend in finding new life. The two of them stood before the tank. They could feel the creature's presence within it, dark and malevolent. She is dreaming, Taya said with a look of surprise. I can sense it. Yes, her old friend thought. It is clearly more than a simple blank slate. The door hissed open, and Dr. Vran entered. The Chiss had been waiting outside, waiting for the ritual to conclude. She went to the birthing chamber taking readings with a hand scanner, and then she went to Avaryss herself, scanning the Dark Lord. The doctor leaned in closer, so that only Avaryss could hear. You will need another injection, my lord. Your brain scan is a bit erratic. It is just excitement, doctor, she assured the Chiss, but promised to come for another injection after they were finished here. Is something wrong, Avi? Taya asked. Nothing, the Dark Lord said, merely conferring with the doctor. She looked into the Kais's glowing red eyes. Open the chamber, she ordered. It is time for this thing to meet its new master. The Chiss bowed and went to the controls on the pod. She entered a series of commands. Her fingers moved swiftly, pressing buttons and pulling switches. A red light flashed on the tank as it began to drain. The thing inside shifted in its sleep. The nutrient flow that had been feeding it shut down as the birthing cycle ended, and the monster prepared to awaken for the first time. Avaryss and Taya stood together. Both had their hands on their lightsabers. How much of this creature would be their old friend? How much would it remember from the experiences that they had fed it? The chamber hissed as the last of the liquid inside drained. Avaryss dismissed Dr. Vran, just in case the creature turned out to be hostile and needed to be destroyed. Both Sith approached the thing inside, the tubes that had been connected to his spine and nose disengaged. The creature took a wet and shuddering breath. It spat birthing fluid as it tasted air for the first time. His wings folded against the gray skin of his back, Its spiky red hair was slick against his head. It rolled over as the tank's security protocol kicked in. Shackles emerged and pinned his hands and feet. Restraints online, Master Avaryss, the chamber's droid intelligence informed her. The Dark Lord nodded. Keep it restrained until we are finished, she ordered. As you wish, the pod's computer replied. Avaryss shook her head. What had Inquisitor Chain been thinking? This beast was not his daughter reborn. It never could have been. The creature hissed and tried to move, its arms pinned to the pod, its wings trapped beneath its back. Suddenly, its yellow Sith eyes snapped open. It looked up into the faces of Avaryss and Taya for the first time. Do you know us? Avaryss asked. Do you remember? Can you understand? Taya added. Can you hear us? The thing looked quickly between the two Sith, but its eyes finally locked onto Avaryss. A wave of rage and hate roiled through the Force. Farm girl, the monster hissed. Once perhaps, Avaryss said, but no longer. Taya smirked. Hello again, Naas, she said. How are you feeling? The monster bared its teeth and tried to rise. It fought against the restraints, but could not break them. It struggled to get to Avaryss. If looks could have killed, the Dark Lord would have died in that moment. You, the beast wailed angrily, you cut off my head. You murdered me. Interesting, Avaryss thought. Most impressive. I defeated Naas of Dromund Kaas in single combat, the Dark Lord replied. She is dead. You are not her. You were grown from her cells, Taya informed her, but we needed more than a simple monster. We needed you to have an understanding of what you were, what you feel, those memories you have. They are our gift to you, the means for you to take your place in the Sith Order. Monster. The creature sounded confused. I'm not. It looked down at its clawed hands, the powerful body that it found itself in. Surprise turned to shock, and shock turned to rage. It hissed again, and glared up at those who had awakened it. What have you done to me? Inquisitor Chain wanted something more than the daughter he had produced. He wanted something stronger, Avaryss answered. He altered your cells using both technology and Sith alchemy Naas. He wanted a new child, something that would surpass the one who had died on Korriban. Taya grinned slyly. He made you? Hearing the name of the Inquisitor changed the beast's attitude. It stopped struggling and seemed almost thoughtful. Chain, it said, the Lord Inquisitor, my father. It looked up at Avaryss again. I will kill him for this, for bringing me back like this. You need not worry about that, the Dark Lord said. I already took care of him. You are free to make your own choices now. You killed him, the creature laughed. I doubt that. Things have changed since you have been gone, Taya said. Avi is a full Darth now, and you owe her your existence. She was the one who chose to bring you back. You're confusing her, Tay, Avaryss said. She is not Naas. She may have our old friend's experiences and some of her memory, but she is something new, something superior. Avaryss leaned in closer to the beast. She had to give Rand credit. It was intelligent, and had adapted quickly to what Avaryss and Taya had given it. It wasn't Naas, but it was of her bloodline. The thought made Avaryss smile. It gave her an idea. Perhaps you should consider yourself a sister of girl we once knew, but you are so much more than that. Chain died with that issue. He had no heir, no legitimate one anyway. The creature wrinkled his nose, much as Naas had done in life, and his features were close enough to the fallen acolyte that her old friends recognized what was happening. The beast was thinking. You're Darth, it purred. I am, Avaryss nodded. The creature's lips twisted into a smile. If my feeble father is dead, then all that he once possessed is now mine by right. I will be able to claim everything that was his. You might be able to, Tay agreed, with the help of two lords. Without it, you are just another failed experiment, Avaryss spat. If you try to go on your own, you will lose. You will be seen as a monster and a freak, and destroyed like any other failed experiment. Without our endorsement, you will have nothing, Taya added. You will be nothing, not even a peasant. You will be something beneath the notice of the lowest of Sith hopefuls. The Naas thing growled. What do you want? Your service, for now, Avaryss informed her. I reward those that serve me well, and you have a chance to reclaim what is yours. Chane is dead. It is only fitting that one of his children take over his holdings. So I'm your slave, the monster growled. An enforcer provided you can prove yourself worthy of that title. The creature did something then that they did not expect. It laughed and looked down at its restraints. They popped open. It wailed and leapt into the air before either of them could draw their weapons. The monster opened its huge wings. It held itself aloft against the high ceiling of the room. Then it dived, its large clawed hands reaching for the Dark Lord's throat. It didn't make it. It stopped in midair, its claws swiping harmlessly before the Darth. Avaryss grinned. Again, she was impressed. The creature had gained an understanding of the Force. It had used its powers to free itself. Most impressive. Yet, it was still just a beast and bound to its mistress. It roared impotently, unable to touch the Dark Lord. Avaryss chuckled. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Now, you will fall down on your knees, filth. The creature obeyed. It could not resist. The spell that had given it its memories bound it to its new master. It could no more hurt her than a Deshade assassin could harm the one that it was bound to. It roared angrily, a terrifying sound to be sure, but in the end, pointless. It fell silent, its head low, it looked beaten. Avaryss kneeled before it. What is it going to be? She asked. Service or destruction? Make your choice. The beast's eyes narrowed hatefully. You will regret this, farm girl. Avaryss laughed. You will address me as my lord or master, nothing else. You are mine now, abomination. Get that through your head. Serve her well, and you will be rewarded, Nass. Taya added, Avi is your master now. The thing snarled. Not Nass, it hissed. Nass failed to destroy you, Avi, my lord. When the time comes, I shall not. The thing grinned hungrily. You called me abomination. It is not who I am, but it is close. The creature stood and bowed his head to his new master. I am, Abominus, the thing said respectfully. And, for now, I'm yours. Avaryss nodded. So nice that you saw sense, she purred. The Dark Lord reached onto her belt. She brought something that she had held onto for quite some time, something she had kept aboard her ship in case she ever needed it. She handed it to the monster, to Abominus. Her enforcer grinned. It was the lightsaber that Avaryss had taken off of the original Nass body. It would have been her weapon had she lived. Now, it belonged to her successor. The creature ignited the crimson blade and turned it to the ground and knelt, her wings splayed out behind her in show of submission. The down-turned blade scorched the ground, but message of surrender was clear. Abominus looked up at her new master. What happens now, master? It asked. We do what Sith are best at, enforcer, Avaryss said. We end the war. Chapter 54. My lord, we have them. It was those words that had gotten Avaryss' blood pumping. Her heart pounded with excitement as she readied herself for battle. She dressed quickly, her battle armor, her black cape with the red lining, even her mask and helmet. Tonight would be a night of nights. She could barely contain her excitement, her desire to wash her hands in the blood of her enemies. She could not keep the shark-like grin from stretching across her face. At long last, she would end the rebellion on her homeworld. Finally, her blade would taste the blood of Tal Maritza. The rebel leader no longer remained hidden. She was ready to end the man's life, eager to end it, and it was all because of the actions of the most unlikely member of her entourage. She almost laughed. Beric had done it. Her dear brother had done what her most skilled investigators had failed to do. He had not only located Maritza, but learned the rebels' latest scheme. She now had the chance to crush the rebellion in one swift stroke, and all because of the actions of Beric. She was impressed, she could not deny it. She was extremely impressed. It had all been so perfect. It had fallen into her lap like the sweetest of gifts. While Ro, Bleez, and Hissa had been leaning heavily on their contacts and agents, an old friend of Beric's had come to speak to him, an old friend with the most interesting piece of information. She was understandably intrigued, to be sure. The soldier's name was Rance, and he had known Beric since he had first joined the Sith military. The two men had gone through basic training together, with Rance going into special forces before Rick had. The man had been a talented foot soldier, and with training he had become an even better commando. Sadly, his career had ended before it could truly get going. Bad intelligence and a raid on a suspected SIS compound had cost the man both of his legs and his right eye. He could have returned to active duty with the proper prosthetics, but, unlike her, he lacked the funds to truly remake himself into the fighting machine that he could have been. As a result, he received an honorable discharge and had returned home to Ordana, returned to his family, and the farm that he had grown up on. The artificial limbs offered by the Imperial Medical Corps kept him mobile, but not much else. Rance might have drifted into obscurity had Darth Fear not continued to push the farmers to the limit. The man's military history saved his farm, but he had been forced to meet Fear's new quotas like every other farmer here. The only thing that had kept the man from truly turning against the Empire was his loyalty to that above all, a loyalty that had been reinforced due to his special forces training. He was even willing to tolerate Fear's actions as long as it served the greater good of their people. That didn't mean that the rebels did not try and recruit him, however. In many ways he was the perfect candidate to join them. He was a former soldier who should have had an axe to grind. The rebels had misread the man's loyalties, and when Barrick had sought him out when they first arrived, he had become one of her brother's contacts, and a very useful one indeed. A contact that he had not shared with his sister, something that she took minor offense to. "Why did you not tell me about this man earlier?" she had asked her brother. "Because I didn't know about his rebel interests, not at first, anyway. When I first contacted him, I was merely looking into how far that Darth Sadi had got her hooks into the army here, on your orders I might add." Her brother smiled. "Afterwards, as we spoke more, I came to realize that I wasn't the only one looking to Rance for help. The rebels found out somehow that he had been more than a common soldier. They had tried to recruit him for his tactical skills, but they were also wary of him, only letting him have a glimpse of their true operations." "I see," Kira had said. "What changed?" "Your arrest of Minister Moore for starters, that and the fact you shut down the holding companies that the rebels were using to finance their activities. Our enemies are starting to feel the sting of that loss. The rebel leadership on Ordana aren't fools, sister. They recognize the fact that you have claimed the initiative from them, and know that they need to strike back hard to regain their momentum. They are counting on Rance, and several others like him, to plan some big attack. That is what he shared with me, and that is how I know that we have a chance to get them all." She considered that, but was slow to trust. Nothing this valuable was ever for free. And what does your friend want? He must realize that what he is offering is valuable. He wants what any loyal soldier of the Empire wants. He wants to be recognized. He wants to do something relevant for the Empire again. Ever since his injury, he has been sidelined. He is eager to win a victory for the Empire again. He was a loyal soldier, and he remains a loyal Imperial despite everything that has happened. He wants to be a soldier again. Even if his weapon is now information, he wants to do his part, for his lords and emperor. Kira smiled at that. The emperor might be gone, but his lords, particularly this lord, she said, gesturing to herself, will gratefully reward the man if his information delivers all that he promises. It will pay off, sister. I believe what Rance has told me. He claims that he knows where Maritza has been hiding, and if Maritza is there, Talitha might be there, as well, she acknowledged. The man would not wish to be far from his favorite pawn. It is more than likely, sister, Barrick acknowledged. We could end this fight with a single victory. Surely you can't pass that up. No, she thought. Such an opportunity shouldn't be easily dismissed. Only a fool would not jump at the chance, who wouldn't take the chance. Yet, that might be the whole point. Both Kira and Avi weighed what Barrick told them. It sounded right, and they sensed no deception from her brother, but still, she was a bit hesitant to move in quickly and strike at her enemies' heads. What her brother was describing, it was almost too perfect of a scenario to pass up, and that was also the problem. The rebels had been so careful up until now. She found it a bit hard to believe that they would throw away all caution at this particular moment, especially if they were as desperate as Berick's friend claimed. It was possible, but she still felt the need to be cautious. She had no desire to be caught off guard. "You've hurt them, sister," Berick continued, and more to the point, they angered Rance with their attack on that civilian transport, loyal Imperials killed for no good reason, and with the attacks on other civilian targets afterward. He is willing to do what is needed to end the rebel threat, once and for all. She nodded, once again not bothering to mention that the transport had been her doing, but that didn't matter now, not if what Berick had discovered was true. She brought both Berick and what his contact had discovered to Magistrate Hesse. According to the wounded commando, the rebels were preparing a massive two-pronged attack at Imperial interests here on Oradana. They could stop that attack, or use what they learned to turn the rebel strike into the perfect trap, a trap that none of the rebels would be able to escape from. Knowledge was power, and what they had learned could change everything. If they acted quickly, they could turn this rebel raid to their advantage, foil the attack, capture or kill Tal Maritza, and liberate Talitha. And best of all, it would be a victory that the Dark Lord would have to share with no one. It would be hers and hers alone. It would be the greatest win of her Sith career. No one would dare doubt her power or prestige after this. She would have all of Ardana eaten out of her hand. Yet, she was still hesitant. She would still need to make some assurances before committing her forces to this. She had been in the middle of preparing those assurances when a servant droid had come to see her in her quarters. She had been annoyed by the interruption, but allowed it when she heard what it was about. Lady Sinestra Fear wanted to speak with her, and requested an audience as soon as possible. The request amused the young Sith. Sinestra asked to meet with her, not demanded. How delicious! It seemed that the lady had finally learned her place. Kira had been a bit surprised that she was still here, that she had not immediately run back to Dromund Kaas after learning that Kira had her daughter. She had figured that the woman would have gone running to her husband, to get Counselor Fear to demand that his apprentice release their daughter. It had been a call that both Avaryss and Kira had been expecting, but it had not came. Sinestra had remained here. She had even tried to reach out to her daughter, or so Sin claimed. The daughter had no interest in what the mother had to say, not that the Dark Lord blamed the girl. After what Sin had endured at her family's hands, why would she be interested in anything her mother had to say? Besides, it was not like Sin was not busy. The girl was quickly proving to be a great asset, and had already started streamlining the trade operations here on Oradana. With Dime's aid, she had already removed much of the graft and patronage that Lemore had allowed openly. Credits were again flowing freely into only the Empire's coffers. Eventually, they would be able to see who was worth bribing here, who the Sith needed to keep on their payroll on Oradana. But for now, Kira was interested only in keeping the Empire's money flowing, and the trade goods that fueled the Empire, of course. She could have made an order that the girl speak with her mother, but had no desire to alienate her new trade minister. Still, she was curious about what Sinestra Fear had to say. A quick visit, then, Avaryss decided, we shall speak with the woman, and hear what she has to say. Kira nodded. Agreed, she thought. Clad in her battle armor, ready to go forth and engage the Empire's enemies, she made her way to where the Lady of House Fear was waiting. She was most eager to hear what she had to say. The Dark Lord smiled. She was actually looking forward to this. It would be nice to hear Sinestra Fear squirm for once. She welcomed the chance to lord over her master's wife, and make her feel small. It had been a long time coming. Sinestra had been useful in undermining Sadie's position here, but now it was time to move on to the next stage of her plans that would be greatly accelerated by the fall of the rebels. One battle at a time, Avaryss reminded her. Yes, Kira agreed, first Sinestra, and then the rebels. She grinned hungrily. One battle at a time. She found the lady waiting in a small terrace park on the left side of the main tower. It was a pretty spot in the middle of the Empire's armor and pageantry, a place that government officials could come and enjoy a break from the tedium of their day-to-day operations. It was also quite loud out here. The winter winds continued to blow. The wind screens helped, but it was still quite loud. Loud enough to block out any listening devices, The tree under which the lady was sitting would make it hard from any holocron above them to record the meeting that was about to take place. Kira smiled. You did have to admire Lady Fear's understanding of the situation and her desire for secrecy. Kira now found herself growing more and more intrigued by this meeting. This didn't feel like this was going to be a normal threatening conversation with the woman. It seemed that she legitimately wanted to talk. She had been curious before, but now she was almost overly eager. What was this going to be about? The Dark Lord wondered. And how can I turn it to my advantage? She approached the woman, her dark hair flowing free, her black cape with red lining snapping in the breeze behind her. Sinestra looked up as she entered. There was no arrogance in her eyes. Not in this moment. She didn't look about to try and lord over her husband's apprentice. She looked worried, concerned. Kira smiled, enjoying the reversal. You asked to speak with me? Sinestra nodded. To make it quick, I'm in the middle of tending to some military matters. If Sinestra was insulted by her dismissive attitude, she didn't show it. Her master's wife sighed. I would like you to release my daughter from your service. I'm asking you as both a fellow Sith and as a mother. Avaryss almost laughed. As a mother. Was Sinestra actually going to play that card with her? How amusing. Your daughter is free to leave my service whenever she wishes, the Dark Lord assured her. She has been free to make that choice since the day we met. Sinestra glared at her. You mean when your agents kidnapped her? You expect me to believe she came here with you willingly from Dromund Kaas? How she arrived is not as important as the fact that she has chosen to stay. Avaryss laughed. Sin likely would have died in the same attack that killed our emperor. Yes, my people took her away from her old life, but I'm willing to bet that she would not trade what I offered her here for her old life. Why would she? Under my patronage, Sin will have a life, a far better life than you and my master offered her back on Dromund Kaas. Here she will have power. Here she will be able to make a difference in the Empire, to truly contribute to our coming victory over the Republic and Jedi. Avaryss shrugged. Doesn't your daughter deserve that? Does she not deserve to live a life that matters? I have offered her far more than you ever did. You think she was happy in that cage you called a life? No real chance at advancement, not even a lover to keep her company. The Dark Lord shook her head. You will find, my lady, that I've been far better to your daughter than you and your husband ever were. Sinestra sighed and shook her head. You don't understand. Everything that Sin endured was for her own good. Stuck in a dead-end position with no way to advance, I'm sure she was very grateful. Sinestra's eyes flashed angrily. In time, Sin would have been allowed to marry. I would have found her a proper match, someone who would advance both our house and give her a chance at happiness. Avaryss sneered at that. Perhaps you should have told her that, she offered. Oh, but I forgot. You told me that you didn't have a daughter once. Avaryss laughed harshly. Did I mishear you? I didn't want my daughter turned into a pawn, Sinestra informed her. I had no desire to see her caught up in the games that you and my husband were playing. The lady sighed again. You think you are something special, don't you? You think that you are better than the others that my husband has trained. Of course, I'm better, she said proudly. Unlike those others, I've achieved all that I've desired. I wanted to be a lord, I am. I wish to be a Darth, and I am. And you are still not satisfied, are you? Sinestra interrupted. I can see it in your eyes, girl. You desire more. You would take all that my husband possesses if you could. She thought of lying to her master's wife, but didn't see the point. She had grown strong in the Force. Once she had dealt with Maritza and his scum, not even Darth Fear would be able to deny her what she wanted. It is the way of the Sith, she said, and desire has always been part of who I am. I shall have everything that I want. And what of me? The lady asked. If you do manage to take away all that my husband possesses, what will become of me? What will become of my children? What do you want me to say? Avaryss smirked. I won't deny that I thought about destroying you and Beale, but perhaps that is no longer necessary. It is your husband that has been the bane of my existence. If he was to fall, perhaps you could provide me with more than a brief moment of entertainment. You know much about your husband's power base. Perhaps we could reach an understanding. You make it sound so easy. You think it will be that easy? Oh no, I suspect it will be the fight of my life, but I'm eagerly looking forward to it. Avaryss grinned as she paced before the lady of House Fear. She had not even been lying. It would be fun to destroy Sinestra, but why waste something that could be valuable? She knew that she was stronger than the Shudder. She could let her live or give her life to sin, let the daughter decide what the mother's fate should be. Bill was likely a lost cause, but Sinestra didn't need to know that yet. A shiver of anticipation ran down the Dark Lord's spine. I've served your husband's whims for almost half a decade now, she said. I've eliminated his enemies. I've blazed a path for him to the Dark Council. I've given him his dreams, but now it is my turn. She grinned fiercely. I deserve to have everything, and I shall take it. One day my children will sit back with their children and recount my tale, and they will know what it truly means to be Sith. They will know what it meant to start with nothing but the Force, and your wits and rise to the very height of the Empire. They will know. Sinestra laughed. Your children? She chortled. Did you say your children? The lady of House Fear laughed. She laughed long and hard. Avaryss paused. What was this now? What was so funny? What was so bloody funny? Did I say something amusing? Avaryss asked, her voice as cold and hard as iron. Sinestra cackled. She wiped at her eyes. Foolish girl, you haven't figured it out yet, have you? You really think you are going to just build a house for yourself? You think that my husband didn't make sure that you would never be more than his tool? She shook her head. Foolish child. Avaryss glared at her, her amusement with this game quickly passing. The lady was a fool. She had to be to dare speaking so to a Darth. Yet, anger was not the only emotion she felt. Concern seeped into her brain. Something was amiss, but what? What are you blathering about? Woman, Avaryss growled. Speak plainly. Sinestra glared at her. You are not the first girl that my husband took as his apprentice, and you will not be the last. You have made it farther than the others, but my husband will let you go no further. Trust me. He learned long ago how to make sure you stayed in your proper place, how you would never find the chance to be more than what he desired. He cannot stop me from expanding my house, Avaryss spat back. My progeny will one day be a part of one of the most powerful houses in the Empire. That is the whole point, you little fool. Sinestra spat back. You will not have any progeny. My husband took care of that years ago. Avaryss glared at her, not really sure what it was she was hearing. What? What do you mean? Sinestra gave her a cruel smile. Do you remember Corbin? Do you remember that pure-blooded toy that you seduced? How the two of you planned to wed, and leave my husband, and all his hopes and dreams for you behind? I remember, the Dark Lord answered. So what of it? Sinestra Fear shrugged. My lord had to save your life, didn't he? He came to Corbin himself, and saved you from being tortured to death. You told me the tale, how he ensured your survival, but he was not foolish enough to risk you making that mistake again. He took steps to ensure that you would never again be able to wrap another powerful male around your finger. He made sure that you had nothing to offer any other house but our own. Avaryss blinked. Her mind was suddenly locking up. She was having trouble making sense of what she was hearing. Kira didn't have that problem. She came out, taking control of their body, and as she did, she shivered in horror. The realization of what it was that Sinestra was telling her struck home. No, she said, her hand going to her belly. Fear isn't that cruel. Surely he wouldn't. But he did, her master's wife said with an evil smile. He made sure that you were worthless to any other Sith house. You could what a powerful son of any house, but you could not give his family what it wanted, what it needed. Sinestra smirked. You have no idea how much it amused my husband. Every time you spoke of having children of your own, he was so very entertained. She shook her head. Darth Fear knows how powerful that was, that ability. When he discovered that I was going to have sin, he made sure that his father was out of the way of our rise. He knew that my master would never accept it, and that I would use my condition to serve my own ends. Sinestra sneered at the young woman before her. While you were in a coma on Corbin, recovering from your interrogation at the hands of the instructors, my husband ordered the droids tending you to perform a simple, yet all-important, operation, one that would make you useless to any other suitor in the Empire. He then sealed the records, and his clearance code made sure that any droid in the Empire would not tell you what had happened. He didn't wish to distract you from your duties. Kira listened, her heart pounding in her ears. No. It could not be true. Fear is ruthless, but he would never. Yet, as she looked at her master's wife, she knew what the woman was telling her was true. She thought back to all the times she had mentioned having a family to her master, how he had always felt a brief moment of amusement with her musings. Now she knew why. Now she knew. I ask you now, Avaryss, Sinestra said, as a mother, as a woman who has something that you will never have. Please release my daughter from your service. When you fall, and you will, my husband will follow the imperative of the Sith purists. He will destroy all those that serve you. Sinestra reached out and took her hand, her metal hand. I'm asking, no, I'm begging you now. Please, let my daughter go. Save her from what is to come. Avaryss looked down into the eyes of her master's wife. She had never been so tempted to smash that face into bloody splinters. She desired it with almost every fiber of being. Fear, she thought angrily. Fear. Her hand drifted again to her belly. She thought of the future, of a life with Finn, a life with children of her own, and their children after them. A dream, she realized now. It had all been a fool's dream. Her master had made sure of it. The lightless line would end with her, at least, the line that would have sprung from her. Varric still could. What? No. She was finding it hard to breathe, to resist the urge to kill her master's wife, to take revenge for what her foul husband had done, what he had stolen from her. She was dying because of the actions of Darth Tarek, and the only reason that was because Tarek had been her master's enemy. Now this, her master he had. She couldn't even speak the words. She was so angry. She should have flown into a blind rage, destroyed the park, and Lady Sinestra with it, but strangely enough, her anger did not explode like a volcano, it flowed by like a dark sea. It was a dark sea about to flood an entire world. It was the dark side given form, and it would destroy everything, but only on her terms. She looked down on Sinestra. All she wanted in that moment was to prove her master's wife wrong. I still can, she realized. So what if Kira Lillis cannot have any children? This body will be abandoned soon anyway. Soon she would be rid of this diseased frame, and her new body would open an entirely new galaxy of possibilities. She would be strong in her new form, healthy, and able to give Finn, or Ro, as many children as they desired. It would be perfect, she would be perfect. The thought gave her some comfort. She tried not to let what Sinestra said bother her. She still had a destiny. The time had come to claim it. She took a deep breath and looked down on her master's wife. She smiled coldly. Thank you for telling me this, she said. I will make sure that when the time comes, Sin will come to no harm when I finally make my move. I will try to save Beale, but I fear he might be lost. He had spent too much time around Sadi, and he may never be free of her. Kira turned, her rage safely locked away for the moment, but soon to be unleashed on her enemies, on Tal Maritza, and the rest of his rebel trash. Your husband and I will speak upon my victorious return, she promised the lady. He and I have much to discuss. You don't know what is coming, girl, Lady Sinestra shouted. My husband does not toss away his toys until he has completely broken them. Kira could hear the disdain in the lady's voice. She tried to ignore it. What did she know? Kira was a Dark Lord of the Sith. Even the impossible was not denied her. I'm no one's toy, she thought. I am a Dark Lord. I am power. I am death. This will not end the way that you think it will, Sinestra shouted at her. Kira nodded. We'll see about that, she murmured under her breath, again her hand going to her belly, knowing that she would never know the sensation of truly making life. It was another crime her master had committed, something else that he had stolen from her. He would answer for that theft. He would pay. Thing won't end the way I think. We will see about that, she repeated. We'll just see. Chapter 55. According to my source, the rebels have two primary targets for today, the Imperial Armory in Waro and the spore processing plant outside of Kenson. The War Council took place aboard Avaryss Interceptor. Her old crew stood around her, listening as Beric Lilos outlined what his friend had discovered, what the rebels were planning to do today. They were joined by Ro Wilkes, Magistrate Hissa, War Master Bleeze, Taya, and the Nass creature, the beast that now preferred to be called Abominus. The monster's presence did little to put them at ease. It crouched on deck like some predator ready to spring, its powerful wings folded behind its back. She could have left it back at the tower, but Avaryss thought it wiser that the creature join them. Abominus was a powerful weapon. She would be useful in the fight that was coming. Plus, Avaryss did not dare leave her to her own devices, who knew what havoc the creature might get up to if left on her own. Yes, she was bound to serve her mistress, but that didn't mean that she might find some kind of loophole, some means to hurt Avaryss or her cause. Nass had been clever in life, clever and cunning. Kira could only guess how smart Abominus was, if she was even half as smart as the girl she had been spawned from. The Dark Lord could not take that chance. She could feel Abominus' gaze upon her, feel the anger the creature felt towards her. It would not hesitate to try to rip her in half. If it was not bound to her, it likely would have tried. It was risky, bringing her along, but Abominus needed to learn sooner rather than later who his master was. The monster was needed here. She would serve her mistress's needs, or she would die. That was all that was left for the creature now. Avaryss trusted Taya to watch her. She had more experience with Nass than the Dark Lord did, and she had no love for her old ally, who abandoned her during her last few months on Korriban. No, Taya understood what needed to be done, if it came to that. As for the rest of the mission, Kira trusted her brother and his contact. She hoped that he had not only news, but a means to turn what was about to happen to their advantage, or at least she had, before her talk with Lady Sinestra. Beric Lilos frowned as he looked at the blinking red lights on the hologram. Both locations on the map were high-value targets for the rebels of Ordana, and both were necessary in maintaining Sith interests and advancing the war effort. If either was to fall, the Sith Empire would suffer a major blow, and the flagging strength of the rebellion would be revitalized. They would be able to expand their war again, maybe this time as a true military threat. Everyone on the ship knew that, and recognized the need to end the threat right here and now. The Dark Lord certainly did, but... She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. But... In that moment, Avaryss realized that she didn't care. She was only partially listening to the briefing. It did not seem important to her anymore. Nothing did. Her recent conversation with Sinestra Fear occupied her thoughts, what it meant, and how it affected everything that she hoped was to come. What did the Empire matter when her future was gone? She was starting to fear that all was lost, that she was destined to be simply a footnote in the long history of the Sith Order. She was shocked to discover that it didn't matter at all. Nothing did. Only the face of her master mattered. Only her desire for revenge. Her vision was tinged with red. Everywhere she looked, she could see her master's face. She could hear Darth Fear's cold laughter. It was almost too much for her to bear, almost. She shook her head, trying to regain her focus, not to think about what she had learned. Her human hand automatically drifted into her belly, thinking about what had been taken from her, what her master had stolen from her. Her rage continued to boil. It was now almost impossible to resist. She was no longer sure that she wished to resist. As her brother continued to drone on and on about this strategy and that plan, she found herself lost in the past, thinking about what joining the Sith had cost her, the price she had paid for the power she now wielded. Had it all been worth it, she asked herself, or had it all been for nothing? It was all about him, she realized, Darth Fear. In the beginning he had stolen her past, his men had murdered her family, and sent her down a path that would lead her to his service. From that point on, since her days as a Sith hopeful up to today, she had been nothing more, nothing less, than her master's slave. She had been a slave with power, true, but she had never really had a chance to explore her own interests, the desires that could have defined her life. Fear had taken her past and used her present to redefine his role in, not just the Empire, but the Sith Order as well. He had advanced far beyond what he should have, and all because of her actions. The role that she had played had brought him to the Dark Council chambers, had put him in a position that he was actually able to challenge for the throne, and still, that was not enough for him. It would never be enough. A low growl escaped her throat. It was not enough to take who she had been, and what she had become, but he had also made sure that she would have no future beyond what he allowed. He had taken away her future twice, first with his decision to have her operated on back on Corbin, and then not bothering to tell her about Tarek's retrovirus, the very virus that was now killing her. Yes, she had a way around it, but that was not the point. She shouldn't have needed to seek out a new body. She should have been allowed to live her life. Fear had taken that from her, used her until she was all but used up. He would have happily kept her in the dark, let her continue on as she always had until she had simply dropped dead. Never having known that she was sick, never having known how he had used her. She shook her head, again seeing his smiling face before her eyes. Damn you, Master, she thought. You've taken everything from me. Everything. Are you all right, my lord? Commander Holly's question drew her back from her musings, the frigidly black hatred that threatened to swallow her whole. I'm fine, Commander, she lied. Let us remain focused on the briefing. Holly returned her attention to Barrick's prattling, but Kira could not. Fear had taken so much from her, the life of a Sith had taken so much from her. She was not sure how much she had left. I don't know how much more we can take, Kira thought. She felt like it was all slipping away, that she was slipping away. Nothing seemed to matter anymore, not the Empire, not the war, nothing. She was starting to think that if she lost anything else, if she lost anyone else, she would not be able to handle it. She was barely holding it together as it was. Dr. Vran had warned her, the virus affecting her brain chemistry could do far worse than simply kill her. She could suffer a complete and utter psychotic break. She could snap and lose all touch with reality. She hated to admit it, but in this moment, that didn't sound that bad. It felt like reality was determined to break her, to leave her with nothing. It was as if the Force itself was working against her, that it was betraying her, and in the center of that web of betrayal sat Darth Fear. It had always been him, she realized. It had always been him. Stop it, Avaryss hissed. Pull yourself together. I can't, Kira almost whimpered. She had managed to keep from falling apart in front of Sinestra, but now, after having thought about what had happened again and again, she was almost at the end of her rope. You can and you will, Avaryss hissed. We are so close to absolute victory. You just need to hold on for a bit longer. We will deal with fear once we have dealt with the rebellion. Kira wanted to believe that she. Lord Avaryss. Barrick's words reminded her where she was again. She blinking and looked up at her brother, pretending that she had actually been paying attention. Yes, Captain, she asked. Her brother gave her a curious look. Do you have anything else to add before I go on with the battle plan? She tried to think, come up with some idea simply from looking at the map, trying to let her eye guide her back over what he had said, trick him into believing that she had actually been paying attention. Sadly, she had nothing. Once she looked at the map, all she could see was Darth Fear's face, hear his words. Scream for me, daughter, he whispered from the shadows. Scream for me. She saw visions of how her life should have been. They danced before her eyes. A life not only of power, but happiness as well. She imagined living on Dromund Kaas with her husband and their family. She imagined the children that they would have. Sometimes it was Rose she saw at her side. He was her husband. Other times it was Finn, after he had finally abandoned the dogmatic lies of the Jedi. Regardless, she now knew that those dreams were nothing, flights of fancy and fantasy. Darth Fear had made sure of that. He had made sure she didn't have a future. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. When she thought about what happened, all it did was piss her off. The anger helped, she supposed. It was far better than despair. It kept her centered. focused on her vengeance, her thirst for vengeance. She smiled at her brother, not wanting him to see how weak she had become. "Continue with the battle plan, Captain," she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. She nodded respectfully. "So far I like what I'm hearing." He nodded. "The information provided us by Lieutenant Rance has revealed that the attack will begin an hour after dark. A strike at the spore processor first, followed quickly by a raid on the World Armory." "Have we managed to confirm that these attacks will take place?" Avaryss asked. "It seems so, my lord," Hissa answered. "The security system at the World Armory has just flagged an attempt to access the systems there, using the command codes that we discovered were used by the rebels in previous raids." Hissa grinned. "They will find their codes not so useful this time." A sly smile came to Avaryss' lips. "Made some changes to the system, have you, Magistrate? The codes will continue to function as expected. However, they will not be shutting down the security systems completely, just enough to draw the enemy out and into our trap." "We don't want to spook our prey too soon," Beric agreed. "Spore plant raid will be the rebels' first strike of the evening. According to Rance, they will do nothing to jam communications. They will want to draw out as many of our forces as they can. They wish to clear out any possible reinforcements for the armory," Zen said with a sly grin. "They want all our forces focused away on their strike on this processing plant." "That is what it looks like." "Yes," her lover agreed. "Once the rebels hear that our reinforcements are moving to aid our people in Kinson, they will strike hard at Worrell, stealing as many arms as they can." "It is actually quite a brilliant plan," Dime said thoughtfully. "If we drive them off from the spore plant, it is likely they will gain enough new weapons from Worrell to continue their war against us. If we choose to defend the armory, they steal enough processed spores to refinance their entire operation. They win either way." Zen gave him a curious look. "How valuable are these spores?" "Close to 100 million credits. Easy," the Muin answered. "More than enough credits to revitalize their flagging strength. Might even be enough to start hiring pirate gangs again, like they did back on Fallis." "Which is why they must be stopped here," Beric said grimly. "We've been forced to pull troops from the defense of the capital to make this strike work. But if all goes to plan, the rebels will suffer a very bloody nose today." Avaryss' crew nodded. The scenario that her brother was outlining sounded reasonable, but again she could not shake the feeling that she was missing something. Again, it sounded almost too perfect. "What if your guy has gotten it wrong, soldier boy?" Rink asked. "Rance wouldn't lie to me," Beric Lilos replied. "I know him too well. I'm not saying that he is lying. I'm saying that what we might be looking at here is some kind of double feint." The former street rat shook his head. "You said we needed to draw defenders from the capital to make this plan of yours work. What happens if the rebels chose to hit there instead? What if what your man heard is also mass deception? A means for the rebels to hit a larger target, a target left all but defenseless by our moving our forces around." Necros looked at the map and nodded. "Rink is making a good point," the necromancer agreed, "if this is being just a feint." "We are ready for that too," Beric said. "The Enforcer have remained behind in the capital, in case they are needed, plus Captain Kennedy had moved down 2 full battalions to the surface. They will be there if the capital should fall under attack." Beric pressed a button on the holotank. A third target flashed before their eyes. "The battles in Kinson and Worrell are important, but they are also just a penny maneuver." Rance's information also included the location of the rebels' main broadcast center, a center that will go online moments after the raid concludes. He looked at Avaryss. "We believe that Tal Maritza himself will be there for that broadcast, and that he will have Talitha at his side." Beric smiled. "This is our chance, my lord, our chance to rescue her." Avaryss frowned. Again, this sounded almost too good to be true. "How can we be sure that Maritza will be there, and that he will have Talitha with him?" "The rebels only have this one facility," he told her. "Simply sending a recorded hologram won't work this time. If one attack should fail, Maritza will need to adjust his message accordingly, as for Talitha being there." Her brother shrugged. "My source says that they have double security at the broadcast site, that Maritza is holding something very valuable there." She nodded. Her brother could be wrong, but if there was a chance of getting Maritza and saving Talitha, they could not pass it up. Very well, she said. We will need to hit the facility at the same time that the battles are going on in both Worrell and Kenson. She smirked. And to even further sell how seriously I'm taking these attacks, I will lead our forces in both Worrell and Kenson. Berick's brow furrowed. You? She nodded. How do you plan on being in 2 places at once? 3, actually, she said, tossing her helmet to Necros. The Devish caught it with a toothy grin. So, she purred, I will be playing the role of the master during this attack. In Worrell, yes, Avaryss said, Ro and his volunteers will be with you. Seeing him there will help sell the deception. Are you sure about this, my lord? Ro asked, sounding worried. I would rather be at your side during. You will be? That is what the rebels in Worrell will believe. And what of Kenson? Hissa asked. Will another of your apprentices be there as well? I will be there, she promised, looking at Holly. The commander nodded. She knew what was expected of her. Dime will stand with the Avaryss and Kenson. Taya and Abominus will go as well. When my face is seen, it should go a long way in convincing the enemy that I'm on the battlefield. And where will you be truly, my lord? Hissa asked. Where else, she said with a smile. I will lead Berick's team against the rebel broadcast facility, Zen, and I will make sure that no further transmissions are sent from the site, and I will recover my sister as well. The Dark Lord looked at the map and nodded. An interesting plan, Avi, Kira agreed from her place in the back of their mind. If we can get Maritza, drag him back to the capital in chains. I will not waste my time on a trial, she replied to her other self. A head will suffice. The rebels and officials of Oridana will finally understand that the war is over. Oridana is and will always be a Sith world. I will accept nothing less. What kind of defenses are we looking at? Zen asked. We will need all the strength we can muster to crush this threat. The rebels have few military vehicles, Berick answered, 1 heavy troop transport, and 2 repaired walkers. My source believes that they will be used to secure the armory. We will have proper armor there and waiting when they arrive, Hissa promised. See that you do, Avaryss said. She turned to her crew, her inner circle. She smiled. We have done much together, my allies. We have bled together, endured together. Now we must prove our mettle again. She looked at them each in turn. I would gladly trust my life to anyone in this room. What we have faced together forged us into one of the greatest crews in the Empire. Abominus cackled. Do you include me in your loyal crew, Avi? I trust your ambitions, Abominus, she replied. If you want to possess your father's holdings one day, you will do as I say. She turned to Taya and HK. Keep an eye on her for me. You both know what to do if she proves untrustworthy. The assassin droid looked at the monster. A shudder ran through his metal frame. Eager statement. Oh, master, I do love when you say things like this. I so look forward to carrying out your orders. We will handle it, Avi, Taya promised. All will be as you wish. Good, Avaryss thought with a nod. Very good. Tall Maritza has lived long enough, she declared. He has twisted a loyal imperial world and turned it into a hotbed of traitors and dissidents. Her eyes narrowed at the mere thought. Tonight we prove the strength of the imperial fighting machine, not just the power of the Force and the strength of our military, but the courage and skill of our warriors. She grinned hungrily. The day has come, my friends, the day of reckoning. The end of the rebellion is at hand. For the Sith. For the Sith, her crew shouted. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empire. Yes, Avaryss thought. Now it begins. The beginning of the end. The shuttle skimmed low to the ground, its bottom brushing the tips of the long grass of the Oridana plains. Avaryss felt the thrill of it all. Being only a few centimeters from certain death excited the Dark Lord. Zen's skill guided their ship towards their target. She looked over her troops, 12 trained commandos, handpicked by Berick for this mission. They moved like machines, checking over their weapons and armor, readying them for battle. A good crew, she thought, she could feel their eagerness to destroy the enemy. Their desire to protect the Empire from what they thought was its greatest enemy. She was eager to fight at the side of these men. She was eager to end Tal Maritza once and for all. She moved and sat down next to Beric. He was all business. She could barely sense his emotions. That was good. She needed him cold and frosty today. If they were to save Talitha, they needed to be ready. Once we've secured Talitha, I want you to get her out of there. Nothing else matters. He glanced up at his sister. Nothing? What about you, sister? What if you were in danger? She gave him a sly smirk. I can't take care of myself. Besides, Tal Maritza is mine. A shiver ran down her spine. He will suffer to his last breath. He nodded. I understand your anger, sister, but don't let it blind you. We've a chance here to end the fight in here. We should focus on that. She nodded. She knew he was right, but she was so angry. She had so much rage. Darth fear was not here for her to unleash it, and if she didn't unleash it, she would be overwhelmed by it. No, she needed to end Maritza. She hungered for it. He needed to die. He deserved to suffer. She felt warmth on her lips. She reached up with her right hand and wiped at her nose. Her fingers came away bloody. She frowned. Dr. Vran warned her of this. The treatments helped, but they were not a cure. Bloody noses would become more and more common for her over the next few months. It was a small symptom of her failing health. It was one problem of many that she was facing. It didn't matter, not in the long run. She would soon crush the rebellion, and in her victory, she would finally secure Ordana. Her homeworld would be in her pocket. She found herself thinking about Darth Sadi. She was not sure what business had taken the woman away, but it didn't matter. She would not be here to claim this victory over the rebellion for herself. It would be Avaryss and Avaryss alone that would seize the laurels. This would be her triumph. It would be a victory for both her and the Empire. Even if that meant less and less to her, she still desired victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. Yes, she thought. She longed to break her chains. She desired to be free. Her holo communicator chirped. She raised it. The image of Magistrate Hissel appeared. He was currently aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, monitoring the various battles from there. The attack in Kinson has begun, my lord, he informed her. Reinforcements are being deployed. Excellent, she replied. Tread carefully, Magistrate. Let us not spook our quarry just yet. Fear not, my lord. We will draw them out and in. Good. Any word from the capital? Any surprises? Nothing. War Master Bleeze has not contacted me. Good, she thought. In this, no news was good news. War Master Bleeze had returned to the capital. The trooper would lead the enforcers into battle if that is what was required. She smiled at her pet magistrate. I'm going calm silent now. I will contact you again when the battle is over. As ordered, the man said, Good hunting, my lord. May the force serve you well, magistrate. The holo vanished. She put her communicator away. If something came up in the capital, Bleeze would be able to handle it. She had no doubt. Avaryss was not concerned about that. The force seemed to be singing to her now. She sensed that she was on the right track. Whatever was coming, she was where she needed to be. It is almost over, she thought. My victory is at hand. She put on a Sith war mask. It was not as strong as the one that Necros was wearing as part of their feint, but it would protect her when the bolt started flying. Approaching drop point, Zen called out from the pilot seat, Prepare to engage. The troopers brought up their weapons. She heard the sound of power packs humming, the sound of heavy blasters coming to life, their safeties off. She gripped her lightsaber firmly with both hands. She was so eager for this, so eager to wash her hands in blood. She could not change what fear had done to her. She could not change what Tarek had done to her, but she could influence this. She could kill the rebel leaders and save her sister. She was most eager to kill something. It would be glorious. Beric brought up the hollow map that his source had acquired. She regarded it thoughtfully. Once this place had been an estate for one of the southern landowners, one of many that had fallen when Darth Fear had claimed the land for himself. Now it was a rebel stronghold. a place for dissidents. She would bring it down around their ears once she had gotten her sister to safety. "Remember what I said, brother," she said, Talitha first. "I will do as you ask, sister. All will be as it needs to be." She nodded. "Good." Zen's voice rang out over the vehicle's loudspeaker. "Landing in 3, 2, 1. The ship hit with a bump. Down and clear. The transport's door swung open. Avaryss leapt out, followed by Beric and his troopers. She landed on the ground, the winter wind blowing her cape. She did not ignite her lightsaber yet. She looked around quickly, reaching out with the Force. She sensed no danger. No blast of fire rose to greet them. The transport lifted and withdrew to a safe position. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. They had come in low, to avoid detection on enemy scanners, but the ship was not invisible. Any rebel sentry should have seen their arrival. "Something isn't right," Kira said. "Why are we not under attack?" Avaryss frowned. It was a good question. A very good question. Why weren't the rebels coming out to meet them? As quiet as shadows, Beric deployed his troopers. They spread out in a flanking pattern, advancing on the target. Her brother stayed close to her. He would be both her guard and her backup if she needed it. They moved forward, predators hiding in the long grass, Tukata waiting to spring on their prey. Her heartbeat quickened. She could barely contain her bloodlust. "Be here," she thought. "Tal Maritza, you had better be here. Tonight, we dance the final dance." She lost track of her troopers. They were so quiet, so professional. She was grateful that they were on her side. They came to the edge of long grass. Her eyes widened as she peered out from cover. Her smile turned predatory, a shark-like grin. "Ah," she thought, there he was. There was a small campaign tent set up before the ruins of the estate. She saw Tal Maritza standing before a holocam as his soldiers set up for their broadcast, and there, to his left on her knees. Talitha, she thought. Good. She was alive. Her sister was bound, her hands behind her back, her legs folded beneath her. "There she is. Let's go, Avi," Kira shouted. "Come on." Avaryss did not obey. They were not ready yet. She was waiting for Beric to receive the signal that their troops were in position. She would not give the rebel leader a chance to escape, not this time. She took a deep breath. By now the Battle of the Warrow Armory should be underway. The rebels should all be committed to their attacks. Almost, she thought. Almost. "Are we ready?" she asked over her comlink, her direct link to her brother. "Stand by," his response came back. "Stand by." She glared. Stand by. Why? If they were in position, they should. Blast of fire rang out. The long grass around them flashed red. Damn, Avaryss thought. They're onto us. No more time. She leapt. "Kira, wait," Beric shouted. She didn't obey. She was tired of waiting. She wanted blood. She would have it. She ignited her blade as she flew through the air. Tal Maritza and his band of rebels looked up. Too late, she thought. Far too late. The rebels went for their blasters. Too slow. She beheaded the man behind the holocam. She sent a blast of force lightning into the one closest to the generator. He flew back, and it exploded. Night turned to day. She looked away from the light. She had eyes only for Tal Maritza. She could see the light from her blade reflected in his darkened faceplate. "Now," she hissed, "you die." "Protect," Maritza said, pulling a blaster from his sleeve. "Protect." He raised his weapon and fired. She was too quick. She danced around his blast and closed the distance. Almost on reflex, she cut Talitha's bonds. "Run!" the Dark Lord shouted. "Run, sister." "Kira!" Talitha screamed. "Stop. You don't understand." She parried Maritza's blast. He backed up, but was nowhere near fast enough. "Kira!" She brought her blade around. She could hear her sister screaming, but in that moment she didn't care. She had had enough of Maritza. He was done. She swatted his blaster away with her metal hand and brought her lightsaber around in a wicked arc. Her blade sliced through the neck of the rebel leader. Sparks exploded. The head bounced away, the faceplate shattering as it hit the ground. The body didn't fall, it tried to continue its attack. Avaryss sliced at it with her lightsaber. The robes caught fire as more sparks emerged, all splattered in her face. The Dark Lord sputtered. What the? In the light of the fires burning around her, she saw what was left of Tal Maritza. She could not believe it. The helmet was broken. She could see the face underneath, or rather the face plate. What the? She stared in disbelief. A droid. Tal Maritza was a droid. Sister. Kira. Beric emerged from the tall grass, his remaining soldiers at his back. Kira stared down in shock. She didn't understand. How could Tal Maritza be a droid? Beric. She heard Talitha say. Rick, get her out of here. Avaryss shouted, we need to fall back. It is okay, sister, Beric said, coming to her side. He put his hand on her shoulder. It is over. She glared at him. What was he talking about? It was. She felt a shift in the force, but she could not respond. The danger was too close. He was too close. Pew! Pew! Avaryss gasped. The red flash of light was followed by a cold burning sensation in her gut, far colder than anything she had ever felt. She coughed blood. Oh, Emperor. She could only stare in shock. Beric looked at her like she was a stranger. He plucked her lightsaber from her hands. What? Crack. The force of his backhand caused her to lose her mask. It went flying off. She spun and fell to the ground. She couldn't stand. She coughed blood. She held her gut, feeling burnt cloth and smelling burnt meat. Beric had shot her. He had shot her twice in the stomach. Twice. She tried to stand, to cry out, to call on the force to save herself. He brought his foot around and kicked her. Her head snapped back. Stars exploded before her eyes. She laid on the ground, her troopers standing around her. They were all pointing their blasters at her. Her. Stupid little witch, her brother said. Why could you not have simply accepted the way things were? Avaryss' head spun. She didn't understand. Beric. He was her brother. Why? Why would he? Talitha came up beside him. She held the head of the Tal Maritza droid in her hands. She shook her head, much as she had done back home, back when she found one of her pet droids malfunctioning. What a mess, she slurred, the scars on her face affecting her voice. It is going to take me hours to fix him. You have time now, my dear. The voice that spoke up was cold and cruel, a voice that demanded to be obeyed. Avaryss turned her head to see Darth Sadi standing next to Talitha, and at her side was Bill Fear. He looked at her sister. Are you okay? He asked, his voice thick with concern. Talitha smiled. I'm fine, Bill, she promised him. She didn't get the chance to hurt me. Avaryss groaned. Me? Hurt her? As she watched, Bill did something she never would have expected. He pulled Talitha into his arms and kissed her like they were lovers or something. Avaryss groaned. No, she thought. No. Sadi laughed. Beric dropped to one knee before the Dark Lord of the 80 system. Her lightsaber, my mistress, Beric said. He was practically whimpering with joy to be back in the presence of the other Sith, and in his other hand, a holocron. Her holocron. He was like a dog come to hump his mistress' leg. It was disgusting. A gift from my lady. Sadi took both Avaryss' blade and her holocron. Thank you, dear Captain, she said. I'm most pleased. He grinned like a happy child. Are you pleased? Really? Have I done well? I have, haven't I? Oh yes, Sadi said, examining Avaryss' holocron. You have done very well, Captain. Avaryss snarled. Blood of spit flew from between her clenched teeth. She tried to crawl towards her brother. Her only thought was of tearing out his throat with her bare hands. Traitor, she thought. Traitor. Sadi smiled down upon her. Avaryss roared like a dying beast. Oh, what's the matter, Avi? The rival asked. Are you trying to say something? Kira emerged angry and full of hate. Beric, Talitha, her family. They. She growled under her breath, rage and hate filling her up. What was that, dear? I can't hear you. In that moment, Avaryss found her voice. Her head was spinning from Barrick's attack and the pain in her gut, but she could speak. Traitors. Force lightning exploded from her fingertips. Bill pushed Talitha behind him, while Barrick and his men hid behind Sadi. It would not save them. Avaryss roared like an enraged rancor. She would kill them all. She started to cast, to call on the death field. She would not stop it this time. She would let it flow over the entire world. All would pay for this outrage. She would burn this whole treacherous world to the ground. She would. She was flung back. She landed 10 feet from where she had been. Her leg breaking, she could feel the bone tear through her pants. She howled. She was surrounded by shadows. The dark side faded. She felt her powers being drained away, her life being drained away. She whimpered. She was in so much pain. Betrayal, she thought. They've betrayed me, every last one. She looked up into the shadow. She saw 2 glowing yellow eyes staring down at her. You will not die here, child, her mother's voice said, but you must stop. You don't understand. Mother, Kira whimpered, you're with him. You came here to kill me. You lied. She felt the shadow ripple with disappointment. You will understand, Kira, she promised. When you awaken, you will understand. The world spun away. She felt cold, and she felt empty. Gone, she thought, all gone. Betrayed. Everyone I trusted, betrayal. Love a lie. Family a trap. Betrayal. 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 Traitors all. The whole galaxy, they are all traitors. Let it burn. Let all life burn. She let the darkness take her, but she didn't forget. She would never forget. Ordana would pay for this outrage. The universe would scream as she tore its soul out. All would be consumed by the revenge of the Sith. She would be the dark side. She would be the Sith. Something within her broke, it snapped. Something died within her in that moment. She let it die. She no longer cared. She glared at the shadow, and at those that served it. You will understand, the shadow promised. Avaryss smiled through bloody teeth. I already do, she thought. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all. You will suffer, she thought. The darkness claimed her. All will suffer. Chapter 56. She was trapped in a very old and familiar nightmare. Kira watched as the Sith troopers tore through the Lillis family farm. She could do nothing as they set charges in the doors of her family's rooms. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Every instinct she now possessed screamed to lash out, to destroy the men and women for daring to hurt her family, for destroying her past. Why do I keep coming back to this? She wondered. Why can't I escape this? Because this was the moment I was born, Avaryss said behind her. She spun to see the Sith acolyte standing behind her, still clad in the training robes of Corbin, her jaw covered by a breathing mask. Kira glared at her other self. How can you just stand there? Kira demanded. How can you see this and feel nothing? Avaryss laughed, an ugly sound through the breathing mask, and quite painful if Kira's shared memories with her other self were correct. Why should we do anything? Avi asked. You know how this ends. All these troopers are going to be dead in a few minutes. We destroy them, the death field that we conjure turned them all to ash. They died screaming. The masked Sith chuckled. I don't have to do anything, we already did it. Kira hissed and watched as the troopers filed out of the homestead. She knew that her other self was right, but it brought little comfort. My world ended here, she thought, but it also began. Why does life always begin with pain? She asked. Life is pain, Avaryss said with a shrug. This was normally the time that the dream shifted, that they found themselves outside, watching as Fierce Enforcer reduced the farmhouse to an inferno, to a smoking hole. They did not make that transition this time. Avaryss and Kira remained where they were. The one made to continue to watch. What is this? Kira wondered. It seems that the Force has something to show us, Avaryss said, peering over her other self's shoulder. Yes, Kira realized. Perhaps you are right for once, Avi. As they watched, the door to Talitha's room opened. They watched as their little sister emerged, a spanner in hand, the tool she had used to slice the lock. Kira felt a ripple in the force. It was time, she thought glumly. The charge outside of Talitha's door went off, and the world turned white. Only this time, the dream didn't end, it continued, and the two remained inside the house. They finally saw what happened next. Talitha had only had a microsecond to react, but she had. She raised her hands and pushed outward. The blast flowed around her, stopped by a force shield. Both Avaryss and Kira's eyes widened. Talitha had not died in the explosion. She was force sensitive, and she knew how to use it. She had saved herself. The blast did lift her up, however. It flung her hard against the back wall. The explosion outside of Premier's room buffeted her. Her shield cracked, and Tali caught fire. She screamed in agony, but still managed to hold her shield. She managed to smother the flames with her power, but she was still in danger. Her home was coming down, everything ignitable or flammable in the house was about to blow. Talitha stumbled towards the back wall, tapping on the surface with her hand and with her foot, in a seemingly random pattern on the bricks before it. Kira was not sure what her sister was doing. What was she? The wall slid back and Talitha fell inside. Avaryss and Kira followed her, the flames and destruction not touching them. The door sealed behind them as the ceiling finally gave way. The last of the Lillis family home crumbled away. The ceiling collapsed, muffling the last of the explosion. Yet, Talitha had survived. She was injured, and lying on the floor in this hidden room, or rather, a hidden hall, automatic lights kicked on, revealing a stairway leading down. Both Kira and Avaryss looked around in surprise. What was this? Avaryss wondered. Why was there a secret door in our home? Kira wondered. Though this was only a dream or vision, Kira tried to reach out with the Force, get a sense of where they were now. She couldn't. As she looked up at the now sealed doorway, she saw why. Sith glyphs were inscribed, not just on the door itself, but around the entryway as well. Both she and Avaryss recognized those glyphs. Those are part of a masking spell, Avaryss recognized. If anyone tried to reach out and find this door with the Force, they wouldn't have been able to. Kira finished. This passageway was hidden against Force users. Those glyphs hide the presence of not only the door but of the person behind it. Kira shook her head. No wonder that she felt Talitha wink out in the Force. She assumed her sister was dead, but she had not been dead. She had been hiding. Again, the young Dark Lord's mind spun. What was all this? My family was simple farmers. Why was this even here? Despite being in incredible agony, unable to even lift her right arm, 8-year-old Talitha Lillis stumbled down the steps, whimpering with pain, but clearly not fatally wounded. Kira and Avaryss tried to follow her, to find out where the stairs led. Sadly, it was not B. The two were yanked away. Kira howled in frustration. No! We were so close. She felt herself rising, the past sinking into the shadows. So close. Slowly, the world came back to the Sith Lord. Avaryss awoke in control, the sound of machines beeping, and the smell of kolto filled her nose. A medical room, she realized, and with that realization, the memory of what had happened came back to her. Her attack on Tal Maritza, the realization that the rebel leader was really a droid and Barrick, A wave of anger washed over her. Barrick, her own dear brother, shooting her, blasting her in the gut. She remembered the pain, and seeing him kneeling before Darth Sadi, her humble dog. A shiver ran down her spine. Barrick would pay for that betrayal. He would pay dearly. Why are we not dead? Kira wondered. Why would the rebels choose to save us? It was a good question. Avaryss had to admit. Sadi, Talitha, and the rest of their crew still wanted more from her, it seemed. They would not get it. She had come here to end this rebellion. She would see that the ringleaders answered for what they had done. She kept her presence in the Force small, just in case Sadi or one of her underlings was watching her. Avaryss sent out tendrils of the Force, seeking just how many rebels might be guarding their new prisoner. She felt a single presence nearby, a familiar presence, one she had not felt in years, and had known before she even knew what sensing someone in the Force meant. Talitha. Avaryss risked opening her eyes. She recognized the familiar imperial architecture, the design of a Sith medical bay. Talitha sat to her right, all her attention at that moment focused on an item sitting in her lap. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Talitha Lillis had her holocron. Kira's little sister turned the crystal pyramid over and over, touching the various symbols on its surface, even shaking the device once or twice. Her expression was one that her older sister knew well. She remembered it from when the other girl was so engrossed in fixing one of her droids that nothing else took precedence. "Open, damn you," the girl muttered under her breath. "Just open." Talitha hissed in frustration and set the holocron down. "Droid," she called out, "get my tools. I will get this silly little thing to work." Avaryss frowned. A holocron was no silly little thing, and it deserved more respect than to be taken apart like it was some malfunctioning cleaning droid. Avaryss had heard enough. "You can't open it that way," she said loudly. "It won't open at all, and it's locked." Talitha startled at the sound of her sister's voice. "Kira," she gasped, "you're awake." Summoned by her name, Kira took over her body and sat up and regretted it immediately. Pain burned across her abdomen. She looked down to see two fresh red blaster burns now marred the pale skin of her belly. Her armor had protected her, mostly, but at close range, the military sidearm had still done damage. "Damn you, the barrack," she thought. "Damn you." Kira looked around quickly. It was indeed a medical room, or perhaps a medical bay. It was similar to the setup she had back on her interceptor, a ship's medical bay. So I'm on the ship, she realized. Wonderful, who knew where she was now? If the rebels had decided to flee the system. She looked at her little sister. Clad in the overall of a Sith engineer, Tali looked much like she remembered. Her brown hair was a bit longer perhaps, and the scars on her face had twisted one side of her mouth, giving her voice a slight lisp. She was also a young woman now, or close to it. Talitha had been about to turn 9 when she had died. That would put her about 15 now, almost 16. Talitha was the same age that Kira had been when she had started down the dark path. The irony was not lost on the Dark Lord. Talitha was alive, and she is more like me than I ever realized. She could sense her through the Force now. She could sense ambition and desire, surprise and disbelief. Kira smiled, a cold, cruel smile that did not touch her eyes. She had come to save her little sister from the rebels. What she desired now was something far different. She will share the fate of my enemies, Kira thought. She will pay. "Hello, Talitha," she said in a venomous purr, or perhaps you prefer to be called Talmaritza. She glared at the young girl. "You have much to answer for, rebel." If Talitha was afraid, she didn't show it. She gave her sister a smile, a misshapen thing given the girl's facial scars. "You don't understand, Kira, not yet, but you will." "What is to understand?" Kira asked. "You have led a revolt against the Empire. Do you think that the Empire would not answer that?" Talitha rolled her eyes. "There was never any revolt. Not really, not one that I ever cared about. Our people were angry at your master, and they wanted to strike back." Talitha sneered. "They served their purpose. They got Mother and me what we wanted. They drew you back here. You're home, sister. You are finally home." Kira digested what her sister had said, and once she had, she smiled again, coldly. "I don't suppose you can tell me the results of the battle, your strike against the armory, and the spore processing center?" Talitha shrugged. "The Empire's forces met with complete success," the girl informed her older sister. "Talmaritza's most loyal soldiers fought to the last against your minions. Those that did try to flee were cut down by your reinforcements." A mischievous glint shone in Talitha's eyes. She radiated a sense of deep satisfaction. Her reaction surprised her sister. "You feel no anger for your loss?" the Dark Lord inquired. "I would expect you to be angry about your defeat." "As I said, it wasn't my defeat," the girl continued. "The men and women we sent and played their part, and now their use is at an end. They did what they were supposed to do." Talitha smirked. "Mother told me once that true power was not controlling the weak, but manipulating the strong into doing your bidding, to make them so sure of themselves that they will die for your cause. even if it is a cause you care nothing about. A giggle escaped the girl's twisted lips. They died well, my loyal soldiers. You mean your willing dupes? Kira said. Same thing, different name, her little sister said with a laugh. You should be honored, sister. We have made you a hero again. You're the savior of Audana. Lucky me, Kira said. Not so lucky, I'm afraid, Talitha admitted. You are also lost, believe dead. Beric is already spinning that story to your followers. Kira's eyes narrowed. Beric, she thought, my dear brother. She fought the urge to smile. Oh, how she was going to enjoy peeling the flesh from his bones. Not if we don't survive this, Avaryss reminded her other self. We need to find out what is going on. You need to keep Talitha talking. We must know more. Kira nodded. Yes, they did need to know more. Talitha needed to keep talking. So this was your idea of a power game. You thought to play with Darth Fear. You and Darth Sadi sought to undermine his rule. To weaken the Darth, sure, but the main focus was you. Mother was very clear on that. This has always been about you, Kira. We needed you back. Mother needed you back, and now you are here. Talitha brightened, feelings of familial warmth filled the force. You are finally here. Kira restrained herself from rolling her eyes. She still was not sure what was going on, but she was starting to get an idea of it. This whole rebellion had been a ruse. Talitha and Mother had instigated it. Somehow they had convinced Darth Sadi to help them, and likely other members of the ruling council here on Audana. Some of the rebellion's recent actions now made sense to her, why the rebels had shifted tactics so drastically. Talitha, in her guise as Tal Maritza, had led her followers like herd animals to a slaughterhouse, and all to make her sister look better. Okay, that made sense, but what happened next? That made little sense to her. What made Kira a hero, only to have Beric try to assassinate her? How did Darth Sadi fit into all this? What was in it for her? Kira had a few suspicions, but so far, she was not pleased with the conclusions she was drawing. Talitha looked down at the holocron again. It is a most interesting toy, sister, she said, changing the subject. I can feel the power within it. Your power is in it, isn't it? Kira nodded and reached out with the force. The holocron flew into her hands. She looked it over quickly. She wanted to make sure that Talitha or Beric had not damaged it with their stumbling. How did you acquire such an amazing thing? Tali asked her. Kira stroked the holocron lovingly. I made it, she said, not bothering to mention that both she and Avaryss had contributed to its construction. It is mine. Talitha's crooked smile widened again. I never figured you for an engineer, sister. Kira frowned. Construction of a holocron is no mere engineering skill, sister. It is not like simply assembling a droid or a swoop bike. It takes time, power, and patience. Kira smiled with pride as she looked at the pyramid of crystal. This is not just a device. It is my legacy, and is what I shall leave behind. Kira nodded. It shall endure. Avaryss had first begun work on the device shortly after Mara had declared her Darth back on Korriban. At the time, it had been more of a vanity project than anything else. Avaryss had expected its construction and filling of information to be the work of decades, a long-term goal that would pay off well for a future generation. She had been so careful, preparing the holocron, wanting it to be a guide for future generations of her line. That work had been slow and tedious and nearly ended before it had begun. Despite having done the research and finding the necessary instructions, building the holocron was an extremely intricate operation. She had grown the crystals, filled them with dark side energy, and needed to cut them just right. Everything had to be flawless for the holocron to work and survive the long millennia to come. Once she had completed the components, the real work had begun, linking the crystals, shaping them, and then creating an interface, using them to form a proper hologramic matrix. It had been slow work, frustrating work. Twice she had failed, crystals cracking during the first attempt, and then having the matrix melt down during the second. The result of both failures meant starting over, having to destroy both the prototype and the second version. She had destroyed both. She shattered them during fits of frustration and rage. By the third attempt, she had been more careful. She had learned from her failure. She had progressed step by step, focusing only on her work. It had been a form of moving meditation. Her work had progressed slowly, but it had worked. Her patience had paid off. Finally, after weeks of tedious work, she had managed to do it. To create a stable matrix, she tested it 4 times before moving on to the initial recording phase. She programmed her likeness and grinned like a fool when the holographic gatekeeper appeared, seeing herself staring back at her. She had never been more proud of herself as she had in that moment. She had done it. She had created a stable and functional holocron. Many Sith made the attempt, and many failed, and if they did succeed, the holocron was unstable. There were plenty of tales throughout the Empire of unstable holocrons, and of the unstable creators of those devices. Those Sith had not been patient enough to make sure that the crystals were fully formed or in a proper alignment. Such holocrons burned out after the first few uses, their knowledge lost, or given to a single Dark Lord to ponder, wasteful, in the greater scheme of things. Kira smiled down at her creation. The Avaryss holocron would not burn out. She had made sure of it. This little device would carry her wisdom throughout the centuries. When it was fully finished, it would be a detailed account of not only her lessons, but of her reign as well. It was an immortality of sorts, and she was justly proud. Yet, as she looked down on the holocron now, she felt melancholy as well. Her failing health meant that she would need to rush its completion. So much would need to be recorded in so little time. It saddened her. She could have learned so much more, given time. Her creation could have been so much greater. She could have been so much more. It is not finished, yet, she told her little sister, I still have many tales, spells, and rituals to include in its database. It will be my gift to future generations of my order. She gave Talitha a sad smile. It should have been my gift to Barrick's children. Now, all is lost. Tali looked at her, the girl radiating concern. Barrick told us, she said, about your condition. I'm so sorry, Kira. You deserve more than to be beaten by some sickness. You deserve so much more than dying so early in your reign. Kira's eyes narrowed. My reign isn't over yet. I haven't given up. There is still a way to save myself. The Dark Lord smiled a predatory grin. Perhaps I shall include that spell in this holocron as well. Let the future know how I cheated death. I'm sure you will, sister, Talitha said. Kira sneered at her. She could sense her sister's skepticism. Spare me your attempt at pity, and your desire to humor me. Believe what you want, but there are ways to cheat death. All it requires is the will to do what is necessary. Kira smiled wickedly. You have seen the proof of this with your own eyes. Mother's continued presence in this world is proof of how the dark side is so much more than a simple weapon. Talitha frowned. Mother's survival was a miracle. It was no trick of the Force. Kira laughed. Spoken like a mundane, she spat. Avaryss took over again. She sneered at the girl. Tell me, Talitha Lilas, what is the Force to you? How would you describe it? I can feel its presence in you. So, what do you believe it is? Talitha Lilas smiled gamely. Are you testing me, sister? Life is test. You either survive, or you die. You have managed to survive up until this point. Now I want to see if you have the understanding necessary to continue to do so. The younger girl sniffed. You sound like those old hens from the Imperial mission. I sound like a Sith Lord, Avaryss replied. Go on, sister. I'm waiting. What is the Force? You tell me. The younger girl sighed. It is a power that makes a person great. It is how the Sith Masters intimidate their rivals, shoot lightning from their hands, and lift and pull objects with the mind. Avaryss sneered at her response. Wrong, she hissed. Where did you hear such drivel from? Talitha's eyes narrowed. Mother taught me. While you were flying around the plains on your swoop bike, I was at home, not just fixing droids, but learning at Mother's feet. She showed me much about the Force. Talitha reached out with the Force and snatched the holocron from Avaryss' hands. She grinned coldly. You are not the only one who knows how to use his power. Avaryss frowned. Mother had been training Talitha in secret. She shouldn't have been surprised still. Why you? The Sith Lord demanded. What do you mean? Why you, Talitha? Why did she train you? I was there too. I was older. Why did Mother never share any of this with me? Isn't it obvious? Her little sister asked Father. Father, Avaryss said with a blink. You were always Daddy's little girl, Kira. You were his sweet little blossom. It was he that you wanted to please above all others. Her little sister sighed. You were always running around, trying to please him. You spent almost no time at home. Not after you started working in the fields. It was Father that you opened up. You rarely spent any time with Mother, or Premier, or Ange. The younger girl shook her head. Mother never got the chance to see what you could do. You hid it from her, either on accident or on purpose. You hid. Had she known what you were, she would have helped you, like she helped me. Both Avaryss and Kira considered this. The Dark Lord sighed. If Mother knew what you were, she should have given you to the mission, she said. Talitha laughed at that. You think she wanted to let those foolish old priests decide my future? Where do you think it would have led if she had? The answer to that question is sitting in front of you, Avaryss replied. She smiled coldly. I am a Darth, a Dark Lord of the Sith. I am apprentice to one of the members of the Dark Council, one of the most powerful Darths in the Sith Empire, and I will be so much more soon enough. Her younger sister sneered at her. Yes, she said, you will be brain dead, or so crazed that you will not be able to tell the difference between what is real and what isn't. Tali shook her head. You are sick, Kira. You are dying. Your only future is the grave. Avaryss's fingers curled into fists. How dare you? For that one brief moment, there was blood in the air. Talitha continued to sneer at her older sister, while both Avaryss and Kira were tempted to lash out at her. She understands so little, Kira thought. If Talitha truly understood what she was, she would not be so quick to dismiss my plans. In that moment, it was only the fact that they shared a mother and father that kept the Sith Lord from lashing out, kept her from destroying the girl. Kira looked down at her hands. She felt angry and lost. The sad fact of the matter was that Talitha was not wrong. I've given everything to the Empire, the Dark Lord thought, fought for it, because I've believed in it, and what has my reward been? How have I profited from my place within it? My body has been scarred, maimed, and diseased. My master had me sterilized like I was some lowly cur in his service. The people that I loved were ripped from my life, and if they do return, it is as an enemy. Fel, Beric, and now Talitha and Mother, they had all betrayed her. They had all left her alone. She had given everything to the Empire. She had given all that she was, and what she might have been, and in return, it had given her nothing. Nothing. A single tear ran down her cheek. I'm nothing, she realized. Despite my title and my power, my life is a joke. I'm filth. I'm nothing. She shuddered. No hope, she thought. I have no hope left. I have nothing. It is all a bad joke. I'm a bad joke. That thought should have broken her, but it didn't. If anything, it made her realize the truth. It was a truth that she had been hiding from all these years. She had been so blind, but now she could see clearly. She smiled slightly. It had been hope, she realized, hope to have love, to have a family, and a future that had held her back all this time. For a Dark Lord of the Sith, hope was a poison. Now that it was gone, she felt empty, scoured clean. She now understood the truth, why her master had chosen her all those years ago, why fear had taught her the way he had. Fear had no hope for the future. He manipulated her because when you had nothing to lose. She felt liberated, and in that moment she understood. The entire galaxy was against her. The galaxy itself was her enemy. She hated them. She hated everything. There was only one answer. I will be a blight upon this treacherous galaxy, she thought. All life will wither and die. In that moment she felt the dark side flow into her like it never had before. It washed away everything, making her strong. She felt her realization take shape, forming a new body for herself, a new personality. She found herself staring at Kira and Avi, the two sides of herself. She was no longer a part of them, but something grander, something more. "What are you?" Kira gasped. "You aren't real," Avi hissed, raising her hands. "I am the future," the shadow said, its smile cold and merciless. The shadow reached out and seized the two halves of her soul, the soul she no longer needed. She didn't need a soul. All she needed was power. All she needed was power, and her new mission. Jedi, Sith, Republic, Empire, it did not matter. She would destroy them all. She would build an empire of bones. The galaxy would be one massive graveyard. The few survivors she spared would live in terror of her, and she would take everything from them. They would toil in darkness to feed her desires. They owed her everything, and she would see that they gave her all. She was more than a mere Sith now. She was the Lady of Greed. She was the Maiden of Forbidden Desire. She was the Mother of Horrors. She was now truly Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and Avaryss demanded a sacrifice. She would offer up her weakness, her past selves. She would cast aside her own soul. She would kill it with her own hands. She wrapped her fingers around them, the dark reflection of her, the two pieces of her soul, and began to squeeze their throats. Avaryss the Sith apprentice died first. She had been more fiction than actual person. Darth Avaryss no longer had any use for her, so she died. Her red eyes popped as the Dark Lord crushed her, and her spirit form turned to ash. Kira Lilos lasted a bit longer. She struggled, trying to draw on the rage and loss she had suffered, tried to draw on her connection to others to save herself. She reached out through the Force, tried to reach Fenn's Shadowstone, to summon the Jedi to aid her. Darth Avaryss broke her neck. Kira crumbled to dust, finally gone. The Force rippled outward. Somewhere, Fenn's Shadowstone, Kira's dream friend awoke from a nightmare, knowing that something he cared about had just died. Darth Avaryss smiled. At long last, she was free. At long last, she was truly a Sith master. Only one thing remained. Fear, she thought. The time had finally come. She would challenge Darth Fear. She would crush him utterly. Sister. Darth Avaryss opened her eyes. Only a few seconds had passed since Tali's cruel comment, but it had been just what the Sith Lord had needed. She smiled. Tali had set her free. I should reward her for this, the now united Avaryss thought, but how? I know, she realized. Talitha would die first. The thought excited the Dark Lord, but she held that excitement in check. Wait, the darkness whispered in her ear. You must destroy every member of Talitha's foul cabal. None must escape to threaten your rule. Yes, she realized. She would need to destroy them all. There would be no survivors. She looked at Tali, seeing her for what she was, another stumbling block on the path to power. She would enjoy sweeping it aside. Hopelessness had made Darth Avaryss whole and strong. She would kill an entire galaxy and rule over the ashes. You have a harsh tongue, sister, Darth Avaryss said, but you are also foolish and naive. You think you're better than me, don't you, Kira? I know I'm better, the Dark Lord thought. Oh my, have I insulted you? She purred. Talitha did not respond. Perhaps she sensed on some level that something had changed in the young woman sitting before her. Darth Avaryss shook her head. Such weakness, she thought, and in my own bloodline too. The House of Lilith is full of traitors. She would enjoy purging it. You do not need me to insult you, she told Kira's younger sister. You need a teacher. Talitha smiled. That is why you are here, Kira, the girl replied. If you are feeling up to it, the others are waiting. Mother is waiting. I'm up to it, Darth Avaryss said, with a slight smile. You are not the only one that I'm going to teach today. Little sister, little traitor, she thought. I will learn my lesson. It is the simplest thing in the world. She almost laughed. I'm going to teach you all how to die. Talitha handed her a robe. She wrapped herself in it. Her belly still hurt, but the pain was nothing. There was no pain where the power lies. This way, sister, Talitha said, guiding her. Darth Avaryss slipped her holocron into her robe. I'm coming, dear sister, she promised. She giggled. Death was coming. Chapter 57. 6 years ago, a young woman left her home on a mission of vengeance. She swore to the Emperor to become a Dark Lord of the Sith or die trying. That girl didn't understand the commitment she was making. She didn't understand that becoming what she wanted was no mere journey, but a metamorphosis. The dark side changes all that it touches. It changes people most of all. The girl suffered, she endured, so much pain and torment. So much was taken from her by her enemies, even those enemies that pretended to be friends, people that tried to deny her destiny, to convince her to turn away and find her way back to who she had been before. Jedi, she thought with an angry sneer. They wanted to save me, that is what they said, but in the end, all they wanted to do was damn me, deny me the power that was rightfully mine. She thought of the Jedi that aided her during the Battle of the Infernal Nebula. They had captured her, planned to take her back to their temple, to change her, and save her from herself. They understood nothing. There was nothing wrong with her. She was exactly where she wanted to be, exactly. They simply tried to steal her destiny. That had been a mistake. No one stole from her, no one. They would pay for that. She would make them suffer, but first, she had many more enemies to slay here at home. A purge of the disloyal was called for. The young woman smiled. 6 years ago, a young woman had left her home, swore an oath, and began her great transformation, and now, that transformation was complete, the vow fulfilled. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. And now, Darth Avaryss was perfect. She followed Talitha Lailis, saying nothing, watching all as she passed by, evaluating the strength of her enemies, and yes, these people were her enemies. When you were Sith, you were at war with the universe, anyone who tried to stop your rise. Everyone was your enemy. Perhaps her sister understood that on some level, she had offered Avaryss only a simple robe and slippers when they had left the medical bay. She had not returned the Dark Lord's armor and weapons. Her lightsaber and the Kuba venom poison dagger she had gotten over Fallis were not returned to her. That choice showed that Talitha was not stupid. Points for her, it was a smart move. Her sister, Kira Lila's sister, couldn't see the change. She still chatted with Avaryss like she was Kira, her beloved older sister. She would find out how wrong she was soon enough. It is good that you have finally returned to us, Kira, Talitha said. Mother has wanted this for so long. She has long desired that all of her remaining children be in one place, working towards a single goal. In other words, her mother wished Avaryss to be yet another pawn. The Dark Lord had been a pawn for Darth Fear for almost 5 years. She was done playing that role, but for the moment, humored the other girl, no reason to let her know the truth too soon. She smiled. Yes, Talitha, she said in a silky, seemingly innocent voice. Today will be a day long remembered. Avaryss only just restrained her laughter. Foolish, rebel, she thought, staring at the back of the girl. You have no idea what you have let into your sanctum. The Dark Lord had no goals but her own. She would no longer play the part of the innocent dupe, not to her master, the Empire, not to anyone. The galaxy was hers to torment now. She would not be denied that duty at pleasure. She hungered. There was so much power here. She desired only to seize it. Avaryss shivered, trying to remember her training, not to let those desires overwhelm her. She was not an animal after all. The dark side was very strong here. It was making her giddy. She was so tempted to act without thinking. It took all her will to hold that in check, but she managed. Yes, she needed to be patient. Everything would fall into place, soon enough. Her eyes drifted to the walls around her. The corridors cut into the very rock. It was impressive, to say the least. She could both feel and see the Sith glyphs carved into the halls, more restraint casts, meant to keep this place hidden, to keep its power from flowing outward and being noticed. Strange, she thought. Why hide it? Why keep such a powerful nexus of dark side energy a secret? What is this place? She asked. When I saw the medical bay, I thought I was on a ship. Now it appears we are underground. It is a bit of both, actually, Talitha informed her. We are within a Sith temple built under the plains of Ardana, probably constructed by the first Sith to arrive here. and hidden from the people, a wellspring of dark side energy for which those of us that were strong in the Force could draw on. The medical bay was part of a ship once. It crashed years ago, and was buried, hidden, and the temple expanded to link with the few functional bays that remained. The ship has been absorbed. It is a part of this temple now. I see, Avaryss said, with a hint of a smile. It seems that Organa still hides many secrets. More than you realize, sister, Talitha said proudly. Mother will explain everything soon. You have my word. That will be nice, Avaryss said sweetly. There is so much power here. She almost giggled. I can't wait until it is all mine. The dark side had done so much for her, given her not only power, but prestige, but it also expanded her hunger. It had filled her with an almost insatiable desire for more. I am truly Avaryss now, the Dark Lord thought. I am greed given form. That change didn't trouble her. Once she would have feared it. Once upon a time, Kira would have struggled, tried to stop, and think rationally. Kira had been a fool. Avaryss would have tried to manipulate it, but she would never have gone far enough. Darth Avaryss was different. She accepted the change. It was who she was now. All that mattered was finishing what she had started. She needed to prove her newfound superiority. She needed to slay her master and take his place, but first, she needed to survive what was coming. These people clearly had their own plans. She needed to discover what those plans were, either stop them, or turn them to her advantage. Such was the way of the dark side. Everything existed to serve the Sith, even Talitha Lilith, and the ghost of her mother. However did you find this place? She asked, speaking in Kira's Ordanan accent, if it was hidden by the first Sith to come here. I didn't find it, the girl replied. The people that followed Mother to Ordana did. She had not been as successful as she had hoped in her flight from Dromund Kaas. What people? The Dark Lord asked. See for yourself, Talitha said, gesturing down one of the passageways across from them. Two figures were illuminated in the light of 4 torches. They were standing watch beside one of the doors. Darth Avaryss' breath caught in her throat as she saw the 2 men, their crimson armor the color of dried blood in the torchlight. Their force pikes held at the ready to meet any transgressor head-on. The Emperor's Royal Guard. Darth Avaryss was shocked. The Emperor's chosen, they were here. How? Why? She thought back to what Kira and Avi had discovered, the erased records, how so little information of Maya Lilith's life had remained. It had been a mystery, a puzzle that she had not been sure how to solve. Now she had found another piece. The Emperor's Guard was here. The master of them all might be dead, but his will clearly remained. It had been his office that removed any trace of Maya Lilith's past. Now his guards were here, defending this temple, this sanctum where Maya Lilith's daughter had hidden herself. Avaryss knew the Force. She knew that there was no such thing as coincidence. She was not sure how her mother fit into the Emperor's plans, but there was more going on here than a simple power play by Talitha Lilith and Darth Sadi. Is this where the guard had fled to? She remembered well that they had fled Dromund Kaas after the Emperor had died. Had they come here to Ordana to preserve this temple? She reached out with the Force, touching the minds of the guards. She sensed not only their iron will and sense of duty, but also the weariness of age. These were not young men. They had been here for quite a long time. Interesting. These men had likely assigned here, she realized, perhaps by the Emperor himself years ago. Did the guard expand the temple? She asked. Did they dig the tunnel to our home? Was that how you escaped the explosion the night our family was killed? Talitha's eyes widened. How did you know about the tunnel? Avaryss smirked. I am Sith, she said matter-of-factly. Talitha was still surprised, but she did manage a sly smile. Your insight serves you well, sister. The Dark Lord frowned. My lord, Avaryss said flatly. What? Talitha replied. The proper way to address me. It is my lord, Avaryss informed her. You expect me to address my sister, my own blood, like she is above me. Avaryss turned to her, her eyes cold, her anger radiating out like the heat from a star. You clearly want something from me, Talitha. Your mother wants something from me. The Dark Lord gave her a venomous smile. The least you can do is show the proper respect. She doubted that the girl understood how she had changed, suspected that she felt Avaryss. Request was a matter of arrogance, but it was not. She was so high above Talitha Lilas now. She had finally come into her full powers. She deserved respect. She demanded it. As you wish, my lord, Talitha said with a slight curtsy. Hopefully you will come to see what our mother, has to offer is more than mere titles, that you will come to accept that you are a part of something more, and move beyond your training, and accept your place here among your equals. Equals, Avaryss thought. She had no equal, only superiors or underlings. The former consisted of very few, the members of the Dark Council, the latter were nothing but common rabble. Talitha was nothing to her. Avaryss had become so much more. This way, my lord, she said. We are almost to the main chamber. Mother is waiting. Avaryss nodded, eager to reach the end game, to see this threat to her rule ended. You have no idea what you have lit in your front door, Talitha, but you will learn so enough. You will learn. Talitha Lilas showed her to a small chamber off the main one. There were small peepholes cut into the wall. You should wait here for a moment, the scarred girl informed her. Mother will summon you when she is ready. There are matters that the leadership must discuss before we can bring you fully into our plans. Darth Avaryss nodded. I take it I can watch from here, she asked, pointing to the peepholes. Kira Lila's younger sister smiled, her mouth twisting into a grimace because of her burned face. You should find what is about to happen most enlightening. The Dark Lord nodded, still willing to play their game, for a little longer anyway. Talitha left her, radiating a sense of triumph, perhaps believing that everything was going her way, that all her plans were close to fruition. She would know the truth soon enough. Again Avaryss reached out with the Force. Again she felt the high concentration of the dark side. This place had been locked away for so long, hidden for so long, the power that existed here was now very strong. She shivered with anticipation. Oh, how she desired to take it all in, and unleash it on someone. The darkness of this place begged to be unleashed, for a true master of the dark side to wield it. She was tempted, so very tempted, but held herself in check. Patience, she reminded herself. Patience. The hidden room that Talitha had brought her to was, once again, shielded against detection. Whoever had built this place had been so determined to keep their secrets. They must have been on the verge of being paranoid. She peered through the eye slits, curious what was on the other side. When she saw it, her breath caught in her throat. The next chamber existed in perpetual twilight. It was dark, with only the barest sense of illumination, but the Dark Lord could still see, and what she saw was very familiar. I know this place, she realized. I've seen it before, in visions. She smiled. Everything was starting to fall into place. The eye slits opened into what looked like a throne room or audience chamber. The massive throne sat in the center of the room, cut from a piece of single black stone. Sharp spikes rising from the back like the blaze of swords. 4 more royal guards stood sentinel, defending this place, and before the throne lay ancient skeletons, bones wrapped in long rusted chains. The sight confused her. What was this? Had someone been sacrificed to consecrate this place, make it strong in the dark side? The ancient Sith had practiced the sacrifice of sentient beings to empower places like this, but she reached out with the Force, tried to get a sense of what had happened here, and also to get a better look at the bones. She felt the echo of what had occurred long ago. She felt fear and defiance, power and rage. The bones had a story to tell, to one who was strong in the Force, and could hear it. Again the Force offered her a vision. She saw 6 men being brought to this place, men of power, men of vision. They were leaders, she realized, leaders of Ordana. They had been brought here by the Sith long ago, and she realized something else as well. She smiled slightly. These men had not wanted the Sith here. They had not wanted to accept the offer of Vacan and the Emperor. These men, they had tried to say no to the Empire. The realization surprised her. There had been no mention of any dissension in the history she had read as a child. The Sith had come and been accepted with open arms. They had protected Ordana against his enemies. They brought security and order. Why would the native Ordanas refuse? Do not be so childish, she thought to herself. You know people, and you know Sith propaganda when you hear it. Think like a Sith and not an indoctrinated farm girl. She nodded. Yes, it made sense. The leaders of Ardana, they would not have wanted to give up their power. Perhaps they had even had deals with the creatures that had preyed on their home before the Sith had arrived. They would have had an interest in seeing things stay as they were. The Empire would not have tolerated that. They needed Ardana's resources. After the Holocaust, the Sith needed Ardana's foodstuffs and medicine. Grand Moff Vacan had been trusted by the Emperor to secure places such as this. Of course, the Sith would not have allowed a few dissenting voices to get in the way of that. The Empire may even have had deals with those men's successors. Nothing could stand in the way of the Empire, or its goals. No, Avaryss realized. These men needed to die. She could almost hear the screams. The men had not expected this. They had come to negotiate, only to be bound and slaughtered like animals before the throne, slain by the lords of the Sith that had traveled with Vacan. The future Grand Moff had likely stood watch while those men were slain. For the good of the Empire, the executions had been carried out. It had been necessary. The former leaders of her home had been executed before this throne. They had died to appease the Emperor and what he was trying to build. This throne room had been important once, but once Ordana had been brought into the Empire, it had been forgotten. Now, once again, this place had a role to play in the history of the Empire. It once was the playing field of a much larger game. Avaryss shivered. She was looking forward to her part in such a game. She heard voices approaching, not down the corridor that she had been brought, but through the main one, the one that led to the throne room. Things are moving quickly out in the galaxy, Talitha. We must be ready to meet what is coming. Avaryss scowled. Darth Sadi was here. You needn't concern yourself with such matters, Master. We are as ready as we can be. Everything is proceeding according to our design. Bill Fear was here too, she realized. Good. Most of the players were here, ready to play their parts. Avaryss watched as the three entered the throne room. Sadi was flanked by 4 bodyguards, Sith marauders clad in black armor and mirrored face-plated helmets. Talitha and Bill followed in her wake, walking hand in hand. Disgusting, Avaryss thought. She remembered well what kind of boy Bill Fear was. Seeing him behaving in such a way, and around her little sister, it was infuriating. But Talitha is not my little sister, is she? The Dark Lord thought to herself. She was not Kira Lilos anymore. Avaryss was no longer a house divided. The two had been made one. Kira's rage and vengefulness had been yoked, and combined with Avaryss' cunning mind. She was now the best of both worlds. Darth Avaryss was far greater than what had come before. She was superior. You are right, apprentice, Sadi said to Bill. Everything is going my way. The Lord of the Itty system laughed. I've informed Lord Fear of our victory. The rebellion is all but crushed on Ordana. He is most pleased with our success. And what of Lord Avaryss? Talitha asked. Has the Lord asked after her? Not yet, but he will, Sadi replied. Her normally pretty smile was replaced by something colder, more cunning. The Dark Lord had finally taken off her mask. She was no longer pretending to be a friend and ally to all that she met. Darth Sadi grinned savagely. Now all that remains is to decide how best to use our dear departed Inquisitor. Shall we make her a hero, or should we pin the blame for the rebellion all on her? She laughed again. Either would please Lord Fear, I think. He knows that his student was starting to plot against him. He will be most grateful to know that we have removed her. Avaryss blinked. What? Sadi thought her dead. Now she understood why Talitha had led her to this place. The glyphs hid her presence from the other Darth. Avaryss grinned. Talitha had been right. What she was hearing was most enlightening indeed. How pleased is the Dark Lord? Talitha asked Sadi. This game is all for nothing if he does not move where we need him to. You need not worry about that. Love, Bill said warmly, stroking Talitha's scarred cheek. My father is nothing if not predictable. Baal is right, Talitha. Fear is predictable, and he is not above trying to claim the victory of others for himself. Sadi grinned as she regarded her two young companions. He is coming here, to Ordana. He is already on his way. He and the rest of the members of the Dark Council, only the ones dealing with Revan, will not be in attendance, and they will likely be here by Holo. Avaryss could sense the other Dark Lord's excitement. She believed that she had the entire galaxy in the palm of her hands. Avaryss' hands twisted into angry fists. The woman knew nothing. What of House Avaryss? Talitha asked. Are they going to be a problem? You need not worry about Avaryss pawns. Captain Lillis is doing his job, Sadi replied. The loss of their leader has hurt them, but they do remain a threat, a small one, but it is still there. The Inquisitor's senior apprentice had taken charge. Sadi giggled. I don't think that the fool Devish realizes that it is over, that Avaryss has been removed from the board. Sooner or later, the apprentices will fight over their late master's holdings, and I will be able to scoop up what is left when the dust clears. My dear pawn, Beric, will make sure of that. Avaryss' eyes flashed with anger. Beric, she thought. She wasn't sure how Sadi had gotten her hooks into him, and she didn't care. He would pay for his weakness. She would make him pay dearly. The air around the throne changed. Avaryss felt a shiver run down her spine. The shadows above the throne changed. They seemed to swirl like an oil slick in an ocean, taking shape. It is time, the Dark Lord realized. Maya Lillis was here. The Force Spirit appeared out of the darkness, his yellow eyes blazing in the light. It flowed like smoke or water down the throne, radiating a sense of anger. I do not like the fact that you use my son in such a way, Sadi, it said in his disembodied voice. Beric still has value to me. He is unharmed, the Dark Lord said dismissively. He is simply like my other pawns now, agreeable and willing to do what I ask. The spirit remained unconvinced. And what do you think Avaryss' servants will do to him when they learn the truth? You can say what you want about Fear's apprentice, but she knew how to cultivate the loyalty of her underlings. Again, there is nothing to concern yourself with. I've already drawn up arrest warrants for several of Avaryss' followers. Moff Gallic will make sure that they are carried out if needed. Avaryss fools will be neutralized, at least, the ones that won't sign on with us. Beric will offer any testimony that I require of him now, and besides. Sadi radiated with satisfaction. I've already taken one of the woman's more troubling pawns. Sadi gestured, and two tall Maritza droids came forward dragging in a wounded figure, dragging it, and tossing it at the foot of the throne. Avaryss blinked. She was not sure who she was seeing at first, but realization came soon enough. It was a woman, dark-skinned, with a shaved head. One of her eyes was blackened, and blood leaked from a broken nose. Her strong arms were bound by manacles behind her back. She wore the remains of trooper armor that looked like it had been through a war, that in the tattered remnant of a cape. Avaryss knew who it was in that moment, though she had never seen the trooper without her helmet, and yes, it was most definitely a her. It was Bleez. Beric had helped Sadi capture Bleez. Yet another betrayal. Her anger at her brother, Kira's brother, continued to grow. Avaryss shook her head. At least she now knew what Bleez looked like under her helmet, not that she was pleased by what she was seeing. No. This was not the way she would have wished to find out what the War Master looked like without her helmet. Bleez, though beaten and bleeding, remained defiant. She glared up at her captors. You will all answer for this, the trooper growled, spitting blood on the base of the throne. My master will see you all pay. Sadi chuckled and shook her head. Your master has been dealt with, War Master, Sadi said arrogantly. She smiled and raised Bleez's chin with two delicate fingers. And after a few hours in my company, you will agree that all that dear Avaryss possessed should be mine. After all, her plans were just my plans, and the two of you did everything in your power to serve me and the 80 system. You were both my most loyal servants. Through the Force, Avaryss could sense Sadi's Force-enhanced charisma. It was powerful, to be sure. It no longer had any sway on her, but she feared that Bleez would be vulnerable to it. She need not have worried. The War Master glared hatefully at the Lord of the 80 system. Crifu, she spat at her. Sadi, now insulted, slapped the bound trooper across the face. Such language, she said, sounding miffed. You should not speak so to your Dark Lord. Blease didn't dignify the other woman's words with a response. She simply continued to glare. Blease at least still possessed a will of her own. For how long, Avaryss could only guess. Whatever shall we do with you, War Master? Sadi asked. Shall we say that you died in the Empire's service, or return you after my will has done its work? Shall I return you so that you can confess your role in aiding the rebellion that I've crushed with my wisdom and courage? Avaryss snarled. Her wisdom, she thought, her courage. The Dark Lord growled. She had seen enough. She turned and made her way towards the exit, towards the throne room. She passed by 2 more of Talitha's droids, the same type as the tall Maritza droid had been. They made her shiver as she walked past. These droids, they felt, strange, in the Force. She was not sure what to make of that. For the briefest of moments, Avaryss nearly hesitated. She considered what she was about to do. She was about to confront the conspirators of this plot, not to mention Sadi's bodyguards, the members of the Royal Guard, and Maya Lila's Force spirit. She was most definitely outnumbered, weaponless, and Blease was a prisoner as well, and in no shape to help her. It was enough to give anyone pause, but Avaryss was no longer simply anyone. She was a Sith Master, a Dark Lord of the Sith. Sadi didn't scare her, and neither did Bill fear. The marauders that Sadi had brought were animals, nothing more. She could deal with them easily enough. The Royal Guard might have been a problem, but from what she sensed, these men were far from their prime. Their feeble skills would be no match for the power of the dark side, not in this place. This place belonged to the Sith, the true Sith. Darth Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Caution had its place, true, but hesitation could make someone's worst nightmares come true. Avaryss no longer feared nightmares. She was the stuff of nightmares. Sadi would learn that, soon enough. Dear Sadi, Avaryss thought, the Sith with the silver tongue. She had used it to ensnare Beric and turn him against his own flesh and blood. Kira will see her answer for that. We will see how silver your tongue is, my lord, she thought to herself. I will tear it out of your head and examine it for myself. Then we shall see just how witty and clever you are. The thought of such an act, the violence of it, it made Avaryss shiver with anticipation. Sadi would pay for her role in Avaryss' humiliation. They would all answer for it. She passed by 2 more of her sister's droids. The Force, it flowed strangely around them. Avaryss could not put her finger on it, but they felt wrong somehow. What had her sister done? She wondered. Droids were not alive. They shouldn't have a signature in the Force. It was most strange. She ignored it. What did it matter how Talitha made her toys? Plus, not a one of them tried to block her passage. Wise of them, she thought, in the mood she was in. They would be scrap if they tried to stand in her way. Darth Avaryss had matters to discuss with the leadership of this conspiracy. She would not be stopped now. She put on her most winning smile as she stepped into the throne room. The guards noticed her, but did not move. She cleared her throat loudly, making sure that her presence was acknowledged. A most interesting place you have here, Mother, she called out to the Force spirit. It is most lovely. Add a carpet here or there, a banner behind the throne, a few more lights. I would call it home. Sadi spun around, her eyes widening in disbelief. Avaryss, she gasped. Darth Avaryss, Sadi, she replied with a warm smile. We should always remember our manners, should we not? Manners do remain important, even in such stressful times as these. Master, Blease said, smiling. You are alive. Alive and well rested, War Master, she said, passing by the conspirators and their prisoner. She made for the throne without hesitation, the shock of her sudden appearance having left her enemies in a state of immobility. She climbed the steps of the throne and sat down. Immediately she felt the cold rush of the dark side. It felt like she had plunged into an icy lake, but there was no pain, only the grim acceptance of what was rightfully hers. So much power here, she realized with a shark-like grin. So much power. A bit uncomfortable, she said to herself. The ancient Sith must have had cheeks of durasteel, but I can endure this seat, and the view from up here is so lovely. The royal guards tensed. They started to raise their weapons, no doubt unhappy that she dared claim the throne for herself. She turned to the closest, her eyes blazing with purple fire. "Try it," she warned. "See what happens." The Emperor's chosen tensed, but didn't attack. She sneered. They had been hidden away on Oradana for too long. They had lost their edge. Maya's spirit swirled around her, her face appearing before Avaryss. "This throne is not meant for you, my child. A Sith takes what is hers, mother," she replied. "An empty throne serves no one. I claim this seat because no one in this room is powerful enough to stop me." The spirit didn't look happy, but it retreated, slithering back to its place between the throne's blades. Avaryss looked down upon Sadi and her companions. "By all means," she said dismissively, "continue your plotting. I find it all most enlightening." Sadi glared up at her, and at the spirit of Maya Lilas. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "Why is she here?" Avaryss grinned down at her fellow Darth. "You thought me dead, didn't you, my dear? Not surprising, considering you had Barrack blast me belly twice." The Dark Lord leaned back on throne, drinking in the anger and hate of the past, letting her lift her up. "I will confess, Sadi, I didn't see it coming. I let my feelings for Captain Lilos blind me to the truth." Avaryss looked down at her mechanical hand. The crystals within were alight, glowing from the dark side energies of this place. She ran a single crystal nail down the arm rest of the throne. The sound it made was grating and satisfying at the same time. She enjoyed the uncomfortable looks the others in the room had. By claiming the throne for herself, she had claimed dominance over them all, and she was just getting started. The fun was just beginning. "Please," she ordered, "come stand by me." She gestured, and the binders holding the War Master fell away. Sadi's bodyguards started to raise their weapons, but didn't attack. Avaryss glared down on them, daring one of them to make the first move. Sadi stopped them, likely wondering what was going on. Bleez staggered to her feet and joined her mistress. "I fear I'm not at my best, my lord," she said, shaking her head. "Forgive my weakness." "It sounds like we were both surprised, my friend," Avaryss replied. "You have nothing to apologize for." She once again turned her attention to Sadi. "So, what is the plan, my dear?" she said. "You said that Darth fears coming here, that you have lured him away from Dromund Kaas." Avaryss grinned triumphantly. "Well done. I will make good use of that." Sadi sneered at her. "You don't realize where you are, do you?" She spat. "You think that you are in charge here." Sadi smiled coldly, her face turning into a mask of barely contained rage. "The reign of House Fear is done. The galaxy is changing. The Empire itself is changing. The Emperor is gone, and new leadership is needed." "I couldn't agree more," Avaryss purred. Sadi continued to glare at her, her rage building. She tried to reach out with her powers, to ensnare Avaryss and make her afraid and pliable. It was nothing that the Dark Lord couldn't endure. She was no longer divided, fighting against herself. Avaryss was one and whole. Sadi had no power over her now. When fear arrives, he will find his enemies united against him. Sadi continued, "Maya has offered me her aid and power. Together we shall confront Darth Fear, and we shall defeat him. I will claim his seat on the Dark Council and his holdings as well." Sadi laughed coldly. "If you play along, maybe I will allow you to live. Avaryss, you can have a piece of my holdings. Fall in line with the rest of your rabble, and I will be generous." The Dark Lord smirked. "You are no match for us," she said, gesturing to those around her. "Despite your arrogance, I'm still willing to be merciful, girl. Submit and serve me, and you will be granted a chance to live." Avaryss said nothing. She listened as Sadi droned on. She heard, but didn't really take the woman seriously. She must be joking, Avaryss thought. She chuckled. She couldn't help it. It was funny. She laughed loudly, her mirth echoing off the chamber ceiling. Sadi blinked, unsure of what was going on. The spurt of my Lilas once again slithered down from the shadows. It looked at Avaryss with curiosity in its golden eyes. "What are you doing, Kira?" it asked. "What is so amusing?" Avaryss continued to giggle, tears running down her cheeks. Her, she said, motioning to Sadi. The apprentice of Darth Fear shook her head. The fool actually believes that you brought her here for her benefit. She still thinks that you intend to aid her in her schemes. Avaryss shook her head. You are not here because you are part of some glorious scheme, Sadi, she said. You are just another test, my test. She looked into the eyes of her mother's spirit. Only the strongest deserves to lead. You know that. That is why you spared my life, why you healed me. She glared down at Sadi. You need a Darth to make this plan of yours work, but you are unsure if Sadi is the one to bring it to fruition. Avaryss smirked, her attention once again focused on her mother's spirit. You have wanted this from the beginning, Avaryss said to her. You wanted me to prove myself to you, to prove my dominance. She glared down at her fellow Darth, her rival. I can defeat her. Her blood will be my offering to you. Prove that I'm ready and willing to take the next step. What is this, Maya? Sadi demanded. We had a deal. Help me deal with Fear's cur, and let's be done with it. The spirit of Maya Lilith smiled. Her golden eyes radiated a pleasure. Let the choice be made, she murmured. She turned to her younger daughter. Now, Talitha. Yes, mother, the girl replied. She gestured, called on the Force. From behind the throne, something leapt into the air, and into the waiting hands of Darth Avaryss. The young Darth smiled. It was her belt, her weapons, both her poison dagger and lightsaber. Avaryss rose before Sadi could strike. She wrapped the belt around her waist and drew her weapon. The crimson blade ignited with an evil hiss. Sadi stepped back, her eyes widening. She drew her own blade, igniting it. What is this? She shouted, Mia. What have you done? It is a test, Avaryss purred, smiling cruelly down on her next victim, my test. She laughed a cold and wicked sound. Let us begin. Chapter 58. Avaryss, stop. You can't do this. The Dark Lord grinned from ear to ear, a cruel smile, a predator smile. Oh, really, she asked, and why ever not? Darth Sadi began to back up, her guard shifting position around her, trying to stay between her and rival. Avaryss could not stop the giddy giggle that escaped her. I've waited a long time for this, she thought, far too long. She was looking forward to ending the shuttle once and for all. Meanwhile, Sadi was still trying to use her powers on her. Avaryss could feel the other Dark Lords were reaching out through the Force, trying to influence her, to bend her mind to Sadi's will. She wastes her time, Avaryss thought. Once the Dark Lord had been a house divided, her great strength split between two personalities, and now that battle was over. Darth Avaryss had full control over her powers. She could feel the effect of Sadi's power, but there was nothing left within her to latch onto and twist, not anymore. Avaryss understood now, the emptiness of the Sith, the strength of being free of hope, and giving herself complete to the darkness. She was free. There was nothing that Darth Sadi could offer her. Only the other Sith's life would satisfy her now. Darth Avaryss was eager to claim it. The rest of Sadi's conspirators watched what was happening. Bill had moved close to Talitha while Maya Lilith's spirit continued to swirl in the shadows above the now vacant stone throne. Avaryss did not expect them to intervene. From her mother's reaction, she was guessing that the spirit had secretly wanted this, hoped that her daughter would take that extra step. If so, she would not be disappointed. Avaryss had her own reason to want to end the switch. You don't want to do this, Avaryss, Sadi said quickly. Are you really thinking clearly? Your brother told me about your condition. I know that you are sick. Can you say for certain that you have thought this through? Are you certain that your illness is not pushing you to make a choice that you really don't want to make? Avaryss considered that, briefly, but in the end, it didn't matter. Sadi had turned Barrack against her. She had had him shoot her in the stomach, twice. Such an insult needed to be answered. Blood cried out for blood. Avaryss would not be denied. Even if I wasn't sick, I would still do this, my lord, she replied, stepping down from the throne. I've worked too hard and come too far to stop now, especially when it is clear that this moment is what your allies have been building to. They have wanted to see us face off. Avaryss chuckled mirthlessly. It is yet another test that I must pass. The spirit wishes to see if I have what it takes. Avaryss twirled her lightsaber in a gentle and lazy arc. Sadi and her guard continued to back up. The marauders stood between the Dark Lord and her prey. She could feel their rage and their desire to protect their master. Marauders, Avaryss thought with a sneer. If Sadi had been smart, she would have chosen Sith assassins as her bodyguards. Marauders were decent enough cannon fodder, but they lacked the coldness to truly focus on slaying their prey. Plus, she could feel the four men's desire. They wanted to please Sadi. They wanted her gratitude and her affection. Avaryss shook her head. They would never be able to match her now. Their hope to please Sadi limited them. They would never be as free as she was now, and they could no longer match her power. They were hammers and clubs. She was now a laser scalpel. She would cut them away. They were diseased tissue on the body of the Empire. She would enjoy doing it. She grinned at the four guards. Are you sure that you want to do this? She asked them. Your leader is going to die. Are you sure that you want to share her fate? Sadi's eyes darted around the chamber, looking for allies, or perhaps a way out. Her lightsaber was out and lit, but Avaryss didn't think she was ready for what was about to happen. It was depressing in its way. She had been hoping for a real fight. How did this woman ever become a full Sith, much less a Darth? Avaryss could feel her power, but was that all she was? If so, it was a great disappointment. Maybe Sadi had never truly been in a real fight. Her mental powers always saving her from a chance of truly testing her skills, of testing her will. Avaryss knew her strength. She had walked through shadow and pain. She had faced her master's rage and petty cruelties. She had had no defense against them, but to endure. She had suffered and been left wallowing in pain and defeat at Lord Fear's feet. She had needed to pick herself up and prove to her master that she was strong enough to remain at his side. She had struggled and fought for everything she now possessed. What had Sadi done but flatter and deceive? Avaryss was determined to find out. You will not talk your way out of this one, my lord, Avaryss growled. So step out from behind your guards. It is time to show just how strong you actually are. Prove to all that you deserve to be called master. Sadi glared at her. I've nothing to prove to you, girl. I've earned my title. She shot a desperate look up at the throne, at the Force ghost hidden in the shadows above. I've done everything you have asked, Maya. I've supported your little ruse. Would you turn your back on me now? Sadi hissed angrily. You promised you would stand with me when I challenged Darth Fear. You said you would aid me in taking his place. Avaryss rolled her eyes. If she needs your aid, then she has no use for you, mother, Avaryss called out. I know Darth Fear. I've trained at his feet, and I know that I can defeat him. She shook her head. Why seek out an inferior when you can have a true Sith master at your side? I will not need your aid in defeating Fear. All I need is the opportunity. She looked up and smiled. Let me prove my superiority. You don't need this one anymore, she said, pointing at Sadi. I'm the one that will bring you victory. The spirit remained silent, yet it continued to watch the confrontation happening below. Beal, Sadi snarled, fight with your master. Today we will kill your father's pet cur. Avaryss looked back and forth between Sadi and Beal Fear. Between master and apprentice, she had assumed that Beal was completely under the other woman's spell. Perhaps that was not the case. The boy laughed and rested his head on Talitha's shoulder. You have been a good teacher, master, but I must confess, I've always enjoyed watching Avaryss here fight. The boy grinned hungrily. It will be good to see if you can defeat her. She seems to have grown quite formidable. Beal laughed. As Avaryss said, prove yourself, just as you have asked me to do so many times. Sadi's face fell. She was starting to realize that what she had wanted and what her allies had wanted were two entirely different things. She should have realized from the very beginning. Never trust a Sith. Darth Sadi, Dark Lord of the Sith, and master of the Itty system, growled at Darth Fear's apprentice. Avaryss shrugged. Well, she thought. Your move. It seems that I have no choice, she said, shaking her head. Nope, Avaryss agreed with another lazy twirl of her crimson blade. "Let us begin." "Yes," Sadi said. Her pretty mouth twisted into a pout. She raised her lightsaber and... "Guards," she shouted. "Kill her." Avaryss rolled her eyes. "I should have known." 4 lightsabers ignited, and all 4 marauders plunged towards Avaryss, their blades flashing, their faces hidden behind mirrored faceplates. But even that could not entirely muffle the enraged roar that escaped their mouths. Avaryss quickly backpedaled, falling into her Sarisu rhythm, the dark side saying within her as her saber flashed as it met her opponent's, blade upon blade. She was pushed back, but she was not afraid. "They are all fire," she thought. "They are almost tripping over each other, trying to get to me, to prove their worth to their shadow of a master." As always, the defender style served her well. She wove a wall of light between herself and her enemies. In time they would be able to wear down her defenses, but they were not that patient. 2 of the marauders broke away from the pack, and tried to get behind her. Avaryss didn't let them. She called on the dark side, and let her full power flow free for the first time. She felt invincible. In that moment she realized just how much Avi and Kira's fighting had limited this body, how much it had taken away. She was astounded. She moved with the speed undreamed of. She had managed short bursts of speed before, but never enough to slow another Force user now. She had become something far more than what she had been. She had become something better. The marauders slowed down to a crawl. She could have simply opened their throats with her blade, but she chose not to. She literally pirouetted between their strikes and slashes, delivering humiliating slaps and backhands, blows that both staggered and embarrassed Sadi's guards. She laughed, but felt their growing frustration that would soon turn to fury. Enough playing around, she thought. Time to show off. She closed the distance between herself and the guards, got inside their defenses. She began the killing in earnest. The first marauder she beheaded. The second she pushed away, while she seized the third by the arm. Stopping his lightsaber mid-swing, she used her metal fingers to slash his throat, her crystal nails more than a match for the leather of his gambeson. She used the dying Sith as a shield, letting his fourth ally finish the deed, his blade carving the man in 3 nice pieces. She pirouetted around him and chopped him in the neck with her left hand, the metal easily breaking bone. As the man slumped down, she was forced to spin around, a warning from the dark side. 2 of the royal guard had left their posts. They were firing on her. She used Sheen to send those bolts back, but the guard's armor held. She was likely not the first Force user they had faced. The distraction was all the 2 remaining marauders needed. The one she had thrown back had recovered and was now in her face, his lightsaber spinning wildly, his roar filling her ears, enraged by the death of his 2 comrades. The 2 royal guards took up position in front of Darth Sadi, their force pikes in their offhands, their blasters pointed at her, and at the ready. Avaryss noticed that their 2 brethren had not moved, neither had Beal nor Talitha. Sadi must have gotten to them too, she realized. The Emperor would have been disappointed to know how easily his chosen had been manipulated. No matter, they would not survive much longer. She spun around the marauders and dashed straight at the guards, dodging their blaster bolts as she went. Had these guards been young men, they might have been fast enough to raise their force pikes and stop her charge. Sadly, they were not young men. They had spent their lives here, defending this temple. Avaryss bisected one with her lightsaber, the blade cutting him from shoulder to waist. She whirled around and drove the point of her blade through the eye slit of the second guard, his blaster firing wildly as her saber impaled his brain. Sadi tried to take advantage of her brief distraction and blast her rival with lightning. Avaryss caught the attack on her saber, while she used the Force to yank the dying guard's blaster from his spasming fingers. Again, the marauders were there, their blades slashing down, trying to either impale or dissect her. They were now too close to dodge anything. The blaster Avaryss wielded barked twice, leaving scorched flesh where the helmet the neck on both Sith marauders. Both men gurgled and fell to their knees, their weapons falling from their hands. Avaryss grinned as she dropped the blaster. It was not the most civilized way of dealing with a foe, but civility was for fools and Jedi. She was no fool, and never would be again. Almost as an afterthought, she beheaded the two warriors, their gasps and gurgles cut short by the flash of her crimson blade. No more guards, Avaryss thought. No more tricks. It was just her and Darth Sadi now. Now they would see who deserved to face Darth Fear. Darth Sadi roared as she unleashed a maelstrom of force lightning from her hands, her fear turning to rage, giving the Dark Lord more than enough power to match Avaryss' shield. Avaryss cried out as the lightning found her. Burning her flesh, she gritted her teeth and tried to fight through, but Sadi did not give her a chance. The Lord of Ity leapt at Avaryss, attacking viciously, her mastery of the one-handed variant of Makashi showing through. Sadi was a whirlwind, her blade seemed to be in 3 places at once. Avaryss was hard-pressed to meet the attack. Both her skill with the dark side and her knowledge of the defender's style was being put to the test. So, she isn't all talk after all, Avaryss thought. Good. She wanted this battle to be interesting, if nothing else. I've worked too hard for this, the other woman shouted. I will not have everything I've won stolen by the likes of you. Her words amused Avaryss. You've been a pawn since the very beginning, Sadi, Avaryss growled. Maya, Lilas, Talitha, even Beale. They used you from the very start. She shook her head. What has happened here was never about you. It was about me and my family. They wanted me back here, and to lure Darth Fear away from the safety that Dromund Kaas offered him. You've played your part perfectly, but now the plan must move into its next stage. Avaryss chuckled as she parried the other Sith's blows. That plan no longer requires your presence. You have been replaced. Sadi didn't seem to like hearing that at all. Her pretty face twisted into something ugly. She howled like an angry Tukada. Avaryss' oversensitivity to sound again came into play. The Dark Lord's head rang from the sheer force of the other Dark Lord's scream. Sadi kicked her and sent her sprawling. She barely struggled to her feet as the other Lord's curved-handled lightsaber came down and nearly bisected her. Avaryss shook her head, trying to clear it, to get back into the fight. She tasted blood on her lips. Her nose was bleeding again. She looked up, seeing double, to Sadi's close the distance between them. Avaryss closed her eyes and trusted in the Force. She managed to dodge the Lord's heavy strike, and even managed to parry a second blow aimed at her head. Slowly, Avaryss began to be pushed back. Sadi's fury, her desire to punish her treacherous allies, were now driving her blade. So, the Lord was not all talk after all, Avaryss realized. At least her instructors had not been completely inadept, they had. Whoa! She barely dodged a chop at her head, only to spin around and be blasted by force lightning. Flinging her back, Avaryss turned her fall into backward roll, and once again found her feet. She was panting now. Her rage and desire to slay Sadi remained, buffering her strength, but the other Darth was not the fop she had pretended to be. She was strong, in her own way, but was she strong enough? Avaryss would need to find out. Darth Sadi stood before her, equally out of breath. Her pretty face was not so pretty anymore. Her eyes glowed the golden color of a Sith, her face showing the signs of dark side necrosis. Had she hidden the change behind a glamour, Avaryss wondered, or was she finally pushing herself for the first time? I didn't want it to be this way, Sadi whined. I wanted us to be allies, Avaryss. I want us to be friends. You wanted me to be your pawn, the Dark Lord snarled back. Sadi gave her a cruel smile. It is the same thing. Again, she lunged forward, her blade flashing out before her, and again Avaryss met the attack with Sarisu, the defender's style doing its job. She continued to try and work Makashi strikes into her sequences, but Sadi seemed to be anticipating those moves. Avaryss felt the kiss of Sadi's blade on her left side, not enough to seriously wound, but it did set her robe on fire. The young Dark Lord spun away, slapping at the flames, putting them out quickly. Sadi leapt at her again, abandoning the caution of her early attacks, looking to take advantage and end this duel quickly. Avaryss raised her mechanical hand. Sadi started to bring her blade down, likely hoping to sever the young Dark Lord's limb, just as Darth Tarek had done. That did not happen. Avaryss had learned from that loss. Sadi's blade struck metal, Cortosa's weave. The plates of her rival's arm stopped the blade. Given a second or two she might have recovered and been back on the attack. Avaryss did not give her that chance. A blast of pure dark side energy flashed from the crystal built into Avaryss' palm. Sadi's Ardanan gown caught fire as she was thrown back. She shrieked as she slapped at the flames and tried to put them out, unused to the fire burning her pretty flesh. It gave her rival a few seconds, but that was all that Avaryss needed. Now, she went on the attack. She switched to Makashi and drove the other Sith back. Sadi attempted another forced scream, but Avaryss slashed at her arm, turning her cry into a hiss of pain. The two women continued to spin, strike, and parry, neither one willing to give an inch. Avaryss fought through the pain, not letting it distract her. If anything, she was drawing strength from it. Her head throbbed painfully. Whether it was her sickness or some trick that Sadi was trying, she could not say. It didn't matter, not in the end. She was going to kill Darth Sadi. End of story. It was the end. The Lord of the 80 system, perhaps sensing the end was drawing closer, tried to flee. She began to back up towards the exit, seeking to leave the chamber. Avaryss used the force to fling debris at her, even parts of the bodies of her fallen guards. Sadi used the force to push them back, but in doing so she left herself open to her rival. Twice Avaryss' blade kissed the other lord's flesh. Sadi lashed out, but it was no longer with pure rage. Panic was starting to work its way into the Dark Lord's actions. It was slowing her down. She was no longer feeding off the pure strata of the dark side. Avaryss drank in her fear. It was as sweet as Ardanan spring wine. It doesn't have to end this way, Sadi shouted. We can still be friends. We can do this together. Fear would not be able to stand against the two of us. I don't need you to defeat my master, she spat back. You don't get it, do you, Avaryss? Sadi said, shaking her head. Your brother is my creature now, and he has orders. She laughed. She tried to make it sound superior, but Avaryss could still hear the desperation in it. He and I have already prepared a package for Lord Fear. Proof that you were behind the rebellion from the very beginning, that you sought to use the trouble that has happened here to feather your own nest, and our master will believe it because it is coming from your own dear brother. Fear is not the sympathetic sort, Avaryss said with a shrug. He will recognize the lie. But will he care? He would not mind an excuse to remove you and yours. Your house will be named a cell of rogue Sith, Darth Fear, and the traditionalist on the council will exterminate your allies, from the highest apprentice to the lowest slave. Sadi laughed fatalistically. You will lose everything, Avaryss. You and your sister will both be criminals. You will be hunted down like vermin. You should have realized that I would never have involved myself in this without arranging some type of insurance policy. Sadi struck back, but her swings were not as crisp as they had been. Force exhaustion was starting to settle in. It was almost over. But we can turn it around, my friend, Sadi promised. We can pin the blame on Darth Fear. Bill will confess to that he discovered that his father created the rebellion to tighten his grip on Ardana and use it as springboard to take the Emperor's vacant throne. Sadi grinned. We can't stop at Avaryss, you and me. Avaryss halted her attack. She was out of breath, but her purple eyes were glowing, blood flowing freely from her nose and mouth. Yes, Avaryss said in a dreamy voice, lowering her sword. We could do it, she agreed, smiling. We could do it, together. Avaryss' sword began to drop. Sadi's eyes flashed. She spun, almost too fast to see, too fast for anyone but another Dark Lord anyway. She moved to decapitate her enemy. Kish. Avaryss' blade came up again, blocking the other Sith's attack. Sadi was shocked. She thought she had Avaryss under her spell. She was so shocked that she hesitated, just for a moment, a few seconds only. It was enough. Avaryss whirled around just as quickly. Darth Sadi, Lord of the 80 system, gasped. Avaryss snarled in excitement, enjoying the sound of her lightsaber as it cut through cloth and flesh. She had impaled the other Sith, her blade buried to the hilt in the Dark Lord's belly. Sadi gasped. W.H., what? She looked down at the blade and up at Avaryss. You have just destroyed your life, the dying Sith gasped. Fear will destroy everything. He took everything from me once, Avaryss said with a shrug. He will not live long enough to do so again. She pulled the blade out. Sadi coughed and fell to her knees. She looked up at Avaryss with a look of pure disbelief. "You fool," she said. "You rage-blind fool." Avaryss shrugged. "Your concern is touching, my lord, but unnecessary." She grinned triumphantly. "Fear is coming to die. He just doesn't know it yet. All that he possesses will be mine, including his seat on the council." Avaryss chuckled. "Then I will be so close to the throne, so very close. No one will be able to deny me then. No one." Sadi held her wounded stomach. She was trying to stay kneeling, trying ridiculously hard not to fall. "Help me," she gasped. "Avaryss, help." The young Dark Lord shook her head. "Still trying to save yourself, my lord, you and your silver tongue." Avaryss laughed. "It is too late, my lord, far too late." She grabbed Sadi by the chin, forced the other woman to look up. Using the force, Avaryss began to pry open the other woman's mouth. Sadi tried to resist, but her strength was failing. "Now," Avaryss purred, "let us see." Sadi gasped. She tried to cry out, but it was no use. Her strength was failing. There was a wet pulling sound followed by a loud snapping. Sadi's cries turned into a pained gurgle. Blood ran down her chin as her eyes rolled back into her head. With a look of disgust, Avaryss kicked the body away. It fell in a heap on the temple floor, yet another sacrifice to the dark side. Avaryss smiled as she examined her bloody trophy, red and heavy. Sadi's lying tongue was now hers, not that it was not much of a prize now that she saw it. The Dark Lord frowned. "Not made of silver after all," she said dismissively. "Such a pity." She threw the thing in the corner, probably to be devoured by vermin. It didn't matter anymore, and neither did the late Lord Sadi. She was gone, and best forgotten. Avaryss turned to the others in the chamber. The two royal guards hadn't moved. Bill and Talitha stood together. Both looked excited by the violence that they had just seen. "I never realized my little sister was sadist," Avaryss thought. She accepted it in Bill, but in Tali. Disgusting. Belize had said or done nothing during the fight. The wounded war master had simply watched. She nodded to her master, no doubt pleased with her victory. Avaryss nodded back. She had wanted to destroy Sadi for a long time, and now it was done. "You have proven yourself worthy, my daughter." My Lila's spirit finally slithered back down from the shadows. It radiated excitement and happiness. "At last, you have come home, and will aid your sister as I've always wanted. You will fulfill the destiny of our family." "Our destiny," Avaryss said with a curious tilt of her head. "And what is our destiny, exactly?" The spirit beamed. "The throne, of course," the spirit informed her. "You are the rightful heir after all, and once you have seized it, it will fall to Talitha, once you've completed her training." The shadow spun around Avaryss, whispering in her ear. "There is no one else left. The Jedi made sure of that. One of their foul number destroyed all the others. You and your sister are all that remains, the last of a dying dynasty. A dynasty that is now yours." Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, found that her head was spinning. She was the rightful heir. How? Why? She looked up at the spirit of Maya Lilas, of Maya Maritza. "Who are you, mother?" She demanded. Who was Maya Maritza? Her mother laughed. "Can't you guess?" Her mother's voice changed. It became more masculine. The features on the shadow began to morph. For a moment it looked like a Sith pure blood, and then like a human male. A very familiar-looking human male. Avaryss gasped. She felt the raw power that the ghost was connected to, the power to destroy worlds and bring 100 worlds to its knees. "Your Majesty," she gasped, and dropped to one knee. "My Emperor!" The master of them all laughed, and faded. Maya Lila's face returned. "He is not here, my child. Just a piece of his power, a small piece, but it was all I needed, just enough to come back and prepare my children to take the next step and ensure that our family continue to hold the Empire together." Avaryss nodded. Yes. She understood everything now. Maya Maritza had been no mere runaway, no Dromund Kaas noble on the run. No. she had been something far more. Avaryss shivered. Maya Maritza, her mother, had been one of the children of the Emperor, those few lucky souls trusted to speak with his voice and wield a small piece of his power. The children of the Emperor were no more. She knew that. A Jedi Consular had destroyed them all but one, the traitor Kira Carson. She was no longer fit to be among them, but if what Mother's spirit said was true. I am. Avaryss grinned. It is mine, she thought. It is all mine. She laughed. The throne, the empire, and the entire galaxy, it belonged to the one strong enough to take it, the last of the Emperor's progeny, those that had tasted his power. Through Mother's blood, that meant it was all hers. Avaryss almost howled in ecstasy. Empress Avaryss. It is all mine. Mine, she wailed to the heavens.